Um, Thank you. Hello, welcome to Scotland at 7 here on broadcast. Welcome to Scotland Counts here on Broadcasting Scotland on Thursday, the 4th of July. My name is Brian Liddy, and if you're joining us from the United States or if you're an American living in Scotland, then we wish you a happy Independence Day. After months of speculation on when the general election might be held, on the 22nd of May, Rishi Sunak stood in the pouring rain and called this surprise general election. Most folk thought he'd go for an autumn election, but here we are on the 4th of July. So thank you for choosing us for your coverage of the 2024 general election here in Scotland if you're watching at home. UK-wide, Keir Starmer is predicted to be heading for a landslide victory, but not because Labour has put forward a compelling alternative to the Tories, but simply because Labour is not the Tories. The First Minister, John Swinney, has said the result of the election in England is a foregone conclusion. The Labour Party has a commanding lead, and it is certain that Keir Starmer is going to be the next Prime Minister. The only story left in this election is Scotland, where it is hotly contested between the SNP and the Labour Party. So the picture is different in Scotland, according to the First Minister. Scottish voters have two alternatives to the Conservative Party in the form of Labour and the SNP. So which will it be? There are 57 seats being contested tonight, and the SNP is the main challenger in every Tory seat in Scotland. Conversely, in many SNP seats, the Tories are in second place. So to win a majority in Scotland, a party needs to return at least 29 MPs, and there are new constituency boundaries to deal with as well. The big questions are, I would say, after tonight on a UK level, will the next Prime Minister be Sunak or Starmer? And here in Scotland, will the SNP still be the biggest party, or will that title now be given to Labour? And will the SNP still be the third biggest party in Westminster, a title which gives them direct questions at PMQs, or will that be handed to another UK-wide party? It won't be long now, I suppose, before we find out the answer to these questions. So I'm joined here in the studio by William Dogood. William, thank you for coming in live into the studio. It's great to have you. Just before we go to the exit poll, just to give viewers a rough timetable. 10 o'clock was the exit poll. 11 o'clock, we hope to be getting early results. Between 12 o'clock and 3 a.m. should be quite quiet, so just a trickle of results, but then plenty of time for us to talk about wider aspects. And then from 3 a.m. to 5, the results should speed up. And places like Glasgow, Edinburgh, Airdrie and Shotts should be giving us an idea of how Labour and the SNP are doing in Scotland, and we'll probably find out if Rishi Sunak is to be returned as an MP for Richmond. And then by 7 a.m, we should know if Starmer is Prime Minister or not. But William, that exit poll, hot off the press, do you want to tell us what it
says? This is the exit poll run by John Curtis and his colleagues, which has been a feature of election nights for the last few elections and has been steadily getting more accurate in its prediction. And so, without further ado, it's out, and this is what it says. It maybe answers some of the questions that you just posed there. It says that Labour will have 410 seats. The Conservatives will have 131. The Liberal Democrats, 61. Reform UK will have 13, according to this. The SNP will have 10. Plaid Cymru have 4. And the Greens 2. Now that is, of course, a prediction. It's not the results. But if it's true, and as I say, typically they are pretty close to the mark, and in Scotland they have been in recent years. Once famously, Paddy Ashdown said that if the Lib Dems were cut down as far as the exit poll said, he would eat his hat. And the prediction turned out to be 100% correct, and he was given a chocolate hat to eat the next day. So, in Scotland, it does look as if, from those figures, Labour have carried the night. And the Lib Dems have potentially, I would suggest, probably done fairly well as well. They will have their second highest score in recent years. They've been up to 62 before. They're being predicted at 61. If the SNP do end up with just 10 seats, and obviously we don't know which seats those are, that will be a seismic change, and it will change the face of things quite considerably. And I would suggest it will embolden Labour to declare independence dead or dying, and maybe make moves to finish it off, because without going too deeply into the maths, these figures are predicting for Labour a quite considerable majority of 410 seats to 240, which by my calculation would be a majority of 170. And so it's also going to be a challenge for the independence movement as well. How does the independence movement respond to the SNP getting cut back so savagely, if indeed that's what happens? And I know that where we are in Perth at the Hub, there are going to be discussions about that. There are going to be discussions with not Broadcasting Scotland, Believe in Scotland, the other BS, in the next week about where we go from here, because it is important that there is a response.
Yeah, and so the questions that I've put in the introduction, you said might have been answered. One of them is whether the SNP would continue to be the third biggest party in Westminster.
And they would not, on these figures. In fact, on these figures, they would be the fifth largest party, because Reform UK are tipped to overtake them. Now, there's a lot of tactical voting having been going on, so it is possible that this will not be absolutely correct. But right now, that's the way it looks.
And if the SNP do lose their status as a third party, then that means that they lose their direct questions to the Prime Minister at PMQs. What do you think that would mean for the SNP's profile in politics?
It would obviously lessen their profile quite considerably. And at this stage, of course, there may not be any questions. We don't know who's going to be around to be asking them. Stephen Flynn has made quite an impression in recent months. Whether he'll still be there to do that, I don't know. But he will not be getting that weekly opportunity, that's for sure. But the more important thing is the loss of short money, which basically funds an awful lot of what the SNP are able to do at Westminster. And obviously, I mean, everybody gets short money, but if you're the third biggest party, you get a fair bit more. If you're the fifth biggest party and you've only got 10 seats or thereabouts, then that's a considerable diminution in what you're able to do and how you're able to operate. Now, in terms of pure campaigning, and let's look at it as an independence question, of course, the 2014 independence referendum was conducted and campaigned for when the SNP just had 6 MPs in Scotland. So, you know, anything is possible, but a lot of thinking has to go into what happens next.
And you say what happens next. I'm told that the first ballot has been counted in Glasgow, and we've, I should have said earlier on, we do have people out there in some of the counting stations, so we're hoping to go live to the Emirates Stadium in Glasgow to find out maybe a bit more about that count that's coming our way. So there have been lots of polls in the run-up to this general election. And so I think the most recent one was there was a final Scotland-only poll by Savanta UK for the Scotsman, and that put the SNP ahead of Labour on election eve. It said that the SNP were on 34%, Labour, which was the same as the previous poll by them, Labour on 31%, which was down 3%. Tories were down 15%, and we're only going to have 1 seat in Scotland, and the Lib Dems were on 9%, which was the same as before, Greens on 3%, and the others, including Alba, would have been -2%. So how can you, in your mind, can you map that against the exit poll?
It's very difficult because we don't know, for example, if I presume that the Greens, the 2 Greens, if they are there, will be the English Greens, so they won't feature. Alba clearly don't feature. The Lib Dems are the interesting one because they're coming off the position where I think they just had 4 Scottish MPs. They may have more. It's evident that Labour will have the majority of the seats just by extrapolating from all of that. So it's going to be a very, very different situation, no matter what. But every situation is something you respond to.
Thank you. I think if I understand correctly that we are ready to go live to Glasgow. So if you, and we're just taking in a view of the counting going on. Emirates Stadium is enormous. I've never actually been inside, but you can see that, I think. So I've got quite a lot of thoughts that have been gathering in my mind in the past few days. I suppose really, let's try and see if we can find one. Yeah, let's talk about the campaign. Did you notice that Labour had a different set of 6 first steps between Scotland and England? In England, the Labour's 6 first steps were to deliver economic stability, to cut NHS waiting times, to launch a new border security command, to set up a great British energy company, to crack down on antisocial behaviour, and to recruit 6,500 new teachers. In Scotland, Labour's first 6 steps were to deliver economic stability, even though the economy is reserved, to cut the NHS waiting times, to set up Great British Energy, and to make work pay, to create jobs and opportunities for young people, and to maximise Scotland's influence. Why do you think there would be 2 different sets of 6 first steps if we're supposed to be
the
UK?
There are, as you said, some matters that are reserved in Scotland. So that in itself would probably mean they wanted to have a few that were different. I do, however, think that somewhere in that, we're talking, for example, about the NHS and things like that. I think what is behind that is probably going to be a lot more direct funding from Westminster to Scotland, not through Holyrood. And that could mean diminution in the powers of Holyrood, or at least the influence of Holyrood. Labour is potentially going to be throwing a little bit of money, not very much because Rachel Reeves wants to stick to the rules, but going to be throwing a little bit of money at Scotland, and it's going to be potentially bypassing Holyrood. And that could be an interesting one for devolution. And certainly the Scottish Government will not like it, but in the current situation, what are they going to be able to do about it? So I do think there's some planning going on there to, as they would put it, to strengthen the union. And of course, those that benefit from any money coming directly are probably going to be conditioned to be accepting of Labour. And that does change the whole situation with regard to independence and generally to Scotland's self-determination.
And in my introduction, I said that, let me see if I can find it. I said something about, I'm so sorry for this pause, but the Labour were going to win not because they had a compelling alternative to the Tories, but simply because Labour is not the Tories. So is there something to that, do you think? I mean, why, if Labour is going to come in with this landslide 410 seats, and yet they're following Tory fiscal policies, for example.
Yeah.
So why vote Labour?
One can't see too many overall differences. That's quite right. Labour were, yes, selling themselves on the basis that they weren't the Tories. I mean, change was the word they used. In fact, I'm not expecting the overall change to be that much if they're restraining themselves. But nevertheless, the idea was that in Scotland, they said, you need to vote Labour to get rid of the Tories. That, of course, was not the case. vote anybody else apart from the Tories, including the SNP, and you'll also get rid of the Tories insofar as Scotland can get rid of the Tories on its own, which of course it never could. And that seems to have worked, according to the exit poll. So that's one part of it. But the other thing is, an awful lot of people in Scotland wanted to give the SNP a kicking. They were not happy, perhaps, with some of the things the Scottish Government had been doing. Much of the campaign in Scotland was run on what was happening at Holyrood or not happening at Holyrood and how people were reacting to that. Actually, very little of the debate was on reserved matters. So this is what some people, I suspect, would think as a long overdue kicking for the SNP. And that will include some independent supporters who have voted Labour. And we did suspect that perhaps not in places like Perth and Kinross, where I am, but in the Central Belt, a lot of people would do that. And how they actually will square that with their desire for independence when it turns out that this opens the door for Labour to do direct funding to councils, direct funding to the NHS, and really to undermine the influence of Holyrood to the extent that it shrinks to perhaps being like a glorified council, as it's often been described. How people will square their decision to vote Labour in this situation with their desire for independence will be a very interesting one, and we'll have to have some conversations about that, I suspect.
Thank you. So here tonight we intend to focus mainly on Scotland and the results in Scotland, but at the moment we don't really have very much to go on. The exit poll was for the UK wide, so all we can glean from that really is the SNP, and you said that they're going to be down to 10 seats. But so Labour's won 410. I've seen polls, and the Conservative Party's on 131. I've seen polls that said that the Conservative Party were perhaps going to have as few as 10 seats. And so for them to get 131, there's still a lot of people happy to vote for the Conservative Party out there, despite Liz Truss and Boris Johnson leaving in disgrace.
Well, one of the very interesting things will be, how many Conservatives will there be in Scotland? We can't tell from that. Are any of the 131 Scottish seats? I dare say that they'll hold on to at least one, possibly in the borders, but maybe some of the others, and maybe even gain seats. Because the big thing we haven't spoken about, that we can't really get our heads round until the actual results come out, is tactical voting. And bearing in mind that voters have decided that at a UK level they want to punish the Tories, and I would submit at a Scottish level they want to punish the SNP. We don't know quite how much of that is affecting that exit poll. We also don't know if the fact that tactical voting is taking place affects the validity of the exit poll itself. But as I said earlier when I spoke about Paddy Ashdown, it would be a very, very brave person who said this exit poll cannot possibly be right, because in recent years they have been either on the money or very, very close to it.
Yeah, the French are very keen on exit polls and have been for decades, I think, and I think they're almost taken as being as good as the final results, because year after year they've got it right. So maybe that's starting to happen here as well. I'm still just looking at these 6 first steps. I'll tell you what, we spoke a little bit about the Labour campaign. What about the Conservative campaign or the SNP campaign? How do you think it's been? Was John Swinney right to keep referring to independence when it's a Westminster election?
Independence was always going to be on line 1 of the manifesto. There are a lot of independent supporters who would actually wish that the candidates and indeed the leadership had spoken more about independence and more about painting the picture of independence as an aspiration rather than a thing we had to get, and not really going any further than that. But I think in the debates that he took part in, John Swinney was much more looking at things like austerity and Brexit and that kind of thing. The cost of living was another one that featured a lot. And those were perfectly valid things to be campaigning on. But it's possible that John Swinney has acknowledged this in the past, but other SNP luminaries over the years, those who have been in politics for decades, know this. If there's a swing going to happen, if the voters have made up their mind they're going to do something, however sensible or otherwise it is, it's very difficult to beat the swing, no matter how you campaign. My personal feeling, and I have the experience of the Perth folks and how they were getting on with canvassing and all the hard work they were putting into it, is that the SNP actually ran a pretty good campaign. They certainly had the greatest number of people on the ground, the SNP, and it's just that you can't, at the end of the day, beat the sea change. You can't beat the swing, and that exit poll would tend to suggest that, as I said, we'll wait for the individual results, but there are going to be some, if you like, Scottish versions of Portillo moments, I'm afraid. There will be some big names. If these figures are correct, who will not be MPs again, certainly in the immediate future.
So just staying on John Swinney and the SNP campaign then for a moment, and you mentioned Swinney in debates, and of course he was also interviewed by journalists as well, and they would ask him, why are you using independence when it's a Westminster election? It should be about the cost of living crisis and housing and the NHS. And his answer was that independence is the answer to those problems. We need all the levers. And do you agree with that? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. One of the reasons for independence is it's not independence or those other things. It's independence for those other things, and it was a perfectly valid thing to do. As I say, I think the SNP ran as good a campaign as they possibly could. They were coming from a low base because they had had a chaotic year. I suspect they would very much have wanted the election to be in October, and they were probably in their minds planning for October until Rishi Sunak, pulled his rain-soaked announcement in mid-May. And because John Swinney was only just in the leadership, I suspect they weren't ready. But despite that, I really do think they got the polls back up. They did as well as they possibly could. But the problem with the polls is, even though you cited the one today that put the SNP ahead of Labour in Scotland, there were always other polls saying different things. There was a really wide range of predictions, and the range of seats that the various polls suggested that the SNP would get, with particularly those MRP modelling ones, which are slightly controversial, but they ranged from 8 to about 30, and then they were narrowing a little bit. I did personally think that it was likely to settle at about 18 to 20. This exit poll would suggest otherwise, but I don't think they should necessarily blame themselves for the campaign they ran. What they need to do now is understand how they're perceived by the population of Scotland and get that trust back. And independent supporters within that population have got now to get together and work together. And we need to stop the divisions, because this is a bad result if it's borne out. But it's not yet catastrophic. It's only catastrophic if the reaction to it isn't appropriate. And that's really what we're going to be focusing on locally and I hope nationally from here.
Okay, I suppose then SNP's attention now is going to focus on the Holyrood elections in 2026. But I'm told that we're ready to go live to our colleague Ben in the Glasgow count. You there, Ben? Hello.
Hi, yeah, no, I'm live at the Glasgow count in the Emirates Arena, and counting is just went underway about 20 minutes ago. So there's a lot of anticipation here following the exit poll to see how many of the seats in Glasgow the SNP will manage to hold on to.
And Ben, you were saying that, well, you can see now just how huge that stadium is. But I'm told that there's a count has Is the first Glasgow count is announced? Is that correct? Have I understood that rightly?
The Glasgow count. Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
just
no, the counting went underway. It started about 20 minutes ago. The first ballot box came just over on the far side of the arena there.
oh, so we're a long way then from a result in, in
Oh, yeah.
Glasgow. Forgive me, I've misunderstood. Um, so what's the atmosphere like where you are, Ben?
Well, it's quite busy. There's quite a lot of politicians and political figures from all the different parties milling around. I think following that exit poll, which just was shown in the big screen ahead of the entire counting section, might create quite a mood, especially for the Scottish National Party, because given they're only meant to win 10 seats, I get that'll up the anxiety here, I guess, for a lot of the figures.
Quite a tense night. And you
Yeah.
are hoping to get the attention of some politicians to get some interviews. Luck with that. I wish you all the best. Hopefully you'll get some interesting coverage for us there.
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
being asked
hopefully
if
I'll
I've got
be
anything to
searching
ask,
around
Ben,
to
and
look for some
I think,
later on tonight.
yeah, you get really the impression that people are a wee bit shocked and they're just sort of, reacting now and beginning to understand the implications. And are you noticing any changes in mood in any of the, if you like, in the camps? I should imagine the SNP one is fairly subdued at the minute. What about Labour? Are they jumping all over the place?
Well, there seems to be a fair bit of excitement for Labour because, I mean, of course, there's an expectation that Labour was going to do quite well and win, some amount of seats in Scotland. I think the SNP being on 10 with that massively advantaging Labour has created quite a positive mood among the Labour camp for sure. I think it's quite unexpected for most Labour politicians and
They will see this as reversal of the
activists here.
2015 situation where the SNP won all 6, as they then were, of the seats in Glasgow. Now there are just 5 after the boundary changes. And I suspect that Labour will be thinking they've maybe got them all. But we will see. We will see as time goes on, I guess.
Ben, can you see anybody?
Yeah, no,
that
we'll
you
definitely
maybe
see.
want
I mean,
to-
10 seats seems quite low. So I guess we'll find out throughout the night if it's quite that bad for the SNP.
Yes, I'm just wondering, have you spotted anybody that you're hoping to catch their eye to get an interview? Because I don't want to hold you back if you see someone nearby that you're hoping to grab for our cameras. Is there anybody? And it's so I'm thinking that we've got a lot of time before the results are going to come in. So we're going to try and check back in with you maybe in about an hour. Is that okay?
Disconnected.
Looks like Ben's having some technical issues there for the moment.
I love technical issues.
Yes.
Technical issues are my life.
Gremlins in the system. So, what about how about Douglas Ross? There's he's an MSP and an MP
At the moment, yes.
at the moment. Yes.
Actually, well, he's not. We don't know if he's an MP yet.
That's true. Yeah, they've all stepped down for the election. There are no MPs at the moment. That's a good point to make. He's also the leader of, he is the leader at the moment of the Scottish Tory Party. But if he is successful tonight and does become an MP, then he says he's going to step down as the leader. Is that
Yes,
right?
I think he's kind of hedging his bets a little bit, because one of the flavours of this is that the Tories were expected to do pretty badly in Scotland, and 131 seats throughout the UK indicates that maybe they have done pretty badly in Scotland, and that may well include Douglas Ross. I believe that the way he got into his seat, sidelining my namesake David, as he pronounces it, Chukut, but David Dogood, whatever, did not go down well with local supporters. I don't believe that Douglas Ross is actually particularly popular even amongst Tories. There are some other Tories who are far more popular. And I'm not entirely sure that his activist heart will have been in campaigning for him. So we will see. But if he doesn't become an MP, I wonder what he will do at Holyrood. I wonder how many jobs he will retain. Maybe he'll find time to run the line in football matches again. Who knows?
Yeah, you hear people say he's got 3 jobs all the time, but it is at the moment 4. He's an MP, he's an MSP, he's the leader of the Tory party, and he's a linesman.
It all involves running about waving a flag. So, it's kind of the same skill set.
Fair enough. And I've got a sentence here. Polling expert John Curtis predicted that anger around Ross's decisions to take over from Mr Dogood when he was on his sick bed would boost the SNP's chances in key seats in the North East. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see, as you say, whether that's going to be the case or not. How about Reform? They're standing a candidate in every constituency in Scotland.
Yes.
So that's going to split the Unionist vote, if we can call it that, even though it's a Westminster election?
I would have expected it mostly to split the Tory vote, and that might be another reason why the Tory numbers nationally or across the UK are down. I don't feel that any Reform UK candidates are likely to win any seats in Scotland, although we will see about that. But 13 MPs, if they get it, is not a bad haul, and it's an absolute red light for the Conservative Party moving forward. And it could lead to a realignment on the right. I suspect, for example, if some reform-minded Conservatives have lost seats, they might well move across to Reform, and Reform would certainly be interested in trying to replace the Tories. It's very difficult to do that because the Conservatives are one of the most robust, in the long term anyway, most robust parties. They always come back. They got a thrashing from Tony Blair in 1997, and it took them 13 years, but they came back. This is an even worse thrashing, maybe only by about 4 seats overall, but because they themselves have not got as many seats, Reform have got in the game, that's going to be another challenge to them. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out. And of course, the most prominent Reform UK candidate is Nigel Farage in Clacton. And if he gets in, that is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons quite considerably. I don't think there'll be an addition of question time that he isn't on after that. But seriously, it will make things quite a lot different.
Yeah, and as I said, we're going to try and concentrate on Scotland, but there are going to be definitely people, as you say, those Portillo moments in England that we're going to want to follow. Clacton's definitely going to be one of them. For that, I've got Labour are fighting anger within their own ranks after they blocked their own candidate from campaigning against Nigel Farage, with reports saying that he was barred from even returning to the constituency where he's standing. This is Jovan Owusu-Nepal, who has reportedly upset Labour officials and was instructed to leave the constituency after he gained traction for viral social media posts. At one point, he was getting more retweets than Keir Starmer. The officials were furious with him and said he was distracting from Starmer's campaign. A campaign source told The Guardian Labour regards Clacton as unwinnable, as the party managed only 15% in 2019 there. Keir Starmer's denied leaving the constituency to Reform. I don't know if you get anything to say on that rather long...
To be fair to Labour, I mean, we sort of do caricature Labour as always interfering in some of their processes with candidate selection.
Yeah,
but if a candidate is genuinely misbehaving in a way that really is damaging your reputation as a party, you have to do something about it. What does seem to be the case with Labour is that they couldn't find anybody to fight Clacton that had a chance of winning it. And yeah, that probably is as close to an unwinnable seat as they've got. But they won't mind about that if they've got 400 plus MPs.
Yeah, my understanding isn't that he, I don't think it's that he was misbehaving. I think it was just that he was more popular than Starmer, or his tweets were certainly more popular than Starmer.
That's a form of misbehaviour in that situation.
maybe-
you
maybe
don't
you're
upstage your leader. You never do.
So I've got a list of people that are not MPs that are not seeking re-election. Alistair Jack is no longer standing, and Ian Blackford of Ross, Skye and Lochaber is SNP no longer standing. Peter Grant and Glenroth is Stuart Hosey and Mary Black and Philippa Whitford are probably the most well-known SNP previous MPs that are no longer standing. I'm kind of intrigued about Nicola Sturgeon. When we were looking at Ben and talking to Ben there, it reminded me of that night when Nicola Sturgeon was there, and Jo Swinson of the Lib Dem party lost her seat. And we haven't seen very much of Nicola Sturgeon in the campaign so far, but she is hosting, or a co-host or a guest on ITV's coverage of election night. So that'll be interesting to find out.
Yes, I don't think we should be encouraging people to switch over to it, of course.
No, stay where you are, absolutely. And I'm really happy to say that we're joined by our second guest of the evening. So, as if by magic, here, welcome Linda Fabiani.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Have you been out campaigning, maybe?
From the crack of dawn, I have.
Really?
Brian,
Chapping
yeah.
doors?
Yes.
How's it been going?
Do you know, in East Kilbride, which is where I was working, it felt really positive for us, actually. A great candidate in Grant Costello, and people were pleased to meet him and pleased to talk about him, local young man. So, yeah, it felt very positive, I have to say.
And I don't know if you've had a chance to hear about the exit poll yet?
Yeah, I heard the exit poll when I was driving in. Interesting. No surprises about potential Labour landslide. I was really surprised to hear the prediction for us, for the SNP. Was it 10 seats, they said?
10 seats.
It's interesting, though, with these exit polls, the small parties, very often they don't get it quite right. So I think all we can do is wait and see what the results are as they come in. Yeah. So certainly what the opinion polls were saying, we weren't picking up in the doors. So it's just a case of having to wait and see.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Yeah. I mean, because, politicians, they're being interviewed and they always say, on the doorstep, and all of the parties say that, but you genuinely
felt it. I mean, and it's an uphill struggle. We've known it was an uphill struggle because, all we've been getting in the mainstream press and media is, vote Labour for a landslide, we've got to change the government. And however, locally, we were still finding that our vote appeared to be holding up. But it's not over until we hear the results. So I'm looking forward with some trepidation.
Yeah, who survives, who doesn't?
To hearing the results, yes.
Yeah. I'm guessing you were out and about in East Kilbride, is that right? Yeah, because that was your...
Well, East Kilbride, Straven and all the littler places round about. So I've been everywhere today.
So maybe East Kilbride is one of the 10 seats that's stayed SNP.
Who knows? Interesting. I mean, we've had a really hard time in East Kilbride because we had a defector who went from SNP to the Tories, which stunned a lot of the electorate. So we haven't had an incumbent, and there's always an incumbency factor. So it's we've recognised we've had an uphill struggle. It's been a rough 9 years in terms of Westminster for us because Lisa Cameron was never engaged with the local party or never felt like an SNP activist, as most of our elected representatives are. So it's been difficult, but the team in East Kilbride's been fabulous, out working their socks off. So we just have to wait and see. And
Lisa Cameron, as you say, she defected from SNP to Tory, which is quite something. But
Yeah.
the Tories didn't really sort of repair any favours, did they? I think they.
So far, we shall see. I know she tried for a seat in England, didn't
was
get selected,
unsuccessful, yeah.
bottom of the poll from memory. Nobody's seen her locally, so I don't even know if she's still around. So we shall see. No doubt she'll get, they look after their own, these people, don't they? But whether they consider Lisa Cameron as one of their own or whether she was just a useful pawn to have a wee hit at the SNP, who knows? Who cares? I don't care what happens to her.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's rough politics, isn't it?
William, I don't want to hog the conversation with Linda, so please feel free to
Jump in.
Jump.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
I would say, I haven't actually done any campaigning myself because within the Perth and Kinross hub, I'm strictly non-party. So we offer the cups of teas to the folks who go out. And, I was getting a very similar message from the Perth people that they were putting in the effort. They had the numbers to put in the effort. They were getting mixed results on canvassing, but there were certainly pockets where they thought things were holding up very well. And I suspect actually that will be reflected throughout the country to an extent. So I suppose my question is, how do the people that have been putting in all that work, assuming this is an accurate poll, and it's probably not going to be so far out that it's anything other than highly disappointing, what's the process now of recovering from that, picking yourself up and going again?
Well, I don't think anybody should forget that up until 2015, the SNP had 7 MPs. And then we had the astonishing result in 2015, went down again 2017.
Yeah, 35
and back up
then.
again in 2019. So the thing about the SNP is, and the thing about the activists, you always just pick yourself up and start all over again because you believe in something. And, the absolute passion for independence for Scotland. We've got activists that have been doing this for decades. And they've seen so many disappointments.
Yeah, they have a
Highs
bit
and
more
lows.
context, don't they, in some ways?
Highs and lows. So if it is a bad night, we've got John Swinney at the helm. He's already, I believe, started to make progress in pulling the party up again because we have had a rough time. It can't be denied. So we will just, as they say, pick ourselves up, dust ourselves down and start all over again. Because that's what you do when you believe in something.
We were discussing Mr. Swinney just before you arrived, actually, and just about whether his campaign was the right tack. The fact it's a Westminster general election, but John was saying that really it was about independence. Line 1, page 1 of the manifesto. In fact, that single sentence filled the entire page, first page. So he would be challenged in debates and also by journalists who would say, why are you using independence in your campaign when it's a Westminster general election? And he would say that that's because independence is the answer to the cost of living crisis, housing, the NHS, all these things, climate change. What do you think? Did he take the right tack?
I believe so. I think something that people are saying all the time and more over the last few years because of that duplicitous government we've had in Westminster. People are saying they want honesty, and it would be dishonest of the SNP not to say we're here for independence, and independence is what can make a difference. We've had the Labour Party going on about vote for change. From what I can see in their manifesto, there's not an awful lot of change going to happen. So independence would bring change. And also in this election, what I've been saying to people is what you need are people who will go down to Westminster and what they will do is stand up for Scotland, put Scotland's case forward and always fight for what's best for Scotland. So yes, I think John did take the right tack. I was pleased to see independence front and foremost in the manifesto because it's honest. And you know, it's become a bit of a cliche, honest John.
Oh,
But John
it
is
has,
honest.
yes.
John is honest.
But seriously, independent supporters have been saying for years, you're not focusing enough on independence, do it more. So they did. So we can hardly blame them for doing that.
Yeah.
The thing now is how you tell the narrative of how it's going to happen and why it's going to be good. And we need to win people over to that idea. And particularly people who are nominally independent supporters who have voted Labour today.
Yeah.
And I dare say there are a fair few of them if these
Do
results
you know
are
what
right.
was interesting? So when we were canvassing and going round the doors, as I say, our vote appeared to hold up. I mean, there were some things we got wrong at the doors because, you always find that there are those who canvass for you and get your results and maybe being a wee bit over-optimistic about what people have actually said. Because folk want to believe that they're getting it right. So when we were going out for Get Out the Vote tonight, I had, I think, 2 people who we'd got it wrong with and weren't actually long-term SNP supporters. But I had very few SNP to Labour switchers.
Right.
In fact, I could count them in one hand over the last week or so. Very, very few. Tell you what I did have that I found really worrying. I had quite a few people that said they were voting Reform.
Yes, because they find Reform interesting.
It's
that
really
it's
upset
the way they
me.
sort of draw you in. And Nigel Farage, he's a character, isn't he? And all that kind of
It really
thing.
upset me because I just find them so abhorrent in every way.
Yeah. I suppose what you've just
That was
described
bad.
raises another question in my mind, which is, and we don't know the answer to this one yet, what was the turnout, and specifically what was the turnout in Scotland, bearing in mind that it was an election that Rishi Sunak chose to have during the holidays without even considering that we might do things differently.
We got loads of people talking about that. Loads of people. And people that didn't get their postal vote before they went.
And also,
Absolutely appalling.
yeah, and also the fact that because the holidays are sooner here in Scotland and the holidays are cheaper if you go before the schools close, so a lot of people didn't get their postal vote and then they've gone on holiday early.
Yes.
So they're abroad and can't.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, so I'll ask both of you. I take it you both have voted today.
Yeah.
I had a postal vote because I didn't know when. Having retired, I keep going away places. It's great. But, so, Duncan and I both went for postal votes because we thought we don't know when this election's going to be. As it was, we were here, but we used our postal votes. So, yes, it was really strange because I'm used to going to the polling station. But
I went through a phase of postal voting when I worked during the week abroad for a couple of years. And it didn't feel the same.
No.
And ever since coming back to Scotland, certainly I go to the polling station. And to be quite honest with you, given the performance of the Royal Mail in recent weeks, I'm not sure if I can recommend postal voting to anybody. If they're thinking in terms of going away, I'd be looking at something like proxy voting.
Proxy, yeah. Or, I mean, one of the things that I think could have helped this time was if the criteria for emergency proxies had been expanded to include those whose postal vote hadn't arrived in time.
Yes, I suppose that's the sort of big thing you can't do like that.
No.
But it would have solved the
That
problem.
would have helped, yeah. The other thing I found today was, in fact, over the last 2 or 3 days, quite a few people who couldn't vote because they didn't have photo ID.
We made a thing of that in the hub, and we actually were able to help 2 or 3 people. But
Yeah.
it's the ones who don't know they have a problem that you can't
Until
get
the last
to.
minute.
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely.
what we found. And quite a few I went round some of the polling stations with our candidate today, to get the turnout figures and stuff. And quite a few of the polling agents were saying that people that had to turn away, who said they had no photo ID, but also people who'd come without it or with inappropriate photo ID, who they had to send away and say, you'll need to come back. Now, whether people do come back,
Then the rain comes on or something.
you just don't know.
I can't ask you this question, Linda, because you did a postal vote, but my polling station is literally about a minute's walk from where I live. It's my old primary school, and
Memories.
there was one person came out as I was walking towards it. I think there was maybe one or two people in it. It was really quiet. This was about 10 o'clock in the morning, south side of Glasgow. So I had my photo ID ready, and I asked if they'd been turning many people away, and they said they hadn't turned anybody away. Everybody had a postal vote. But you were saying, what's the turnout going to be? I don't know if I just went on a quiet patch, just by chance, or whether it's
We went,
indicative.
when I was going and collecting figures, just in some of them, it wasn't hugely far away from what we've had before. So, interesting to see. But then, having said that, I was going round in the morning. And
It's
you know,
quieter in the morning. And
well,
it picks
that,
up.
but also if you have a lot of elderly people who are like me, people who are retired, going out in the morning, they're more likely to vote. So whether it's later on in the day that it would perhaps drop.
So I think we're hoping to go live to Aberdeen, to the count in Aberdeen.
right.
But just before we do that, William, was it quiet in your polling station today? Or?
Well, I went at 9 o'clock, and I was one of 2 or 3 people who were there. But just from memory, as they crossed me off on the list was not devoid of crosses. So I suspect that some people who were off to their work maybe had already voted. Later in the day, I was hearing from one person who had quoted about 20% at lunchtime, and that's actually not all that far out, because it does pick up later in the day. It's just a question to be asked, because one of the things when you're out canvassing, you get all these relatively positive results, you do still have to get out the vote. And actually, it's one of the things that the SNP have prided themselves on over the years. And I specifically remember in Perth and Kinross back in 2017, that particular election, Pete Wishart won in the end by 21 votes. And that, to my mind, was the activists really doing get out the vote as well as anybody could. So I'd just be interested to see how that panned out this time.
And I have heard the SNP say more than once that they think that some of the seats in Scotland are going to be decided by just a handful of votes. So that'll be interesting to see. So I wasn't slick it enough to check out the crossing off sheet in my.
It just caught my glance. I wasn't able to. Let me see that. Oh.
But I think we are ready to go live to the count in Aberdeen. Hello, Aberdeen. Are you there? Hello, can you hear me? I think maybe there's a wee gap. Nice picture though.
I can hear you.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I will do. Okay. Tell me when I'm going. Okay. Good evening from Aberdeen. This is Douglas Mackenzie at P&J Live, Scotland's largest arena. You can see over my shoulder in the background that counting has begun. If you're not familiar with the process, first of all, they count the postal votes, how many there are, and then the number of ballots which come in, and check that they tally with what the various polling stations have said has been voted on. After that, the counting starts for the candidates. It's quiet because it's going to be a long night here. The first results probably not until after 3 o'clock in the morning. We've seen the headlines of Labour landslide, but there are some intriguing contests in the 5 seats which are up for grabs in the northeast tonight. There are the 2 seats in Aberdeen, Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South. There have been boundary changes, so Aberdeen South, for example, has gobbled up some of Aberdeen North, but Kirsty Blackwell is the sitting MP for Aberdeen North as was, and in Aberdeen South we have Stephen Flynn, SNP parliamentary leader in Westminster. Out in the Shire and rural hinterland of Aberdeen, there are 3 contests. There's Aberdeen West and Kincardine, which is held by Andrew Bowie, and he got there with a very narrow majority in 2019, so there are high hopes for the SNP of capturing that. There then is, of course, Aberdeenshire North and Murray East, which controversially selected Douglas Ross to be its candidate. So that should be an interesting contest. And then there is Gordon and Buchan, where the sitting MP for Gordon, as was, is Andrew Thompson, and the constituency has Gordon, Geary, Afford, and Ellen, and also now is combined with Central Buchan and Turriff. So that again looks like being an SNP Conservative contest. Now these results from the Shire will not come in until about 4:30. The last two after 5 o'clock. But of any news over the evening, I will get back to you. But so far, no one seems to be making any predictions here.
Douglas, before you go, what's the atmosphere like there? You hear me? Before you go, Douglas, what's the atmosphere like there in Aberdeen where you are?
Well, I would actually say there is almost no atmosphere at all. It's really quiet. So it will be interesting to see what the turnout figures are, because I voted this morning, well actually this afternoon, just after noon, in central Aberdeen, and I was the 80th person to vote in 5 hours, which surprised me. I did a very informal vox pop in a barber shop, which is a very traditional place to do a vox pop, and found very little enthusiasm among the customers for the election. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out in terms of votes cast this evening.
Douglas, that kind of echoes my experience. When I voted today, the polling station was very quiet, but that might just have been my bad luck. But have you heard of the exit poll results?
I have not seen the exit poll results for Aberdeen.
Just in general, all we have is UK-wide exit poll results, but have you had a chance to talk to anybody in the count about the 10 seats that the SNP may have been reduced to, if it turns out to be accurate?
I haven't spoken to any SNP people yet. There's quite a large crowd of Labour supporters, ex-councillors from Aberdeen City, looking jubilant and slapping backs around here. So they certainly believe the exit polls and are very confident.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. And I think you're going to be trying to get some interviews for us through the night. Is that right?
I will do.
Okay. Do you see anybody in the room at the moment just now that you've got your eye on?
Not yet, but I will catch my victims. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, good luck, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again.
Thank you, Brian.
So, do you think there is going to be a low turnout then, or is this just anecdotal?
It's anecdotal at this point. We'll wait to get the actual figures. And different polling stations will have different concentrations of people at different times a day. It was quite a good turnout, particularly given that it was winter in December 2019. So it'll take something to beat that. For me, the figure I'm looking at for the old Perth and Kinross seat was 74.5%. And I would be hoping for something between 65 and 70 at worst. Mm-hmm. But, the holidays, the postal votes, the general apathy, not just apathy, an active wish to not engage,
yes,
which is different from apathy.
Yes, we picked that up.
Is an issue. It's an issue in British politics. It's an issue actually in Scottish politics that we need to break out of. And if this night is nothing else, it needs to be the wake-up call that makes that happen.
So do you think we should be like Australia and make it you've got to vote there, it's against the law if you don't vote in Australia?
I don't really like that very much, although if it ever were introduced, I would be a bit more lenient with people who spoil their ballot papers, i.e. I wouldn't slag them off, because you need to be able to say none of the above. That is sometimes a democratic choice.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want it to, I wouldn't want it to come knocking on your door and dragging you off to the polling station or to the jail. It's your choice.
Okay, fair enough.
There may be a case for looking more clearly at how people are able to vote. Online, for example.
Yeah.
I think the Electoral Commission looked at that before. But I think there's a case for that now, especially for young people, because they're so used to doing things online.
Yeah.
I think there should be a bit of review of how people vote.
Okay. And I realise that I've been trading mostly in anecdotes. I can offer another anecdote that maybe will counter the quiet polling station. So I work in a public building. People can just walk in off the street, and I've come here straight from work, and I had 4 people coming in to ask if they were in the polling station, and they weren't. So the polling station was round the corner in the primary school. So I thought that was quite interesting.
Yes.
That so many people didn't have their polling card with the address on it, or they just decided, I don't know. So Douglas, coming in from Aberdeen, I heard rumours that Labour and the Tories were working against the SNP up there, because Labour candidates were rumoured to be doing little campaigning in SNP-held seats to give Tory candidates a clear run. So there's a surprise deselection of Labour candidates in Aberdeen North and Murray East for comments that he made years ago and didn't result in him being pulled from previous elections. So I'm going to ask, I'll ask you first, Linda. So is Labour allowing Douglas Ross to win?
Oh, I hope not. I hope not. But I don't think it can be denied that Better Together still exists. It's a very, very sad reflection of Scottish politics that the Labour Party seems to be more against the SNP than they are against the Conservatives. And, and for all the Conservatives go on about detesting Labour, they'll support Labour against the SNP every time. It's the establishment coming together because they don't want the change that the independence would bring. It would burst their little bubble of it's your shot, no, we'll do it for a few years and now it's your shot. They feel entitled. They feel that they're the only ones that should be running a government, and it doesn't suit them for Scotland to leave the rest of the UK. So I think it's definitely there. Even if they don't actively do it, I think amongst themselves it's,
Just
let's
a wee
get rid of the
informal
SNP.
agreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll not try very hard.
Better Together. They called themselves Better Together when they were fighting the referendum to stop us being independent, and it's never changed.
And William, you were nodding your head when I was outlining that there. Does that mean that you heard the same rumours? Or?
I believe there's been an informal agreement between certain pockets of Tories and Labour. This is one of the features, possibly throughout the UK, of tonight. Again, will be tactical voting too. Yeah. It may be facilitated by, informal collaboration, but the public is getting better at tactical voting, and there are more sites telling them how to tactical vote. Carol Vorderman has been majoring on tactical voting. Others have ostensibly been advising on tactical voting, which usually turns out to be saying vote Labour no matter what. Yes. That was a story that came out. But generally speaking, this is what the first past the post system does. It encourages tactical voting, and it also amplifies swings so that you get extreme results from actually relatively small changes in how polling goes. So I would be very interested to know how the tactical voting has gone today. I suspect there may have been a fair bit of it in Scotland. And certainly the Tories have been campaigning. Their main thing has been, let's beat the SNP. And actually that's what Labour wants as well. So they have a common cause. And in their situation, I dare say we would do the same. I just want a system where it wasn't so easy.
Well, that's right. And the other thing is, what really shows up the first past the post system will be when we look at what the popular vote has been. If we look at it across the UK, Labour may well have this massive landslide. It'll be interesting to see how the popular vote is in terms of percentages of the electorate. And I think it'll be really interesting in Scotland as well, because there's so many seats are touch and go. It could go either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about time we change this voting system. It's archaic.
Yeah, so Linda, again, before you missed the introduction, but so I was saying that we're going to try and concentrate on Scottish seats, but
Yes.
at the moment, all we've really got to go on is the exit poll, which is UK wide, and of course, there's some. And we're talking about Portillo moments. There's definitely going to be some seats in England that we're going to want to keep an eye on, and we're going to have to talk about Westminster in general and whatever happens down there. So, what I'm thinking is, if Labour do end up with this massive majority, so two things spring to mind: the House of Lords, and we've been talking about first past the post.
Mm-hmm.
Would Keir Starmer get rid of? Well, I asked you first the last time. So, William, would Keir Starmer get rid of either or both of those?
Has he made any strong suggestions that he will? I mean, Tony Blair did, and then kind of wimped out on it a little bit. I have to tell you that there's been a dissolution honours list that we weren't quite expecting.
Yes.
And it's got some Labour Lords in there. So it's going to be now is not the time for dissolving the House of Lords, I rather think.
In fact, I think I heard that he's planning to use it to put in more Labour Lords to make it more balanced.
So Labour have been talking for 50 years about getting rid of the House of Lords. They've absolutely no intention of getting rid of the House of Lords. It's all part of that establishment that I'm talking about. And Keir Starmer will be putting his folk in there looking for a majority in the House of Lords. They'll tinker about at the edges somewhere. But, look at the Labour Lords that are sitting there already. Guys in Scotland that held themselves up as, the reborn Red Clydesiders, all sitting there with their fancy outfits. I mean, it's ludicrous. And sheer hypocrisy on their part. No, I don't believe Keir Starmer will do it at all.
The promise of airmen is a good way of keeping the troops in line. If they are misbehaving, that makes them behave.
And of course, people, billionaires that fund parties like the Tories and Labour, SNP's funded by membership, I believe. So again, that's another carrot.
Well, we've got a Russian oligarch sitting in the House of Lords. It's just ludicrous. We've got people who are accused of corruption sitting in the House of Lords. It just makes me sick. It really does. The idea of all these non-elected people. We're the only, I think, country in Europe that has anything.
A second chamber of that sort.
Yes.
And in terms of size, of course, I think we're still second to the Chinese Assembly, but that's about it.
I believe so.
It's a hopelessly bloated. They'll have to inflate the Houses of Parliament at some point.
Build an extension.
Well, maybe if they inflate them far enough, they'll all float into space and get shot at them.
That'd be interesting. I think we have a science fiction solution to our political issues here.
There we go.
Aye.
So, sticking then with the Constitution and possibly a huge Labour majority, I read an interesting piece that suggested that if Labour does get a huge majority, then it's going to cause a problem if it crowds out smaller parties. Because how are they going to have MPs on committees, being in opposition? There's going to be all these jobs that rely upon opposition MPs. Where are they going to find them if they're all Labour?
Well, the Lib Dems have got their tails up, haven't they? I was listening to one of their representatives on the way in. They're looking at 60, I think.
61, which would be their second best score,
said?
I think, ever.
So they are. I have to say, I would love reform to be crowded out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if you've got 4 Plaid Cymru, 2 Greens instead of 1, and 13 Reforms, you've actually got slightly more small parties. But your point is taken.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it's the big boys that have got most of the committees, most of the committee places. And inevitably, if Labour have got something of the order of getting on for 2/3 of the MPs, they're going to be the bulk of people on the committees.
Of course they are.
Too.
Yeah.
And Linda, just before you arrived, we were talking about Clacton and Nigel Farage
Oh, yeah.
as one of the Portillo moments. I'm trying to think.
Well, Portillo moments are usually about somebody who's a big name not getting a seat.
Yeah, an incumbent,
This would be
yeah.
a reverse Portillo moment, an Olitrop.
And can you say how bad my memory is? Can you maybe just remind me what aspect of Farage and Clacton we were talking about?
I was thinking in terms of if Farage is one of those elected, and this is now into the realms of wild speculation because he hasn't managed it before, that is going to change the flavour of the Houses of Parliament, and it's going to be a much more demagogic place even than it currently is, I fear. And he'll never be off the telly. And it's a prospect that I'm not very happy about, I have to say.
So we've got news just in, which I'm literally just reading for the first time. So
Speedy Sunderland, is it?
yeah, it looks like we've got a result for Sunderland and South Houghton.
You can't read Linda's figures, can you?
It's a forgive me, but it's Labour 18,883, Reform 11,668. Conservative Party have got 5,514, and the Lib Dems on 2,290, and the Greens on, I think, 723.
So Reform have come second.
Now that's, of course, wasn't Sunderland one of the first to count in the Brexit poll as well, with 61% in favour of Brexit, and the ultimate expression of Brexit is Reform. And maybe that's still in there. But it's interesting. I mean, the Tories were never going to figure largely in Sunderland, but that's where that vote has gone.
And the Japanese car factories in Sunderland was, after Brexit happened, was quite a big topic as well, wasn't it?
Laden with irony, the whole thing.
So Labour looks like they've got a majority of about 6,500, 7,000 in Sunderland. Conservatives in third place. What do you think this means then if that's going to be replicated across the UK?
It won't be, because it's just not it's not an area where the Conservatives traditionally do well, even though there was the red wall or whatever in 2019 when Boris got his 80-seat majority.
Yeah.
But it's interesting though to see how.
Would that seem then that Reform have taken some votes from Labour as well then?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting one as well. I mean, maybe it's I hesitate to say it, but the xenophobic wing.
Well, Nigel Farage is the man of the people, isn't he? You know, he's salt of the earth, working class. You know, you go for a pint with him.
I wouldn't go for a pint. I wouldn't go for any of them.
Does that maybe partly explain why Labour voters might switch to Reform? I don't know.
Well, you know, you hear people saying things like, that man says it like it is. No, he doesn't. That man lies through his teeth and uses false figures and false statements and says anything at all that he thinks will appeal. But he seems to have that ability to make people think he's one of them. Maybe there are more who actually believe the things he does than we would like to admit.
What Reform is the really big application of new money into political parties. It's a limited company.
Because it's not a party
It
as
can
such.
afford to stand candidates in pretty well every seat in the UK. First time of asking. Probably it's 20 short. Certainly all 57 Scottish seats. I've got a Reform UK candidate. Mm-hmm. So, man of the people, he is not, and it is not. It's a big business party. Yeah. And it's, you know, it's the hard edge of right-wing politics. It's the hard edge of conservatism. I think there might be some movement between the two parties. I think some of the more right-wing conservatives, particularly if they don't get in, might be finding their way into Reform. This could be the start of a realignment on the right, and not one I'm particularly looking forward to. The whole window has shifted to the right, with Labour taking up that ground.
Well, yeah, because the Conservatives have very much moved to the right post-Cameron. So I find it all so distasteful and worrying. I find it really concerning.
And
The views that are expressed by people who profess to be reform and to be supporters of reform.
And yet they put it as if it sounds so reasonable. That is the trick, isn't it?
And I keep saying that we want to concentrate on Scottish seats tonight, and here we are, talking about Nigel Farage and Clacton. But before we leave him, we'll try to get back to Scottish issues. I don't know what you felt, but when I saw the lineup for last week's BBC Question Time, and there was Nigel Farage again, and
Yet again.
just before a general election. But I think they did get him in on purpose because Fiona Bruce, I don't know if you saw it.
I don't watch BBC anymore. It just annoys me so much.
Okay, well, Fiona Bruce tackled him really quite sternly on blatant racism, not even just
Good, glad to hear
innuendo, blatant racism and reform candidates. And she read out really quite a shocking list of things that people had said, and he said that he didn't know any of those people. It made me think, did Nigel Farage not realise that Reform was a racist party before he bought it? Or was he sold a pup?
Nigel Farage is a racist.
Yeah. He denied
Obviously,
it, of
don't
course.
wish to say anything actual. It's a matter of opinion, but I'm not out of sympathy with what Linda is saying here. If you look at his whole career and what is, even his school teachers wrote about him when he was at Dulwich College, there is an undercurrent there. But here's the thing about racism. If it's brought out by somebody that has for other reasons made you listen to them, it does get a hold. And Nigel Farage is by no means the same as Enoch Powell, who was a very sort of ascetic intellectual type. But I remember when Enoch Powell was saying things in the 1960s, and my grandfather, who was in no way himself a racist, said he says some interesting things. I was 8, so I didn't really understand how that was going. But looking back, this is the seductive thing about racist politics, that if you can find somebody who can enunciate them in a way that gets into people's heads,
Yes.
it stays there to an extent. And it's a problem. And the answer is, for all of us who believe the opposite of that, we've got to get just as good at conveying our message, that this is abhorrent and doesn't get us anywhere.
So, get back to Scotland then. We kept hearing all through the campaign that Labour, Keir Starmer kept saying it, that Labour needs Scotland. He said he wanted Scotland. I think, I don't know if you agree, tell me yes or no. I think the only reason that he needed or wanted Scotland was to validate his win, if that makes sense. If he can say that Scotland voted for Labour, then it's, he's got all the cards.
Well, it's also to stuff those who believe in independence. If he has, he and Anna Sarwar have won in Scotland, there's a few things that will happen. They will stamp hard on any idea of a democratic process allowing another independence vote. Not only that, they will start to further erode the powers of the Scottish Parliament. Sarwar has said a few things, about, really makes me angry, we should take some employment rights into Scotland and look at that. I don't believe he means that from him. I sat in the Smith Commission when they fought against it tooth and nail, when John Swinney and I were pushing for it. Yeah. For something that Labour are supposed to absolutely believe in.
If they're in control of it, that's the thing. Just wait there till Labour come and fix you.
Yes.
No, you can't fix yourself.
So,
know your place.
yeah,
We'll deal with that when we're ready.
I'm really worried. The Internal Market Act, eroded Scotland's powers and made it very, very clear that Westminster was sovereign in their eyes, and no matter what we did or said, they would decide because they're the important ones. I think it'll get worse.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier to Brian potentially direct funding of councils,
Absolutely.
direct funding even of the NHS.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there will be some people who get on board with that. Look what Labour are doing for us. And
Yes.
it just gets us deeper and deeper entrenched into the mess that we are in.
Yeah. You were also saying that you thought there was a possibility if Labour get a huge majority that they would sort of make Holyrood less powerful and kind of pitch it as if it is just a glorified council.
Well, it was Tony Blair who said
Yeah.
that Scottish Parliament was like a parish council. And I don't believe Labour have moved away from that view at all.
I don't think Tony Blair would have liked it when Alex Salmond started calling it the Scottish Government instead of
What a wonderful
Scottish
moment that
Executive.
was.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
that was an example of us deciding what the agenda is.
Yes.
And we don't do it nearly enough. And we're going to need to do it a hell of a lot now,
Yeah.
I suspect.
Yeah.
And we've only heard Sarwar's name mentioned once so far. I think you were the first to mention him, Linda. So what do you think about his campaign so far? Was there a Scottish Labour campaign even?
No. It was a Starmer campaign. It was a London Labour Starmer campaign that they all bought into because they reckoned that was the way to go. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I believe we're about to go live to in about 10 minutes we've got Jackie
We've got
Kemp.
10 minutes to fill. My God.
Oh, we can yap, can't we?
So sorry, Sarwar. I don't know if I interrupted you.
No, I don't think you didn't. I was just saying that I think it was a UK Labour campaign. It was all about Starmer. I think Sarwar was a bit of a bit player in it, but he was useful to be having a go at the SNP all the time. Though I have to say, I think John Swinney handled them beautifully all the way, both at First Minister's questions and any bits. As I said, I don't watch mainstream TV anymore, but bits that I saw online, I think John has handled it well. But no, I don't think for a minute that so-called Scottish Labour will kick against what happens in Westminster.
Not just now, because the long game is Holyrood 2026,
Yes.
and then you've got Labour in Edinburgh and Labour in London.
That's what they're
Curiously
looking
enough,
for.
the same as they had for the first few years of devolution.
But what's interesting, both Jack McConnell and Henry McLeish kicked against London Labour.
I wonder if
free
Anna
personal care.
Sarwar will, once that's happened, if it happens,
Yeah.
which I hope it doesn't, but never mind,
Yeah.
then I think maybe they'll start actually to recognise the limits of devolution and to feel affected by them and to try and
because
hit back.
what was happening to Jack McConnell Jack McConnell more, not so much Henry McLeish. I'll give the guy his due. He really pushed for free personal care, and the entire Parliament agreed with it. And he had a hard time through it, and there was money kept back from the Scottish Parliament because of it, even from his own government down south. Attendance allowance funding and things was held back. Scottish money was held back because Scotland made a decision on free personal care. But when it came to Jack McConnell, Jack pushed very hard for the Fresh Talent Initiative. And I know he fought for that, and he got it, and it was a good initiative that we agreed with. But Jack started to come undone because there was a big kickback about the way asylum seekers were getting treated in Scotland, not allowed to work and everything else. Dawn raids, you may remember, and McConnell came out against this. And he promised, remember the Glasgow girls?
Yes.
Well, McConnell promised the Glasgow girls, and he meant it. I don't doubt for a minute he meant it. He would get dawn raids stopped. And he was put back in his box. And so if you ended up with that scenario, when they realise that the public are against what they're doing, and it's the public against Westminster, that's when the divisions start to happen.
Yeah, and in case yours are wondering, you're looking at interspersed live pictures by our folk in Glasgow, at the count in Glasgow. So it is looking pretty hectic there, I must admit, a lot of counting going on. And now I've forgotten what I was going to move on to. Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about something that I was asking William earlier on. And so I don't know if you noticed that there was so Labour, Keir Starmer had 6 first steps for Labour in the campaign in the run up to the election, but there was 2 sets. What the English first steps were different to the Scottish first steps.
Oh right, I wasn't aware of that. I missed that.
I busked the answer. So.
Oh well, I'm just being honest. I have no idea what you're talking about, Brian.
Well, in England, the 6 first steps were to deliver economic stability, to cut NHS waiting times, to launch a new border security command, to set up the Great British Energy Company, to crack down on antisocial behaviour and recruit 6,500 new teachers. I don't know if you can hold that in your mind. Whereas in Scotland, the first one was the same, to deliver economic stability. Second one is the same, as to cut NHS waiting times. But instead of launching a new border security in Scotland, they were going to set up the British Energy Company, so that was higher up the list. And instead of setting up the Great British Energy Company in Scotland, they were going to make work pay. I don't know if you might want to talk about whether there were any health sector workers, strikers in Scotland.
That's right, yeah.
Train strikes and the like. Number 5 in Scotland was to create jobs and opportunities for young people. And number 6 was to maximise Scotland's influence.
Oh, really?
So,
Through the Scotland office, no doubt.
well, yeah, I think you're right. I think I have heard Keir Starmer say that
They're
he is going to
strengthen
use
the
it.
Scotland office, yes.
Yeah, they're going to use it the same way that the
And that's
Tories
back
are.
exactly to what William was talking about. You know, that's about eroding the powers of the Scottish Parliament by, you know, taking things that should be devolved to the Scottish Parliament and saying, no, we'll just do it direct. That's what that's about. That's about the power grab.
The one that struck me was the NHS one.
It's
How's
a
that
devolved matter.
Yeah. So what's that going to... Are we going to actually be giving money to health boards directly from Westminster? And what does that do to everything?
Well, if they're pumping money into the health service in England and Wales, we should get consequentials. But it doesn't seem to tie in with what they're saying about, you know, maintaining expenditure as it is. So
Maybe it's some of Wes Streeting's private money.
I was just about to mention Wes Streeting, hasn't he said that he's
We
going to
presume
hold...
Wes will get in, of course.
Yeah, I imagine so.
I was listening to him getting interviewed actually on the way in, and he must be trying really, really hard to be humble, because I've never heard him so humble. I know.
I'm
He
thinking
was-
of his brain exploding if
He
he
was
does
being
that.
he was being very humble, and I thought, oh my goodness, you've been getting coached not to be triumphal.
Because he does wear triumphalism very well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hasn't he said that he's going to hold the door open to privatisation? He
Yes.
doesn't in the NHS in England.
Yes.
And I think John Swinney has said that he's going to prevent privatisation in the NHS in Scotland.
That's
So
going to be
how
an
does that
interesting one,
square?
though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
because that effect, you know, if the Barnett consequentials come through public expenditure, it's a real issue, a real problem.
Yes. We would be forced, basically, to start privatising the Scottish NHS simply by the drying up of funds. Unless we do something as a nation before then.
Yes, so
And we've got a good record in this stuff. Remember, we took the Golden Jubilee into the health service from private. You know, sometimes I wonder if we don't shout enough about the things we have done.
But how do we shout about it when it's the perennial question,
Yeah.
the media that suffocates the good stories and amplifies the bad stories. And we've seen many examples of that during this campaign alone.
No, but things like I think sometimes we suffer a bit from lack of corporate memory, if you like. You know, why when we're talking about privatisation of the health service are we not saying things like, we're totally opposed to that, that's why we took the Golden Jubilee in, you know?
Yep.
I sometimes wonder that maybe we could do it a bit better.
and just the fact that those 6 first steps are different between Scotland and England. Just why? You know, again, it's a Westminster election.
Aye.
Um,
Well, that's to make Mr. Sarwar feel quite special.
So we've got some more results.
I think it might be Sunderland South again, but you've also got...
Basildon.
Basildon looks a bit blank, but there's something under there.
Yeah.
Keep
Live.
getting these bits of papers
it's
past
like
us,
opening
great.
presents,
I
isn't it?
know.
Well, what's this one?
Know what we could do? We could not let Brian see them.
That'd be fascinating. We could have a game where Brian has to guess what the numbers are.
For viewers at home, the results come this way towards me.
It's a little mechanical
It's like pass
railway
the
that's
parcel.
under the table here.
Yeah, and then the music stops. So Blyth and Ashington
Oh.
is the next I don't even know where that is. So Labour
North.
are on
Yeah,
20,030. Reform are second on 10,857. So a big majority for Labour, almost 10,000 majority. Conservatives are on 6,121, and the Greens are on 1,960. Other parties gathered 1,433.
2 comments. When you total everything up, it's actually not that big a win for Labour. The other parties combined are on about 18 or 19,000.
Do we know what the swing?
Don't have the
We
swing.
don't. But the other interesting thing is, north of England, okay, not enough for a pattern yet, but Reform are doing well in the north of
They're
England.
doing
And
too well, yeah.
it's going to be very interesting to see, in percentage terms overall, how Reform do. Because first past the post system, you could be second in every seat and get a big percentage.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah.
is there any sign that Starmer is going to reform first past the post when he gets in?
He's not going to do that. Because
No,
it's
not
worked
if he's
for
getting
him.
these results, yeah.
Why change it? I mean, basically, why lock yourself out of absolute
Well, you
power?
remember when, gosh, how long ago was it? However long ago it was, when there was the Lib Dem Tory coalition, and that was one of the deals. It was one of the deals was voter reform.
Yes.
Now, the Labour candidates were going round in Scotland. Well, there was a few things they were doing. Some of them just weren't campaigning at all. Others were going round actively against it, telling people to vote against it. And if I remember clearly, that was a very low turnout for that.
It was.
Yes.
For my money, I was down in England at the time. I talked to people in the hub about it these days, and they don't even remember that it
Well, people
happened.
don't. When was that? Was
2011.
2011.
It was just after. It was the price of the coalition. But it's a classic example of how the establishment smothers these things, and I'm sure there was collusion between Labour and the Tories. And what they chose to offer was probably about as bad a form of proportional
Well, that's
representation as you could get, AV.
Yeah. And, but they didn't want it. Labour did not want it.
They campaigned with 3 hands tied behind their
Yes.
back, and the
Yes.
turnout was rubbish, and it didn't get in. And then the story is, well, you've had your say on proportional representation. You obviously want first past the post.
There was something else going on at the same time, William.
Was it?
There was 2
mayors?
votes going on at the same time.
Was it for regional mayors maybe or something like that? It was,
Oh, could have been.
no.
Wouldn't it have been in Scotland, though?
No.
No, they were just in.
Was there something else just going on in Scotland at the time, maybe?
Oh, it seems a long time ago now.
Perhaps our
can't
viewers
remember.
could text in
Yes,
when they find out what it
There
was.
was
Or maybe
something else.
maybe Jackie Kemp, if she's listening, she might know the
Oh,
answer
she'll
because
know.
Yeah,
she's
Jackie
going to be
will know.
joining
There
us shortly.
was-
We've been talking about turnout. 51% was the
Right.
turnout for Sutherland South. How does that rate for general elections? Is that
That's low.
That's low. I don't know if it's low for Sunderland.
Yeah.
Sunderland's always quick, and it should be roughly the same size as other constituencies, so maybe it's got one of the lower turnouts.
Because that was one of the interesting exchanges. There was a Conservative MP, Mel Stride, said that, let's admit it, Labour's going to have a massive landslide, possibly the biggest ever in UK political history. And Rishi Sunak said, well, no, we're still going to try and do our best. But Starmer then said that he felt that the Conservatives were saying that to kind of stop people bothering to turn out and vote. Has it worked?
We
Too
don't
soon
know.
to tell.
We don't know. It's interesting, though, always the parties that are the beneficiaries of the landslides, because I heard similar discussions the other way in 1983 when Mrs. Thatcher won 143 seat majority against a completely split opposition. And first past the post is fine because it gives you strong government. So does dictatorship, it might be added.
Well, yeah.
So it's not really a valid argument. But if both of the major parties are from time to time beneficiaries of the first past the post system.
Of course they are.
And it's almost like, Oceania and Eurasia and Orwell's, they wax and wane.
It's all part of the
It's-
game. Yeah.
Oh, it is a game. We need to break out of the game.
Yeah, so Jackie Kemp is waiting for us,
Good.
and so we should go to her and find out.
Here she is.
Good evening, Jackie. How are you? Oh, I think Jackie has frozen. Not literally, just.
We'll just do the technical stuff in the background here.
Yeah. So those, harking back to those first 6 points again, we talked quite a bit about the NHS features on both. Another point that features on both lists was the GB Energy Company.
Aye, I'm still trying to get a handle on what it actually is.
The GB Investment Company, that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's generating nothing, and they keep lying that it will generate stuff.
Yeah, and didn't both Anna Sarwar and Keir Starmer say that it would be registered in Scotland? But as
Yes.
far
They
as
said it would be headquartered in Scotland. We shall see.
registered in Scotland,
Maybe get a wee brass plate
and-
somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, apparently it's
That'd be
been
nice. Eh?
Forgive my cynicism. At the age of 64, I've heard this sort of stuff before.
Well-
It may be, but if it is, it'll be something say, "Oh, you'll lose this if you become independent."
No,
So-
I know where it is registered. So not where the office is, but where it's registered as a company, and it's registered as a company in Wales.
Is it? No.
Is it?
Yes. So
So has he made the same promise to Wales?
well, this is it. I think there's a good chance it could well be somewhere else in the UK apart from Scotland.
Maybe it'll be another branch office we get in Scotland, same as the Labour Party has.
Or it'll be connected to the Scottish office, and maybe. We were hoping to get Hugh Marshall on. I don't know if. Okay. So Jackie's trying to reconnect and to get a better line. So hopefully we'll get to.
Oh, Jackie's back.
Jackie's back in the room. Jackie, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Jackie. How are you doing?
Hello, hi.
Where are you calling us from?
I'm actually in the Highlands.
Okay, and you weren't able to actually get to account, but
No,
are
I
you're watching
wasn't
it
able.
live online? Is that right?
Ah.
I think Jackie's had a better offer. So,
She'll be back.
she will. Yeah, GB Energy. Let's see. It's
You know what it reminds me of? Remember Brit Oil?
Yeah.
BNOC.
Yeah.
It started out as
that was
British
based in
National
Scotland,
Oil
wasn't it?
Corporation.
That's right.
And then it became Brit Oil. But at least they actually did have a huge big office, and it was in Glasgow.
And it was in Glasgow.
Uh-huh.
Then they
Yeah.
flogged it.
Yeah. But it was there
Well,
for a good few years.
the
And
Tories flogged
employed a lot of people. Yeah, then they flogged it. Aye.
So, do you think the same will happen again with Scotland's renewable resources?
Well, I don't know if they'll actually have people working in Scotland and create jobs, investment company.
What's their attitude to renewables going to be? Would they regard nuclear power as renewable?
Yes, they do.
It's particularly handy, nuclear power, isn't it? Because it's the longest term, most expensive way of doing it.
Well,
so
yes.
obviously that's what they would choose.
Yeah. And there's so many myths about nuclear power around, about how it's so cheap and all the rest of it, and they never taken the bigger picture. And
Like the decommissioning.
the decommissioning.
And the
I mean,
nuclear waste.
my goodness.
It's incredible, really, isn't it?
yeah.
But I'm thinking maybe trying to get back to Scotland in this election. So what about smaller parties? Have either of you come across the ISP?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me,
Colette Walker.
I'm really bad. Oh gosh, yes.
Yes.
I'm really bad with acronyms, I have to say. It takes me all my time to remember the SNP. but what does it stand for?
Independence for Scotland Party, the ISP. And my understanding is it's a kind of a splinter group from ALBA.
No. It
No, they
was
started-
it was
they were
there
earlier
long
than
before
them.
Alba.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The closest thing to splinter group, there was another group called AIM or something like that. But
Chick
no,
Brodie was involved in one.
Yeah, but ISP, by my recollection, was one of the first non-SNP independence parties to form. Mm-hmm. But it's never really grown
In
beyond.
fact, Colette herself
Walker.
was standing in Eastwood, I think.
That's right. I couldn't remember where, but you're
I
probably
think
right.
it's
If it's
East-
still called
Or
that,
East Wren.
it'll be
East
East
Wren.
Wren. It's called
East
now,
Wren,
isn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Which actually is a very interesting seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, she defected from Alba recently, and she is standing
So
in
they
East,
joined
East
up. And
Renfrew.
they went,
Yeah, they may have
and there's
done,
a
yeah.
couple of independents who left Alaba as well. In fact, somebody standing in Grangemouth area, one of the Falkirk ones who left Alaba.
Eva Comrie is
Eva
standing
Comrie,
in
yeah,
Allen
she was from
Grangemouth.
your patch, eh?
No, my patch, Sally Hughes is standing. Sally is standing in Perth and Kinrossshire.
Yeah, right.
She's had lots of fun with the Royal Mail, of course, who she had 50,000 leaflets printed at her own expense, and she gets the mailing that everybody gets. And the Royal Mail saw fit to deliver her leaflets to the old constituency. So a whole bunch of them appeared external to the constituency. The same happened to Pete Wishart, but Pete, of course, had the party machinery to get round that. It severely affected Sally's campaign. But these people have popped up, and there's, I think, David Henry as well, somewhere in Edinburgh.
I've heard that name, yes.
And they're an interesting feature, not so much for this, because, hey, first past the post, an independent has virtually zero chance. Just in passing, I would say that my belief is that they're not a particular threat to the SNP, because the people who would vote for the independents have probably given up the thought that they'll vote for the SNP in the first place. Yeah. So what they might do is encourage people to vote who wouldn't otherwise have voted. And I think that's a good thing to be doing. But what I'd like to see is how that movement, if it is a movement, develops into the 2026 election, whether there's any scope for there to be independence there.
When I think back, the only... I think that independents only do really well if there's a particular local issue that affects the whole constituency.
Yeah, by-elections particularly.
Like 2003 election, the Scottish Parliament was a strange one. Jean, she stood on the Don't Close Stop Hill Hospital ticket and got elected for one term. Yeah. Other than, it's very unusual. Other than that, Dennis Canavan got elected as an independent, but that was because Labour dumped him. He was a popular MP, and then he wasn't allowed to stay. They dumped him for the Scottish Parliament, so there was a huge deal of unrest in his constituency, and it wasn't so far away from the vote that people forgot. And Dennis got elected. We haven't had an independent elected since the 2003 election.
Quite a few independents of
except
various
in the regional
sorts.
List.
Yeah. But the potential is there if it happened in 2003. And I think that would be an interesting development, because one of the things that has got to be coming out of tonight, if the exit poll is true, is that there is a clear divide between the SNP and the whole of the independence movement. And it's the whole of the independence movement that's got to get its act together and start cooperating and start being efficient and getting stuff done, because we've been waiting so long for that to happen.
Yeah, and as you say, independence is still at roughly, plus or minus 50% in the polls, and consistently so for quite a while.
And one of the things, we can say these things, but one of the things I've found difficult, and I got it from a few folk in the doors this time around, who were, I believe in independence, but the SNP doesn't anymore. And I just find that so blooming insulting to the thousands of activists we have that have given their lives to the pursuit of independence for Scotland. I think, where do these people get off with that nonsense, So I think there's a...
You wonder what source their news is.
There has to be movement on both sides. It's not all about the SNP. It's about others recognising that you might not actually agree with everything the SNP does, but don't tell us we don't believe in independence, And can we not get together and get independence and then have the arguments about all the different things that people come up with?
I think
start being grown up about this.
Absolutely going to have to learn to cooperate with people that we disagree with on several fronts.
Absolutely.
As long as we're in sync on the main front. And in terms of the relationship between the SNP and the rest of the movement, for a time, the rest of the movement is probably going to have to carry the SNP along while it recovers. And that's perfectly valid.
Yeah. And I suppose if you look at where Labour was after Jeremy Corbyn lost the general election and where they are now...
It's quite amazing how quickly they've come back, actually.
Yeah. But sticking on the smaller parties in Scotland, and we're talking about ISP, and you mentioned Colette Walker, who defected from Alba, standing in East Renfrew. So she's up against Kirsten Oswald for the SNP.
Yeah.
And just a couple of things about that seat or that constituency. So it's not had any boundary changes. Until 1997, it was considered the safest Tory seat in Scotland. Very affluent, large Jewish population. Apparently, almost half of all the Jewish people in Scotland live there. In 1997, Tony Blair's landslide was when it turned to Labour. It was won by Jim Murphy,
Yeah.
who later became Scottish Labour leader. Murphy lost to Kirsten Oswald in the SNP's 2015 landslide, and it was considered a safe Labour seat before the SNP won it. So, yeah, the other people standing there, Sandesh Gulhani is standing for the Tories there.
You know, it was lost to Kirsten in 2017.
I think I might have that
Yeah,
here. She won it back again
She
in
won it back in
2019.
2019. I
You're
can't
right.
remember who won in 2017.
I haven't made a note of who she lost to, sadly. Was it Tory?
I can't remember.
Is that also the seat where Blair McDougall is standing?
He's standing, yes.
I was
uh-huh.
going to
So
come to
that
that. Yeah.
is
It's an interesting seat.
In a
That's
way,
a very interesting one.
it's a
yeah.
crunch seat, isn't it? The Motormouth Doctor versus Better Together, Mr. Better Together, and Colette Walker and Kirsten Oswald.
Yeah, and of course it voted to stay in the UK in the EU referendum, and it voted to stay in the UK in the independence referendum. But I believe Jackie is...
Oh, third time lucky
Jackie
with
on our
Jack.
door again. Hello, Jackie. Hello, you look different. How are you?
Hi.
Tell us about what you've
Can
been...
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Can you
Yes,
hear me
we
now?
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great.
Tell
Great.
us
Well,
what
that's
you've
good. I
been
moved-
looking at, what you've been finding out.
Yeah, you're on there was some kind of delay. It's a pretty wild night here. So I came out to the studio.
Yes, carry on. Can you hear us, Jackie?
I can hear you fine. Yeah. Yeah.
So what have you found out for us?
Well, yes, I can hear you. I'm in the Highlands. There are two.
I'm just waiting to hear from.
I think we've got some crossed wires. It's like the olden days when you had to share telephone lines, Jackie.
Is it something to do with my internet or?
I think there's a bit of a delay.
thing, or-
Just we'll be quiet and listen to you. What do you have to say?
Okay. There are two seats here, two really big seats, with the new boundaries. There's one sort of Inverness, from Inverness all the way over to Skye, and then one Caithness up the Sutherland, and they're both straight battles between the SNP and the Lib Dems. And it's quite hard to call. I would have thought that the SNP had quite a good chance in both of them. Drew Henry is the current incumbent for the Inverness seat, and he had a big majority last time. Is the contestant is a Lib Dem who is actually Angus MacDonald. He's quite a wee Tory, to be honest. He gave money to the Tories. He was pro Brexit. He donated £15,000 or something to Boris Johnson's Tories party. But he's well known locally. He's got a cinema in Fort William, and he's been campaigning very hard for months. So we'll see. I mean, I'm hoping that Drew will hold on because he's done a good job. He's very good on energy. That's a big energy is a big election issue here because fuel poverty is a huge problem in the Highlands. People don't have access to the gas network, and so it's very expensive to heat your home with electricity. In Caithness, there's also a very strong SNP candidate. I think that's predicted to be hold for the Lib Dems. But the SNP candidate, whose name is Lucy Beattie, is a local woman. Well, she's lived there for a long time, and has children in school. She's a farmer, or she used to be a farmer, and is popular, I think.
And Jackie, have you had many activists chapping on your door asking for your vote?
Well, the guy, the Lib Dem candidate came around actually. He had a hustings in Turton, and I said I couldn't attend. Um, but I would speak to him on the phone, and someone brought him round to my house, so I had a wee chat to him. And
And you're
I mean, he's a
watching.
personable guy, and he's been working hard. But I mean, he's not going to get my vote because of the Brexit Tory donation problems.
And have you had a chance to speak to many of your friends or neighbours or relatives and how they're going to vote? Have you any idea about how you think that seat might turn out?
Yeah, I think there are. Um, I think there are quite a lot of people. There's a lot of posters for the SNP. I think it's probably these constituencies are so huge, and the urban areas have much more people. So, like how this rural area, I imagine it's quite strongly SNP. I think, but it's hard to say what's happening in Inverness. And I know the Lib Dems have been doing a lot of work there. In the other constituency, I think that is quite strong SNP areas. So I think it's just they're so massive. I think they're too big, really. I mean, I know that the idea is that each constituency is going to have the same number of people in it, but I just don't think that really works in the Highlands.
Yeah,
It's a
if you
2 hour
compare,
drive.
yeah, if you compare them to European countries, then it is absolutely enormous. I'm just wondering if either William or Linda have got something that they might like to ask you. No?
I mean, an observation to agree that I'm not really in favour of huge, massive constituencies that you construct on the basis that you're trying to equalise populations, because a constituency is about more than the people in it. So it makes it difficult really to pull together, and indeed difficult to predict when you get these massive constituencies with the changes. Just really that observation, which Jackie had already made, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I often wonder just how those who are elected in these areas can truly give a service to
Yeah.
all these communities, because it's impossible to get around these massive areas with any degree of regularity.
And then, of course, you're far away from your workplace in Westminster as well.
Yeah,
So
all
you've
of
got
that,
this
and you
huge-
end up concentrating on the larger population centres.
Inevitably.
Yes, yes.
Jackie, is there anything else that you'd like to say that you haven't had a chance to say yet? What do you think? Have you seen the exit poll? I think we've lost Jackie again. We'll
Well,
ask her about the exit poll when we see her next.
I think pretty well everybody will have seen the exit poll by now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes. Ipsos Mori in June, so quite a while ago, had predicted the Tories to lose all 7 Scottish seats, including Douglas Ross. So they put SNP and Labour neck and neck on 36%. So that's a while ago now. Me and William spoke about the Savanta poll, the last Scotland-only poll, and it didn't match the exit poll at all, and because it put SNP and Labour pretty much neck and neck.
See you talking, Brian, about losing all the Tory seats. I remember in '97 when Scotland became Tory free, and Wales as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember sitting up all night for that one.
Yeah.
My wife went to bed, but I left a wee note for her downstairs saying that the Tories had achieved in Scotland 0, not a sausage, forgive my language, bugger all.
Do you know what my abiding memory of it is? I was up in Perth because I was campaigning for Rosanna Cunningham, and Rosanna had won the Perth by-election in '95. And I remember all the activists and everything after polls closed. We were sitting in the famous Salutation Hotel, watching the Tories go one by one. And Rosanna and John came into the room, both having won, with their hands held aloft, holding hands, and walked in. And nobody noticed them because it was that Portillo moment.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody was cheering because Michael Portillo had gone. And nobody noticed John and Rosanna coming into the room.
Wouldn't normally happen, but there you are. Whether they'll lose them all today or have lost them all today, I'm not quite sure yet. I think there's a fair chance Douglas Ross might well lose for reasons of the way he got into that candidacy. The harder one to winkle out would always be somebody like David Mundell down in the borders.
Yeah. I heard Douglas Ross's campaign being described as the worst ever in history.
I suspect he had no activists after what he did.
Yeah. We've got Hugh Marshall lined up to have a chat to from Wales.
Good.
Hugh, how are you? Can you hear me there? No, we've lost the sound to Hugh. Hugh, are you muted? Can you? He looks as if he's trying.
Looking to the sky.
Just while we're waiting for Hugh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Hugh. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
We're good here.
So,
we're in the studio with William Duguid and Linda Fabiani, who I'm guessing you've probably shared a platform with them here on Broadcasting Scotland.
I'm sure I have.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that you've seen the exit poll. Is there anything that you've gleaned from there about the situation in Wales? I don't see Plaid Cymru mentioned.
I do. 4 of them.
4?
Yeah, well, the exit poll is showing that Plaid Cymru are going to get 4 seats. So, as you're aware, as has happened in Scotland, there's been a change in the number of seats. We've gone down from 40 down to 32. And one of the main parties that were affected by that was Plaid Cymru. So some of the seats in their heartlands were lost. So basically they were going from 4 down to 2. So it looks like Arfon, which has now got Meirionydd Dwyfor in, so 2 seats that were Plaid and have sort of merged to become 1. Looks like they're going to hold on to that one. Ceredigion, Ben Lake, again, that was a Lib Dem stronghold for years, but it looks like Plaid are going to hold that one. But it looks like potentially Ynys Môn, Anglesey, is a seat that's alternated between Labour, the Conservatives currently, and Plaid Cymru in the past. I'm sure it's been Liberal at one point as well. So they're hopeful of taking Ynys Môn from the Conservatives, and the new seat of Caerfyrddin. Again, they're hopeful of taking that seat, although Labour have been, it's been interesting in Wales seeing how Labour have campaigned. They've basically been doing sort of little campaigning in their safe seats and sending people out to their to target seats. So Caerfyrddin is one, and Ynys Môn is the other. So they haven't just been focusing on winning over Conservative seats. They've been targeting seats that Plaid have been hopeful of. But I think it is quite interesting because with the exit polls, and I think the BBC especially have been giving a health warning on that one, where basically the sample size isn't big enough. Because I think at the last exit poll in 2019, it suggested the SNP would get 55 seats, and I think they ended up with 48. So they got that one, and I think Plaid were on 2, and they ended up with 4. So yes, I think there has to be sort of a health warning, but I don't know what you're hearing up there from Counts, as because the SNP suggesting they're going down to 10. I would be surprised if it was that lower number. And Plaid, if they get 4, it's going to be a very good night for them. But it's clear in Wales that the Conservatives potentially are going to be wiped out in Wales. Lib Dem may get 1 or 2 seats that were Conservatives. Because remember, in Wales, we have Craig Williams, who was the first of the Tories when the betting scandal broke. So Craig Williams was a parliamentary secretary to Rishi Sunak, so he was obviously part of the inner sanctum, and he rather foolishly admitted to having a flutter on the date of the timing of the election, and is now subject to an inquiry. So the Conservatives withdrew their support for him, and he was one of the ones who was seen to be holding on to that seat. David T.C. Davis, who was the Welsh secretary, it looks like he could be potentially losing a seat, and Simon Hart, the chief whip, looks like he could be losing his seat. So yeah, it's going to be interesting in Wales. It's clear there's going to be a big night for Labour, but it's going to be interesting to see, especially in the South Wales valleys, where a third of the Welsh population live, how Reform do, because it does look like they're going to be sort of pushing sort of 15-20% in some of those seats, and obviously in those seats, they're seats that the Conservatives have never really had much of a presence. So it's clear that Reform in those areas are taking votes off Labour. So yeah, an interesting night ahead of us.
Thank you, Hugh. We've been chatting here in the studio, me, William, and Linda, about Keir Starmer's relationship with the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar. What's Starmer's relationship like with the leader of the Labour Party in Wales?
Yeah, well, Vaughan Gething was, because we had Mark Drakeford, who was First Minister, who announced 5 years ago that he wasn't going to be leader of the Labour Party in Wales, and therefore First Minister for the next Senedd elections, which I think are the same time as Holyrood in May 2026, 671 days from tomorrow, if you want to be, or actually from today, just noticed it's Friday. So Vaughan Gething was very much seen as Starmerite, whereas Drakeford was actually quite close to Corbyn. He was a supporter of Corbyn, and he was quite progressive in his political outlook. So Vaughan Gething has been trying to sort of portray himself as close to Starmer, but obviously at the moment he's mired in controversy. He's been leader of Welsh Labour and First Minister for just over 100 days now, and he's already faced the vote of no confidence that he lost, but decided to ignore. It's interesting that when Labour have a vote of no confidence up in Scotland, it has to be listened to, but not when it happens in Wales, obviously. So basically Vaughan Gething, I don't know if you saw, there was a programme on Channel 4 showing a company, an environmental company, who'd been dumping waste, and the guy who ran that company has been convicted twice of breaking the law in relation to sort of environmental matters. Well, that guy gave Vaughan Gething £200,000 towards his campaign to become First Minister, which is a big chunk of money, and allowed Gething to, employ a full-time team to canvass on his behalf. Clearly, a lot of people are unhappy about that donation. Vaughan Gething has stated quite correctly that he hasn't broken any laws, but a lot of people are questioning his judgment and the fact that he hasn't shown any contrition or apologised for that. And what was interesting in the opinion polls in Wales ahead of this election, it did show that Labour, their support was substantial, with Conservative votes collapsing, Reform doing well, Plaid Cymru doing okay, sort of 1%, sort of 11 percentage points, something like that, for the general election poll. So it looks like the Vaughan Gething situation isn't cutting through on the doorstep on the general election. People are just seeing it as Starmer, vote for change. In the polling for the Senedd election, which is conducted at the same time, it was a very, very different story. It shows that Labour are down, Plaid Cymru are up substantially, and Reform were performing well in that one. Whether that carries on after the election, it'll be interesting to see. But usually when you get polls at the time of something like a general election, when obviously Labour and Starmer are getting the positive attention, it usually bodes well across the board. So the fact that that isn't transferring necessarily for the Senedd elections is going to be interesting, because it looks from the Senedd is expanding from 60 to 96 members at the next Senedd election. So it looks like, whereas in the past the system we had have always sort of left Labour with half the seats, and usually co-opting somebody from the Lib Dems. We had a defection from Plaid Cymru to somebody who became an independent, David Ellis Thomas, who then became a cabinet member with Labour to support them. But it looks like on the present polling, they're going to be very, very short of a mandate, and potentially 2 years' time would Plaid be able to challenge them for to become the biggest party. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be interesting, whatever the results is tonight, especially from Scotland's point of view. In 671 days, it's going to be an election based on Starmer's performance and his promises to Wales and Scotland about change. And if he hasn't delivered any change, I think they're going to face a backlash. Because what I'm sensing is a lot of people voting Labour for change. I'm seeing a lot of people who are voting Labour without much enthusiasm for what Starmer is putting forward. So, yeah, interesting times ahead.
Up to you, but we've got somebody lined up, Len Reynolds, SNP, was the SNP MP for West Kincardine. Do you mind if we cut to Mr. Reynolds, and we'll come back to you, I promise. Hello, Mr. Reynolds. Can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Reynolds, can you hear me?
Hello?
I think there's a disconnect between the sound and the... Oh, hello, Douglas. Douglas, hello there.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we're over to you.
Okay, thank you. Hello again from Aberdeen. I have with me now Glenn Reynolds, who's the candidate for Kincardine and West Aberdeen, which is one of the truly marginals. It was won by the Conservative incumbent Andrew Bowie in 2019 with, I think, a 1.6% majority. And everyone I've asked from every party has said it's very close. Is that also your impression, Glenn?
Yes, it is. What's completely obvious is that the idea of it being maybe a 1% difference is seemingly playing out. It's still early hours, so we'll see how the evening progresses or the morning progresses, but that narrative is certainly there. There are certain areas where clearly already we're doing very well, so we're very positive and very upbeat in terms of our prospects here. But where there's no complacency, there's no room for complacency. This is on a knife edge, and I think that's going to be the case right until the end of the night.
I'm interested to know, obviously looking at the exit polls from across the country, that it was a case of get the Tories out. But every party I've spoken to, and not just in your constituency, but throughout the North East, has said that local issues have played a huge part in their campaigning. Was that something you found also during the campaign?
Yeah, I mean, the dynamic here, especially in West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, has been very significantly focused around oil and gas and energy and the just transition. So that's underplayed a lot of the discussions that have taken place on the doorsteps, and that alongside the cost of living and NHS. But essentially, at the soul of the Scottish political dynamic, as it were, is very much being played out in the North East at the moment in terms of the future of energy and the oil and gas transition and into renewables. So the narrative has been very different. It's very different from down south, and the North East has a very distinct political dynamic, because obviously this is a two-horse race essentially between the SNP and the Tories. And in certain areas we're manifestingly doing really well, and as I said earlier, other areas not quite so well. But a lot of this is quite predictable. We've worked extremely hard for several months now, and the real question is the extent to which reform is playing a part up here as well. We can see that in some of the ballot papers that have already come in. Reform are having an impact on the Tory vote. Obviously there have been challenges in relation to the SNP, there's been no shying away from that, and obviously the implosion of the Tory party, which filters up to the northeast of Scotland, but there's all to play for.
Thank you very much for that, Glenn. We will have quite a long time to wait until 5 o'clock in the morning until the results come through. But if we have anything else, we'll certainly get back to you in the studio. But for now, goodbye from Aberdeen.
Oh, there we are. Oh gosh, I'm in the spotlight all of a sudden. Well, that was interesting. What was getting said.
A fair analysis of how things are up in Aberdeen, how they've been turned on their heads by the implosion of the Tories, which is really the thing that leads to everything else tonight. Mm-hmm. And there'll be a lot of question marks going on up there.
Well, I think that'll apply right across the whole northeast. It'll be interesting to see what the results are when they come out. And again, the number of votes, as well as that, first past the post system that matters so much.
I was quite interested in something Hugh Marshall was saying, though, where it seems certainly the BBC have been calling into question a little bit the exit poll. And I hadn't realised, I couldn't remember when I was sort of thinking back what they had originally predicted the SNP would do in 2019, and I hadn't realised that it had been 55 and that it then went down to 48. I did remember that they got the exit numbers exactly right in 2017 when they said 35, and they overestimated the SNP slightly in even 2015 when they said 58 to start with. I remember that 58 coming up. So in this sort of thing where a small percentage makes all the difference, I don't want to sort of put out strands of hope and do a Paddy Ashdown hat-eating thing.
I know.
But it's possible that it may not be quite as dire as it seems.
Yeah, yes. Well, as we've always said, you never know until all the results are finally in. But I'll tell you, John Curtis is very good at being almost spot on with what he comes up with, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know who he's commentating for this evening, if it's the BBC or ITV.
It's he and his colleagues who've come up with the exit poll. This is the thing they do.
Is he involved in that?
Every year they sequester themselves from about 11 a.m. At the polling station when I went, there were a couple of Ipsos guys in yellow fluorescent jackets. They didn't ask
who they were? I thought it was a bin men.
You thought it was the security guys. No, they had Ipsos on. And maybe they do lots of things. Maybe they're sort of multi-talented company, but I think they were probably tasked with sampling, so I didn't get sampled. I think you get to refill out your your ballot, only it's a
Yes,
it's a
that's
fake
what
one.
they do,
It's
yes.
remember how you voted, that one thing. So they've been doing that all over the country, and that's what enables them to home in on every seat as
Yeah.
how they expect it to go.
But do they do it? I mean, many constituencies, do they do it?
I would not be at all surprised if they did every single one.
You think they might do every single
It's the
one?
only way to get an exit poll that
Yeah.
really is likely to be in the ballpark of being accurate. And it's something that they've become famed for. Although I'm bearing in mind the fact that the SNP have not always been right. It's far, far, far better than they used to do maybe 30 or more years ago.
Yes.
If you will recall, in 1992, we were told at 10 o'clock that it was going to be a hung parliament, and that was going to be the end of John Major.
Was that? Yes, that's right. And he actually looked quite surprised, if I remember correctly,
Yes, possibly horrified if he had any
when he
inkling of
realised that
what was
he'd
coming.
got through. Yes, I do. What was it? Who was it that said fairly recently in an election that they would eat their hat if the election?
That was Paddy
polls-
Ashdown.
Was that the Paddy Ashdown?
I believe somebody gave him a chocolate hat the following day.
He said he would eat
actually
his hat if the
tuck
exit
into.
poll was correct. Yes. Oh well.
We can now welcome back Mr. Brian Liddy.
Back into the fray, yes. What did I miss? What were you chatting
We just
about
had an inconsequential discussion about exit polls. I was picking up
Yeah.
on Hugh's analysis that the BBC was just putting a few indications out that don't absolutely take it on trust. But I think the general direction of it is for sure. So it's...
I think Hugh might still be with us after we cut to
go fishing for him if you like.
Aberdeen. So, Hugh, are you still there? Oh, he's gone. I had a better offer. So, what would you like to talk about next?
Well, I found it quite difficult to hear some of what Hugh was saying. I did hear him saying that the exit poll for Plaid was 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many did Plaid have in that last Parliament?
I think they had
Well,
2 in the last Parliament.
Just 2.
So you said it was going to be a good night for Plaid if they get
And
4.
would that be, do you think, a reflection on some of the troubles that the new Labour leader has been having in Wales?
I think possibly it would.
Yeah.
I think also, though, that independence is kind of on the up in Wales, and that's also
Yes,
going to be reflected.
yes.
I think the other interesting thing that I had not noticed was that the Senate is going to increase in size from 2026, from I think 60 to
Oh,
90,
right.
Hugh said.
Yeah,
Right.
And
I missed him
that
saying that,
is an
yes.
opportunity for Plaid.
Absolutely,
And an opportunity
yeah.
potentially for a pro-independence majority there, because they were pretty well neck and neck previously.
And I think we've got some results that we haven't mentioned yet. So Swindon South and South West, again, Labour have won that with 676 seats, forgive me. Conservatives in second place on 12,070. So again, a substantial majority for Labour there. Reform on in third place with 6,194. Greens on 2,539, and with others in 2,315. 61.8% turnout, almost 62. So Labour's majority 9,606.
And the Conservatives were second in this one.
Second.
So we've got a more southerly seat, and I'm wondering if that it's one example, but are we now seeing a pattern where in the north, where the red wall was, where the 2019 Brexit breakthrough was, that's where Reform are strong. Maybe not quite so much in the south of England, but more results to come in before we can be sure about that.
And another couple, again, apologies for concentrating on English results, but it's all we've got at the moment. Houghton and Sutherland South has been held by Labour. Labour got 18,847. Reform second place with 11,668. Conservatives third with 5,514.
drop.
Yeah, Lib Dems on 2,290 and the Greens 1,723. Turnout 51% again. But, that's going to be about the average. Labour's majority 7,179. I'm kind of surprised how many people are still willing to vote for the Tories in England, considering we've had how many prime ministers, two of which were not elected by the public.
There's a lot of Tory voters, I think, particularly in England, who would just never vote Labour.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to know when it all come out, the breakdown between Conservative reform and Labour.
Yeah.
You know, and we can't judge it right away because turnout will need to be taken into account and all these things. But just how badly reform have obviously hit on the Conservatives, but whether there's a Labour to reform thing going on as well, I think
there has to be some of that, because the implication of some of these is that if you were to add together the Reform and the Tory figure,
Yes.
they would be winning the seat. And those are not natural Conservative seats. So there's something there that Labour isn't satisfying, even though it's winning the seats. And again, that's the same pattern as I mentioned before, albeit still too early really to term it a pattern. Reform is speaking to people possibly more widely across the political spectrum than we thought.
And something that Hugh Marshall said about Starmer's promises, you know, when he becomes Prime Minister, I read somewhere that he's going to have to start doing things, make things happen really early on, because his win is going to be really wide but not very deep. And that if he doesn't make progress, say in the first 100 days, then his honeymoon is just going to be really short.
Well, you know, I was speculating during the week as to, the first 100 days are important. You know, it's become a bit of a cliche, but actually they are important because it gives a general impression of what a government's about. So I'm wondering if he will just say, right, you know what, we're not having recess. Everybody back straight. I mean, he has said there'll be, well, it's been speculated, I don't know if he actually said it, that they would go back to Parliament, get people sworn in and all the rest of it, and then have recess or whatever. I don't know if he might just go, do you know what? We'll cope. We've got a big enough majority. We can cope with those of you that have already booked their holidays with the family, and we'll just...
It'll be interesting to see what governments coming in have done when elections have been at this time of year. I don't think we've quite had one at the beginning of July for a little while. I know we had one in June in 1970, but typically it's May, and you've got your 100 days more or less when you can actually be starting
I think that'd be interesting because for me, the sensible thing to do politically would be to hit the ground running.
So I've got something here about the first 100 days. First 100 days we'll see new MPs announced, obviously, and put in place. It's going to be the King's Speech. Apparently Starmer's going to go to NATO within the first 100 days. Parliament's going to be in recess until the end of July, which is later than usual. And that...
No, sorry, did you say be in recess?
Yes, Parliament's in recess until the end of July, which is later than it normally would be, apparently. And they say that's in an attempt to get the first tranche of legislation out.
All right, well, there you go. And have they given a date for the King's Speech?
Not that I'm aware of. There was also talk about reports of Simon Case, the Cabinet Secretary, being the most senior civil servant. It's already agreed that he's going to have to go really quickly because he doesn't get on with Starmer's current Chief of Staff, Sue Gray. And
Sue Gray was involved in inquiries before, so that might...
So Starmer's
soap opera.
Yeah, so Starmer's going to want a new cabinet secretary. Starmer's going to want a new cabinet secretary, a new head of the civil service ASAP. It's said that that's going to send a poor signal because the civil service is supposed to be continuity, supposed to be impartial. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's Labour, if Sunak won tonight or Starmer. They should still be able to work with the same civil servants. It shouldn't matter, shouldn't change.
Politicians come and go, the civil service are supposedly supposed to carry on. But the Tories have done a lot about that. I mean, Tony Blair started it by the number of special advisors, SPADs, that he started bringing in, if you remember. And he changed the remit of the SPADs so that they had a bit more power. So he started it. And then through the Tories latterly, you have had... an erosion of the impartiality of the civil service, and that has gone on somewhat. So maybe Starmer's going to keep... Yeah, another Tory policy that Starmer's taken
Yeah,
on.
and before we leave Simon Case, so Simon Case, apparently he's been off sick for a good while. Sugray's already a very senior civil servant, but the next cabinet secretary might be Ollie Robbins, and he was Theresa May's chief Brexit negotiator.
Oh,
Much maligned, and now he's
Yeah.
possibly back at the top of the civil service under Labour.
Well, yeah.
If my sources
he
are-
was probably trying to do a reasonable job, but it didn't fit the political times. And now, because he's not fundamentally a bad civil servant, he's back.
Yeah.
That's
But
it.
it kind of chimes with what you were saying about Better Together, though, doesn't it? I mean, okay, he's a civil servant, he's impartial, but he was Theresa May's chief Brexit negotiator.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be...
There's a kind of revolving door going on.
Yeah.
to an
maybe
extent.
Frost got rid of him.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe, yeah. So another seat has been declared in England. Washington and Gateshead South is a Labour hold. So again, I think that's the north, isn't it? Gateshead's
Yes.
in the north,
It's,
yeah.
it's just beside Liverpool.
Yeah.
Other
So,
side.
Labour are on 17,682. I don't... Well, no, you've seen it already. I mean,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to make you guess who came second. It's Reform on 10,769, Conservatives 4,654, the Greens are on 1,687, and the others came up to 2,229. Turnout again 51.6, and Labour's majority 6,913. Kind of, they all seem to have similar figures in England. What do you think the first Scottish seat to be called is going to be?
I think potentially one of the Glasgow seats, or all of the Glasgow seats,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah, because of the boundary changes and the cutting down the number of seats, the ones that used to always be first, like the Hamiltons, and in fact East Kilbride, Mile Patch, like Manning being small, they've all expanded quite a bit, so it's more likely to be the city ones, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course the other question with those, and this really depends on what actually happens with the percentages. We could be looking at recounts and things in some seats, with there being so many apparently seismic
well be,
changes.
yeah.
Maybe some seats are going to be quite close.
Yeah.
So that will impact.
Oh gosh.
So I had a question after my long piece on civil servants and Simon Case. It's like, so if Simon Case does go early on, does that show that the civil service is now politicised, do you think?
I think they're already politicised
Yeah.
to a degree.
I think it would be a smart move of Starmer to make a point of ostensibly depoliticising the civil
Yes,
service.
so do I. Yeah.
And he might go with that brand of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if they can't do anything financially to show they're not the Tories, they have to do something else to show they're not the Tories.
Yeah.
So maybe that would be it.
What do you mean? Hold on to Simon Case and
Oh
say-
no, Case
No, what do you
goes-
mean?
Well, Case is the politicised one, so we'll get rid of him and we'll just do it right now.
Right. Okay. But he politicised it by taking on your woman Sue. What?
Great.
Sue Gray. Yeah. It just seems to something not chime quite right with me with that, in terms of the supposed impartiality of the civil service, and then a senior civil servant very quickly jumping to a political role. I find quite strange.
Yeah, there usually is a time lag before civil servants and indeed politicians can do particular
Yes.
things. And you would hope that there would be a similar kind of time lag within the civil service before you're taking on a political job.
But it wasn't.
But
It
there
was,
ain't.
How about, again, trying to keep Scotland in our discussions as much as possible? I don't know if either of you or both of you saw the recent Scottish Conservative Party political broadcast on TV. Douglas Ross opened it, it was on the BBC, and he opened it by saying, this general election in Scotland is about beating the SNP. You mentioned the SNP 18 times. If you include mentions of SNP figures like John Swinney, then the tally goes higher. Ross only mentioned his own Scottish Conservative Party 7 times, just once more than he used the word independence, 6 times. And if you include mentions of breaking up the UK and the like, then the tally goes even higher again. Comes after the Scottish Tory manifesto mentioned the SNP more than once per page, with Ross directly name-dropping the SNP 12 times in the foreword alone. So what do you think of the Scottish Conservative Party's campaign? If that's
It's just back to hammer the SNP, and and that just all comes back to what we talked about earlier, the whole better together thing. I didn't watch the broadcast because I wouldn't have been able to. I couldn't have stuck it.
Throw something through the
I read about it. Yes, it's just not surprising. I mean, what I find horrible, as well as the whole, total sort of unionist anti-SNP rhetoric, I find the vitriol horrendous.
Yeah.
And they keep talking about, and they're up front bumping their gums about, the way politics has gone. We've got to have respect, and we've got to have this, and we've got to have that. And then they do that nonsense.
Kind of one-way respect, isn't it?
It can only be because they're scared. They're scared.
I was going to say, is it a sign of desperation on their
Well, I think it's a very poor campaign that focuses on beating somebody else. And that's what it's all about. What's your vision for Scotland? We haven't got one. We want to beat the SNP.
I can't
Has it
think
been
of
successful? Well, maybe not.
I can't think of a policy from them.
Not only can you not think of a proper policy, but all the rhetoric that's used by Labour in Scotland, by the Tories in Scotland, and by the Lib Dems, although they're much less relevant in the Scottish Parliament now, all the rhetoric is about devolved issues. SNP hammering, using devolved issues, and
NHS
giving
being the
very
best
false impressions of what goes on. And it's a deliberate tactic. It has to be.
We haven't talked much about the manifestos so far, but just generally, what do you think about this notion about Scottish Labour and Scottish Tory parties having their own manifesto when really they're not going to have any say or influence, are they?
Yeah.
So why have
this is clandestine campaigning for 2026 now?
Yeah.
Hit the ground running, because the discussion is always about Holyrood stuff anyway. You might as well get the manifesto out and start the long game for getting yourself in and trying to squeeze out the pro-independence majority in Holyrood, which, I mean, for me, that's the red line. That is what we have to resist. And that's why the SNP has to bounce back as quickly as possible, and the Yes movement has to bounce back.
And it's not long until the next Scottish Parliament election.
It'll be upon us.
2026?
Yeah, I mean...
670 days, said Hugh Marshall.
Yeah, it's not long until we're, the SNP, certainly my own party, it won't be long till we're starting doing selections for Holyrood.
Does that happen at the same time? So would that be early in the year or in the middle or late?
Well, I don't know. I'm not an exec or anything, so I don't know what
so
the plans are. But I mean, you want to have a long campaign. You want your candidates in place and all that. So I presume that the exec have set a timetable for that, and there's less than 2 years to go before we're hitting the polls.
And at the same time, they've got to govern the place with an opposition that's absolutely, well, at least one opposition party we absolutely cock a hoop.
Yep.
So.
So, what about timing of this election? What a lot of people have been asking. Okay, so I'm told that we've got an interview with Patrick Harvey lined up. So let's
bring him on.
Go to him now, shall we? Coming to you shortly.
Yes, Patrick's in Glasgow.
It'll be good to find out what his...
Well, I mean, if you look at the exit poll and you look at the opinion polls that we've seen for the last few weeks, there's not a great deal of difference between them. I don't think anyone's been in any doubt that there's going to be a Labour government, a big majority of seats. Not going to have a mandate in terms of policy. They've offered a pretty bland, centrist, pretty lukewarm, cautious campaign, and what the country really needs is transformational change. A real what we see in the UK, or politics down south at least, is going to
So if the exit poll is right and Labour do get a massive majority, how solid do you think that support will be going forward? Do you think the Labour Party's left when the Labour are in power to potentially get some of those voters who become disenfranchised with, as you say, the Labour Party's quite centrist platform?
Well, certainly the Green Party of England Wales have been very successful at appealing to the kind of people who wanted a bold and transformational agenda from Labour. And, you know, a few. It doesn't seem as though Labour parliamentary arithmetic works, or the electoral arithmetic. But, you know, as they've moved away from that more radical, more progressive
in like England specifically, how many seats do you think they'll pick up? Do you think they'll manage to win Bristol West? Or?
It's difficult to say. Bristol's one of the poll gives you a big picture. It doesn't really tell you at a granular level. Place could put them in really good stead for next time as well.
So is there anywhere particularly in Scotland, because obviously you're leader of the Scottish Greens, so are there any Scottish seats particularly, or maybe even in Glasgow, since we're at the Glasgow count, do you think your party might do like particularly well in?
I mean, the Scottish picture is a little different, partly because but also because for the last 25 years we've put most of our energy and emphasis into Scottish Parliament and local elections. But from the box sampling that we're taking at the moment, it seems as though our vote is holding up pretty well in some of the areas that we campaigned in hard. Of Glasgow, where we came first on first preferences, and our vote seems to be holding up well in those polling districts. Whether that shows up at constituency level, I'm not sure, but we'll see as the night goes on.
Yeah. So I'm just interested, do you think the Green Party has done enough or been successful enough in taking Party? Because it seems to me there's quite a large contingent of people, in Labour voters who especially the polling would suggest as well, based on Labour's popularity, a large amount of Labour voters don't particularly approve of Labour's more centrist policies. So do you think you're
try and do more to appeal to change voters in the broader sense, people who believe in a fairer, more equal, more sustainable society? We'll continue to do that. I think very clearly the central story of this election has been getting rid of a toxic we're just seized with that single intent, and many of them said that they were going to vote tactically to make sure they achieve that, and some, maybe those who don't follow politics quite as closely, just got this single ended up going that way. I'll be as happy as anybody in the country to see little blue dots disappearing from the election map as the night goes on. But there are fundamental questions like Scotland's right to govern itself, which remain.
I'm back to the studio.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, yeah, that was interesting. Thanks.
Well, that was our colleague Ben in Glasgow at the count in the Emirates Stadium. Sadly, technology let us down. But Mr. Harvey was talking about transformational change and toxicity and tactical voting. But so we'll hopefully get to speak to Ben later to find out a bit more about the words that he had with Patrick Harvey. Just wondering, we were talking earlier there about Scottish Labour almost entirely campaigning on devolved issues in Scotland. John Nicholson highlighted a Scottish Lib Dem pamphlet that implied MPs have the power to build new health centres. And it's as if the pamphlet didn't seem to realise that education and the NHS are devolved, implied that a Lib Dem MP would be able to reduce mortgage payments if you voted for them. And I was just wondering, I was trying to find as many examples of UK-wide parties campaigning on devolved issues in Scotland. Did you spot any?
Well,
William?
your examples are very good. Of course, we don't know exactly what Labour are going to do in terms of bypassing Holyrood, so some of those promises may turn out to be uncannily semi-true. But there's always overreach in what candidates are saying they can do anyway. For example, if you vote Lib Dem somehow, I'll be able to do something about your mortgages. Like how? That's not a devolved issue, but it's an example of the sort of overreach you get. And it's also, I think, an example of how easy it is to be dishonest in politics and get away with it. And that would be something I really would like to see changing. But quite how it's going to do it under the current regime, I do not know.
Well, I was going to ask Hugh about this. Apparently, Labour in Wales have got a plan to make lying in the Senate illegal. Not illegal. Against the rules. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said illegal. It just will not be allowed. So I was going to ask him if he had any details on that.
I think that would be quite difficult in some ways because there's such a thing even now as misleading Parliament, and that's a known thing, and presumably there are tests for whether you do that. But there's always a grey area.
Yeah.
In what people say, and sometimes they say something because they've been given the wrong information or because the facts change, and it could lead to people being accused of lying who didn't, which would not be something you want. So it's an interesting one.
We all remember the best example is probably Boris Johnson in Partygate when he was Prime Minister, said there were no parties. And then there may have been parties, but we didn't know about any of them, and said, well, we did know about some of them, but and he went on changing until eventually we all found out.
That's virtually his lips are moving there for his lying situation. Yeah. Boris Johnson is still superhuman at that.
Yeah. Did you see him the other day on the campaign trail
Very
for the
boisterous,
Tories?
wasn't
I read about it.
Yeah. He did look. I mean, he often looks unkempt, but he looked a mess.
I think he's unkempt. What I mean by that is I think it's a deliberate persona that he has created, and he's got used to seeing himself just unkempt.
Yeah.
So it's getting worse and worse because it's like somebody that starts getting fake tan. They just get more and more and more.
Absolutely, I think he has a painting in the attic with perfectly groomed hair.
Yeah, which gets, but no, he is getting older. There's no doubt about it. He's not aging well.
The Boris bombast doesn't seem to have worked. That's a good thing.
Again, I just thought it was incredible. The people that were in the room with him were chanting his name, and he was making quips, and they were all giving big belly laughs to all his quips. I mean, it was anyway. I don't know why we're talking about him.
Stockholm syndrome. There, they really meant it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, no. And we've got another result has come through. So we've got Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West. I wonder if you can guess. Labour have 18,875 votes. Reform are second with 7,815. Conservatives on 4,228. The others are 5,174, which is quite high. And there's an independent on 3,627. Turnout 53.8, a wee bit higher. Majorities for Labour is 11,060. Any thoughts?
Yeah. I think that's a fairly safe Labour hold in the normal course of business, and I think it's a hold from 2019. But it continues the North of England pattern where reform is the main opposition in all of those seats to Labour. And people ask, and Linda asked, why does anybody vote for the Tories? And it's a curious feature, and possibly it's a feature of parties being able to please some of their supporters some of the time, that no party ever gets 0 votes, but the Conservatives are going to be hell of a disappointed with some of these results.
What's the difference if you add Reform and Tory? Roughly.
No, I'm going to do a long, the old arithmetic thing. So the difference between Labour and Reform?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to use my calculator.
It'll still be 5,000 or 6,000 ahead.
Right.
800. So it's 18,875. Take away 7,805. That's a 0, 6, 0, 1.
Did you never do mental arithmetic at school, Brian?
No, I've never been any good at numbers.
Did you ever get any arithmetic to do, which was mental?
I didn't. I didn't even manage to learn all my times tables.
Oh,
Seriously, I'm really bad with numbers. So it's 11,060.
Right.
It's the difference.
That's yeah. Okay.
What were you thinking?
I think
I was
Linda
just wondering about, if you add, and again it'll all come out in the wash, as they say, if you add Reform and Conservative together, how close they are to Labour.
Yeah, I think in this one they would have fallen short, but there have been some where it's a bit closer. But hey, that's the first past the post system for you.
Aye.
People think that Mrs. Thatcher won 1983 by so much because of the Falklands War, but she won it because Labour and the SDP had split up from each other.
Yeah, the Falklands came after she got in, didn't it? So.
The Falklands came in 1982. She got in for the second time.
The second time,
of course.
She got in 79 the first time.
Supposedly
right,
a khaki election, but the split in the Labour Party was one of the major features that also drove her to that size of majority.
Yeah. So I'm just looking for another Scottish topic that we can maybe talk about. Is there anything that either of you are got a burning issue?
I'm just waiting for the first result to see which way the wind is actually blowing.
Yeah.
I am slightly intrigued I know I played the Paddy Ashdown card fairly early on about the exit poll, but I really want to know if it's quite the way it seems, and I'd really like to know, have the Tories completely collapsed in Scotland? What's happened to the Lib Dems? Are the SNP maybe slightly better than 10? And just how big are some of the majorities?
Well, that's going to be the really interesting thing. And I of course, in that, I know most of the MPs, I've come across them and stuff, as probably William does too. It's always a difficult thing when someone loses their seat. It's difficult for the individual, it's difficult for the party, of course it is, but what people forget about is the number of people that lose their jobs.
Yeah, the staff.
When this happens, because all the MPs have got staff, and this applies to the Tories as well. I mean, not all staff members are hugely political. There's a lot of just hard workers across the parties. And, so each MP who loses out, their staff team has lost their job. And then when you look at, if you have a sizable group at Westminster or anywhere, you get short money, as the SNP has had, and you employ a lot of centrally operated staff that actually work down in Westminster. A lot of them will lose their jobs as well, so people tend to forget about that, and it's hard for them to lose their job. So I don't have a great sympathy for MPs that lose their job, I have to say. That might sound quite hard, but if you sign up for it, you sign up for it. You're signing up for like the ultimate temporary job.
A few of them should be employable at some level.
Exactly. You sign up, you know the score, and you should be able to, get another career. But for staff members, some of whom are just starting out in their careers, and others, it's really, really difficult.
I suppose ideally as an MP, then you should have an alternative career to maybe fall back on. I mean, I'm thinking Philippa Whitford, she was a doctor, wasn't she? A surgeon.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she'll be going back into the NHS, but she's not standing this year.
I think Philippa is possibly retired. But
I think so, and well-deserved rest. Yeah, absolutely.
She'll maybe keep her hand in with some of the good causes that she supported.
Well, she might... She will. I mean, what am I saying? Might. She will keep on supporting Palestine, and medical aid for Palestine, and all these things. Yeah.
So, go back to Scottish Labour. So, I've got a note here asking: Is Anis Sarwar and Scottish Labour's fate in the 2026 Holyrood elections going to depend on how Starmer's government performs in Westminster? So, Sarwar was asked about whether Labour's manifesto commitments amounted to austerity during the campaign. The director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the IFS, Paul Johnson, said that the Labour Party's plans leave literally no room within the fiscal rule that Labour has signed up to for any more spending than planned by the current government, the Tory government, and those plans do involve cuts both to investment spending and to spending on unprotected public services. Asked if Johnson was wrong, Sarwar said, "I'm making it very clear there will be no austerity under Labour. There will be no austerity. We believe we can improve the economic outlook of the UK." I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on
In terms of Anna Sarwar, it'll no longer be possible to get at the Scottish government so much for things that are going wrong when the purse strings are being held by their own party. So that's not going to help Sarwar if it isn't quite as much of a great.
Well, that's right. I mean, they've
rising up.
spent years hammering the SNP instead of hammering the Tories in Holyrood. And they'll still try to hammer the SNP, but John Swinney, as First Minister, has got a much easier time to contradict that by just saying, well, go away and speak to your colonial masters down in Westminster.
Plus, the real story of the 2026 Holyrood election starts now, and it is for the SNP that remains in power in Holyrood. This is a wake-up call because they've got to get some big wins in the next couple of years to bring people back on side. And they know that, and I'm sure they will try everything they can to do that. Yeah. But that's the real thing that will
that's right.
see them through.
I think we have to be less reactive and more proactive.
Absolutely.
Okay. Tommy Shepherd, in response to Anna Sarwar, said Labour have no policies to grow the economy. They're just sitting back without any state intervention in the economy and hoping that it happens. The best way to grow the economy is to increase, not cut, public spending on public services and to have state-funded intervention in an accelerated transition to renewable energy. I'm kind of thinking both John Swinney and Keir Starmer have said that they want to grow the economy, but they've got a different idea about what they want to spend the money on.
Also, a different idea about what growing the economy actually means. I mean, I'm really pleased to hear Kate Forbes still talking about well-being as being an element of economy growth. And I haven't heard Labour talking about that.
Yeah, it's not just about the overall size. It's what it's like. I mean, there's no point in your economy growing if you're miserable and you can't feed your family.
And what gets me is the gap, poverty gap, call it that if you will. We used to call it that. And the division between the haves and the have-nots has got wider and wider. That's why the Scottish Child Payment, for example, is a really good thing and is making a difference. And I'm not hearing anything from Labour that has any policy about how they are going to narrow that gap. And if I remember rightly, the gap actually got wider, started to get wider again under Tony Blair's government. And just
by the end of it, I think.
And just continued so through successive Conservative governments.
Yeah, I mean, there was the big financial thwack that maybe turned things on their head, but that was essentially how things were. In terms of growing the economy, John Swinney can cite that as an aspiration. Keir Starmer can make it a selling point.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, the one with the tools to grow the economy is Keir Starmer.
That's right.
John Swinney's got virtually nothing in the toolbox that he's able to use because we are constrained within the devolution settlement.
Yeah, and that's back to what we were talking about earlier, what Anna Sarwar saying he's want to bring to Scotland. Job creation, employment rights. We've been banging on about these things for years. Let Scotland have these powers. And I'm not actually convinced that Keir Starmer is going to.
There was rumours recently that from Scottish Labour that when they get in that they would give Scotland a tailor-made something to do with immigration, that Scotland would be able to attract immigrants under a tailor-made
for the shortage, for the skill shortages.
If they did that, that would be a good thing.
It would be a good thing.
I'm not convinced they will, and I'm not convinced how it will be phrased when they do it.
I think they'll do it for perhaps for things like short-term immigration for berry picking and fruit picking and things like that. I don't think we'll anything substantial that England would be able to say we need that as well.
But don't you think Starmer's going to have to offer Anis Sarwar something?
No.
Okay.
It's all about
Fair
power,
enough.
I think.
Sarwar
I think there
have
are.
to play
Sorry
along.
for
No,
interrupting.
it's all right. No,
I was going to say.
enjoying it.
I think there are those in the group in Holyrood, and I don't know them all anymore. Of course, I don't. But I think there are those in the group in Holyrood who will not be happy if Sarwar
in the Labour group.
in the Labour group in
Right,
Holyrood,
okay.
who will not be happy if Sarwar and Bailey backtrack on some of the stuff that's been said. So I think we may end up with some division in the Holyrood group.
But it's vital. Nobody, either in the SNP or in the independence movement, should be waiting for Labour to make mistakes.
No.
We should be getting ourselves ready to exploit those mistakes and to
Yes.
work around when they're not making mistakes as well to make
Yeah.
the case. We've got to be full on because this is getting very close to last chance saloon.
Yes, because Scotland's going to get hammered, and power's taken away. And they love to tamp people down. Folk go on about low turnouts and everything else and people not voting. And that suits the establishment, actually. Because their people with self-interest tend to come out.
And when you say last chance saloon, you mean for an independent Scotland?
In the current era, yes,
Yeah.
I believe that.
For a long time.
And
I believe if there is no pro-independence majority in Holyrood, you can forget it.
And yet, what about it's often people are criticised for bringing it up, but what about demographics? We're all getting older. We're losing yes voters as well as no voters. And every day that passes, there's somebody that was too young to vote in 2014 is now old enough to vote. So isn't that going to...
That's where we have to enthuse the next generations. And the reason I was smiling there is because there was a very elderly lady who raised exactly the same point with me today, in a totally selfless way, because she was thinking about her grandchildren and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it is an issue, but if we keep discouraging young people from voting, as Westminster parties are doing now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Keir Starmer has said anything about stopping the ID at polling stations or any of that.
It will continue to address a problem that doesn't exist.
And, they haven't been seriously discussing the idea of votes at 16, like we have for the Scottish Parliament. So, unless young people are enthused, they are just going to end up as apathetic.
The other thing is that they have a lot on their plates, and they do have causes that matter a lot to them. Independence is not an immediate thing for them. They would support independence if they got the chance, but it's not something that they're in a position to work for because they're working for other things. I mean, they're looking at things like climate change. They're looking at things like what's happening in Gaza, that kind of thing, and whatever comes after that.
And on a very basic level, they're looking at getting started in their career paths. They're looking at, all sorts of life opportunities that are coming on.
Yeah.
So there really has to be an enthusing. Now, I don't have the answers. But what I know is we're not doing it right now.
Yeah. What we're not doing is providing the opportunity for the people of Scotland to express their will on this matter at a point to be determined in the not too distant future so that you can aim towards it. Because there will be a certain amount of coming on board if there's a target. There will be more thinking about independence if it seems like a possibility. But right now, nobody has got a mechanism. And even if, I have to tell you, the SNP had got a majority of seats in Scotland, all that was on the table was going and asking for another Section 30, to which the answer would have been, have you seen our 400 MPs? No.
Well, I mean, saying like a mandate to negotiate independence. So there would have been a big push, I would hope,
Yeah, but it would still not
a
have
big push
made it.
to be talking about the lack of democracy that would allow that to happen. See, the thing is, you get a lot of people who say, "Why don't you just do it?"
You can't do it with
You can't just
50%
do
of the
it,
people
but
supporting it.
exactly. You cannot. I mean, what are these people really saying? Are they really saying they want absolute strife in the streets of Scotland? Because that's where we'd end up.
Yeah, and taking it back to the general election and the results coming in, I want to maybe prep for when the Scottish results come in by
wonder
talking
when the
about
first
some
one-
seats. But staying on what you're talking about, that I think it's going to be an uphill struggle. It would have been, as you said, anyway beforehand. But if the exit poll turns out to be true and the SNP do only are reduced to 10 seats, then that's the perfect shutdown, isn't it, for Starmer, for any request for a move towards Scottish independence. He'll say,
Yes, it is.
"You've lost."
That's the point at which we have to get organised.
Mm.
It's as simple as that. Because we know that right now, 50% or thereabouts of the Scottish population are in favour of independence, even if they can't see how it's going to happen. Some people, Sally Hughes, for example, said when she was going round the doors, selling the candidacy, but not on a party political basis, she says, it feels like closer to 60%, and it might well be, because we never get the chance to find out.
Yeah, the polls are I think a lot of the polling companies are still using the same weighting that from 2014. There's a lot of people that are now able to vote that weren't able to vote then, and they don't really get factored in. But I suppose, and you've been saying this, both of you have been saying that, I suppose the rejoinder to this result, if it's true, is going to be the 2026 Holyrood election. If the SNP do really well in that, then that's the look.
Yeah,
It's still
Holyrood's
alive.
what's important for the SNP. Holyrood's the most important thing for the SNP because that's what is visible day and daily. And I mean, I think we're in a time as well. See the cost of living crisis. People are really worried and really scared. When people are worried about the future, change is difficult.
Yeah.
You know, if you have the passion that you're already firmly for independence, that's a different thing. If you get to people who are not quite sure, it's far easier not to have change than better the devil you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big
Here's
issue in
another
the
thing
current
come
climate.
to worry me. This,
Yeah.
all this is going wrong in my life. All this is difficult in my life. Here's another thing. I don't want it. I just want to concentrate on these things.
Just let me get on with it.
What we've got to do is work out a way of giving people a message of hope, where it's not. It's as much about hope as about change. So you balance the positive with the negative, and the potential is there. The real problem for me with the whole movement in recent times has been too many splits. Too many people want to say my way or the highway, really. Things are happening in Glasgow, but I'm not quite sure where they are. Somebody's wearing a baseball cap the wrong way
Back
around.
to front, yeah.
Yeah.
What does that tell us?
They're in the Foreign Legion, possibly.
So have a think about any seats that you might want to talk about. I'm going to pick Central Ayrshire. It's not had any boundary changes. It's mostly elected Labour MPs since the 1950s.
What's the main town in that one, Brian?
Would that be Ayr?
Is that Ayr?
likely.
Right.
think
I
so,
always
yeah.
find these new names just don't give you a
Central-
feel for where
Central-
you're actually at.
Possibly
It's
Irvine.
Irvine.
There you
It's
go.
Irvine.
Ah, right,
Yeah.
okay.
But there's been no boundary changes. It's mostly had elected Labour Party MPs since the 1950s until the SNP landslide in 2015, when Philippa Whitford won with a majority
Oh,
of
that's Philippa. Right.
13,589. She was returned with a reduced majority in 2017 of 1,267. And then she increased her majority in 2019 when it went up to 5,304 votes. So Philippa Whitford won 3 elections in a row, but she's not standing this year. So Annie McIndoe is the SNP candidate this year. Reform are standing. And there are 3 different shades of red standing, either Labour or Socialist. Labour, obviously pink, washed out. But SNP are slight favourites to hold, but that was before we saw the exit poll. So anyway, well, Linda, I mean, you'll know Philippa a lot better than any of us, and she's not standing. What do you think? Three elections in a row.
Well, yeah, I mean, she held 3 elections in a row where, a few of her colleagues unfortunately went away in 2017. Some came back in 2019. Other seats had new people in 2009. So, I mean, Philippa was an absolute character in politics, generally in Scotland, very well respected. I'm not saying there's a huge personal vote because I don't actually believe big personal votes exist except exceptions here and there. I think Philippa would probably have as big a personal vote as anyone would of our current elected members and previous elected members. But at the end of the day, it's national swings that matter. So I don't know the lady who's hoping to take over for the SNP, but I'm interested to hear that's one that we thought we would hold, and I would like to see that.
Yeah, the betting was it, but it was narrowly, and that's where things can just spin on the turn of a coin with first past the post.
Well, that's right. When you look at the 2017 result, what did you say, 1,400 or something?
2017, her majority was. I did have it. Sorry.
It was in 1,000 something.
Yeah, 2017, her majority was 1,267.
That's not a lot when you're talking about big swings.
And do you think the fact that it was Labour since the 1950s until 2015, do you think it might be one of the ones that switched back?
It depends how much it's changed with boundary changes.
Yeah.
Because
I think Brian said there was no
boundary changes?
No.
Not much.
But have there been boundary changes since it was Labour? I
just
thought
there
I'd
must
ask you
have
that
been because there must have been because the number of Westminster seats were changed twice.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So my question would be, who's the closest challenger? Who was the closest challenger?
Yeah, I don't have that, I'm afraid. All I've got really is that Reform
Labour
are standing and then Labour and 2 socialist parties.
Yeah. If it was Labour, that's potentially problematic.
Yeah.
Although you said there were 3 shades of red in there, so maybe
one of them a very pale pink.
Well, one very pale pink. If it was Tory, always with the Tory seats in Scotland now you've got Reform, and we've seen what Reform have done in admittedly a different place, which is the north of England. It's not going to have zero effect.
So,
I'm really interested to know what the first Reform result is in Scotland.
So am I.
I hope it's really low.
So am I.
Just keep hoping.
So in Central Ayrshire, David Rocks is for the Conservative Party, Alan Gemmell for Labour, Elaine Ford, Lib Dem, Stevie Bates for Reform, Tom Kerr for Scottish Greens, SNP is different to the name I've got there, Annie McIndoe.
That's right.
Is that the same? Yeah.
That's the one.
And then there's Alan McMillan, SDP, and Louise McDade, Socialist Labour.
Yes, very curiously an SDP. And that is the Social Democratic Party of... It's probably a bit of the Social Democratic Party. It doesn't just meld with the Lib Dems back in about 1988.
My goodness.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know they still...
Neither did I until I looked at the lists of candidates. And there's also somewhere a Liberal candidate who's standing against the Lib Dem. So that's the other bit that didn't... Yeah, political parties are just nuts.
There's a couple of UKIPs in there as
well.
Well,
there's a couple of UKIP, and there's the Family Party. We had the Family Party.
The Scottish Family Party's all over the place.
Yeah.
A lot of people like the sound of them because, again, it's superficially nice. But
then you look into them, goodness.
You're a bit different, no thanks.
You don't have to look very far. The next Scottish seat I'd like to talk about is Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, but we've got another result from England, Gateshead, Central and Wickham. Have we not done that one? Did we do Gateshead?
I'm not sure.
No, there was a Gateshead, but I think it was a different one.
Gateshead's a big place. That is some shopping centre, I'll tell you.
So that's a Labour hold. Labour on 18,245, Reform came second, 8,601. Lib Dems on 4,987, Conservatives on 4,628, and the others were 3,756. Turnout 58%, Labour's majority 9,600.
So Conservatives fourth. Okay, it's the north of England, but Conservatives
fourth. But Reform second.
Reform again second. Reform plus Conservative don't add up to Labour, so comfortable.
Yeah.
So Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, its boundaries have changed. It was previously Gordon Brown's seat while he was Chancellor of the Exchequer. It's currently represented by Neil Hanvey for Alba, sorry. SNP won that seat in 2015 for the first time, again the big landslide, and then it went back to Labour in 2017.
Was it Neil Hanvey in 2015?
I don't think it was. I think he was a councillor or something at the time.
No, I just said it's currently represented by Neil Hanvey
It'll come
for
to
Alba.
me.
It might pop up in my notes. It's an interesting one, this. 2019, Hanvey gained it from Labour for SNP.
Although he actually stood as an independent because he had an indiscretion that had him chucked out, suspended rather, from the
It
party.
still said SNP in the ballot paper.
It had
I
to
think.
because it had been printed.
Oh, sorry, I'm hitting the micro. So Neil Hanvey gained it from Labour for SNP in 2019, and he was suspended from the SNP just before the general election for anti-Semitic comments on social media. But he was still listed on the ballot, and therefore his win is recorded as an SNP win from Labour. It's the only time someone has won a seat as an independent after being suspended from their party. He was readmitted to the SNP, but eventually defected to Alba. Are you keeping up at the back?
With you here.
And he became Alba's second MP after Kenny McCaskill in East Lothian. So it's Leslie Blackhouse's candidate for the SNP. Reform UK are standing. Neil Hanvey is standing for Alba, but it looks like it's going to be a Labour gain from Alba, previously SNP. But again, that was before the exit poll.
Yeah.
I don't know. Interesting one.
Neil Hanvey, reasonably well regarded, and I think one of the reasons he got elected was that some SNP activists tacitly helped him along and supported him. Whether, of course, he's sustained that through to leaving for Alba is another matter. But he's quite well regarded, I believe, within Alba too. So he is a formidable candidate.
Yeah, but
Having said that,
splitting the vote.
Now we get to the thing is, hasn't the split already happened?
Yeah, but in terms of the electorate, you know, if you get some vote for Neil, some vote for Leslie,
Yeah.
but it'll be interesting to see what the overall result is. And again, it'll be about adding these figures together to see what would have happened if.
I very much think it's going to Labour, but
Yeah.
I just want to say it's not an insignificant candidate. But yeah, the fact that there is now another SNP candidate and the Alba candidate is not going to work out.
Just have been looking for another interesting one. I'll just go to the next one alphabetically. Cumbernauld and Kirkintilloch. Boundaries changed. Previous MP was Stuart MacDonald for SNP. He overturned a Labour majority of nearly 14,000 to take 59.9% of the vote back in 2015. It had been Labour from 2005 until 2015. Both Reform and the Greens are standing. Labour's slight favourites to gain from SNP. But again, you mentioned splitting the vote. With Reform standing, I know it's kind of spurious, but is that going to split the unionist vote, if I can call it that? Because Swinney's been talking about independence being the...
I think Reform is going to tend to split the unionist vote. I think it will affect the Tories more than it does Labour. But as we've seen in the north of England, there's reason to believe that it's maybe slightly affecting Labour. We're not quite sure about that. So, yeah, the fact there's a Reform candidate standing in every seat in Scotland isn't going to help the Tories, that's for sure.
And so if Reform is going to affect Labour Conservative votes, the Greens are standing, is that going to affect the SNP's vote? Alba?
Do you know, I actually don't think that the Green vote is primarily about independence.
Okay.
I think, the Green Party might stand for independence, but, you know, I do know Green voters, a lot of Green voters who, in fact, I know Green Party members for whom independence is not a particularly strong thing. Because, let's remember where the Green Party started out. It's environmental issues. Ecology.
It's clearly not going to be their mainstream.
No.
I have to say, I'm aware of one or two SNP members that aren't for independence as well. And there is a small minority, but I think it's more.
Really?
Oh yes.
Name them.
I can't do it on. Quick, shut down all the cameras and I'll whisper it to Lyndon. I don't. Generally speaking, if everything is going fine for the SNP, Greens aren't a problem, and I don't think Alba would be a problem for them. They would take seats. In the current environment, it's not so much what will the Greens do to the SNP, but what is already happening to the SNP vote. And that's what we find out when the actual result comes up.
Okay. Tell me if you get bored with this. Dumfries, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, their boundaries been changed. It's been David Mundell's seat since 2005. He was the only Tory in Scotland. I'm reminded of there's more pandas in Edinburgh Zoo than there is. Okay, so we've got some. Maybe we should go to Ben in Glasgow.
Oh, good.
So you've got me mulling over David Mundell for the next 2 minutes.
I know, it's too long.
Carry on.
Is Ben ready to come in now, or? Yeah. Hello, Ben. What's occurring? Okay, glitch.
There he is.
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, Ben.
Am I here? Yeah.
What's the latest from the stadium where you are?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You're a little bit quiet in my ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just asking what news you might have for us.
Well, they've just, the actual counts aren't in yet for the constituencies, but we do have the turnout for Glasgow North East, which is 47%, which is obviously quite low. And I had seen some reporting that the turnout was supposed to be quite high earlier today, but that seems like, by the results we've got so far, and looking at the turnout for Glasgow North East, that might not be accurate. It looks like the turnout may be lower than the past election or two in Scotland.
That's certainly one of the lower figures. A lot of the figures that have been coming in from England have been 50, 51%. I don't think we've had anything in the 40s. And we were just talking anecdotally amongst ourselves when we went to vote today. I think most of us have been saying that it's been quiet when we went to vote. What's the atmosphere like now after the exit poll and everything?
Well, obviously for the SNP, there's a bit of maybe disappointment. I think a lot of the people here thought they would potentially get more seats than what the exit poll is showing, but there is hope that when the actual results come out, it could be slightly better than what the exit polls predicted. And at the same time, a couple of SNP figures have been mentioning that the party, even though recently in the last couple of elections the SNP managed to dominate the Scottish seats in the general election, before 2015 the SNP 10 seats was quite a typical result. So I think the mood here doesn't seem as pessimistic as you might expect.
Okay, that's interesting. And you were lucky enough to get an interview with Patrick Harvey earlier on. The link, it was kind of difficult to make out. Could you maybe give us a summary of what he was saying to you?
Yeah, no, I watched that. Yeah, shame the audio cut out a little bit. Well, I basically asked him about what he think, how he think the Greens are going to do, both in the UK generally and Scotland more specifically. He seemed quite optimistic, mostly about the Greens' performance in the United Kingdom. He seemed optimistic that they pick up a couple of seats, he said, and the exit poll seems to have indicated that the Greens will pick up one of their target seats in England. So potentially Bristol Central, which is the seat that they are on basically the top of the Greens' target list. However, when I asked him about Scotland, he seemed a little bit more pessimistic. He mentioned that there were quite a lot of other progressive parties, as he said, competing for the vote. So he sort of explained that he thought the Greens, well, he didn't explicitly say, but he inferred that the Greens may have been slightly less successful in Scotland than they may otherwise have been in the rest of the UK. But overall, he seemed quite confident and he seemed quite happy about the results, and he was happy that the Tories were losing.
Yeah, I can imagine. But you didn't think there was going to be a Scottish Green in Westminster anytime soon, no?
No, I asked him about that, and he mostly spoke about this sort of challenge this Greens face in Scotland, because unlike in England, they have the Scottish National Party running, so there's a bit more competition, I guess, for the more progressive vote that the Greens try to target.
We've been talking here in the studio quite a lot about the upcoming Holyrood election in 2026, and I wondered, did you have a chance to ask him about what he thought the Greens' chances would be in Holyrood in a couple of years?
I didn't ask him explicitly about Holyrood, but from the answer that he did give, he seemed quite confident that the Green Party is growing significantly. He mentioned the council elections and the Greens' gains they made in those elections a couple of months ago, and I think he is thinking that these elections are another sign that the Green Party is continuing to grow. So from his answers, it seemed like he was quite optimistic that the party, will do better than it did and will build on its previous vote in the upcoming Holyrood election. But I didn't ask him explicitly about that, but that's what he gave off by his answers.
Okay, so I don't think the Greens, if I'm right, didn't figure in the exit poll specifically, but there's 25 other parties all lumped together. I suppose it sounds like Patrick Harvey's thinking that some of them are going to be Green MPs, and certainly Caroline Lucas, who's not standing this time, but she's spoken recently about how lonely it was being the only Green, because she was a spokesperson for absolutely everything: the economy, the NHS, health, education, everything. So I suppose if there is just more than one Green MP in Westminster, then the Greens can be quite pleased.
Yeah, well, I think the Green Party, running up to this election, were sort of making the case that if they win a handful of MPs, that would be victory in their eyes. They weren't, in compared to Reform UK, I think the kind of rhetoric from the Green Party wasn't as aspirational as Reform UK. They were aiming for a couple of specific target seats. So yeah, I think the Green Party would definitely see winning even 2 seats as a victory, because they would effectively, as you're saying, double their amount of MPs they have in the House of Commons.
Yes,
and just to pick up on what you're saying about the exit poll, the Greens were actually in that, and they had 2 seats on it. So just
Really?
looking at the Greens' target seats and the polling, it seems likely that those 2 seats would be Bristol Central, which I previously mentioned, which is the one they're targeting now and one of their co-leaders is standing in, and the name is eluding me, but the seat they currently have, I think, would most likely be the other seat, which the exit polls predicted they'll win.
In Brighton.
Or Brighton Pavilion.
Yeah. Did he mention reform in Scotland? Because we're all sort of in tenterhooks here in the studio to find out if they're going to manage to get a Scottish seat.
No, we didn't talk about reform in Scotland. He spoke more about the Labour Party and the importance of them not having a total monopoly in Parliament if they win too much a majority. He didn't touch on reform too much. We mostly focused on Conservative, Labour, Greens.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be grilling you. I tried to make some notes. I did catch him say transformational change and toxicity and tactical voting. They all came through. But I suppose he's just looking forward to seeing the back of the Tories as much as anybody else.
Yeah, no, he was definitely making the point about transformational change, sort of contrasting himself, to Labour, which he framed as change, but like not that much change. I think he did emphasise that like he would think a Labour government would be better than the Tories, and as you mentioned, yeah, he will think he'll be glad to see the back of the Tories, but he was also keen to define his party as different from Labour and clearly differentiate his party from Labour. And yeah, that's when he mentioned the more transformative change in reference to his party and differentiating it from Labour, which was the point that he made in the interview.
That's really good, Ben. Thank you. I suppose I'd better let you get back and try and catch some more interviews. I don't want to be selfish and keep you here. Is that okay? Is there anything else that you wanted to say before you go that you haven't had a chance to say?
No, that's fine. I think we covered what I spoke about in the interview quite well. Quite a shame how it came through. I watched it live. But yeah, no, I'll search for some more interviewees. So yeah,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Oh, good luck, and we'll speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that turnout figure of 47%. Not the same seat, obviously, because of boundary changes, but Glasgow North, the old seat in 2019, 63-point-something%. Glasgow Central in 2019, 57.9%. If that's a typical turnout figure, then we have a falling off. That's the first thing that really stands out with what Ben was saying there.
So do you think, is it voter apathy, or do you think they think Labour's going to win, there's no point in
a little bit of
voting?
everything.
A lot of apathy.
Voter apathy, holiday time,
Holidays.
postal vote debacle, the whole
shebang. Yeah.
I must admit, even my work, it's, as I said, we're open to the public. People can just walk in off the street. We're really quiet at the moment.
The roads are quieter.
Yeah, you get the feeling that people have gone
people
on
are
holiday. Yeah.
And to re-energise people with politics, it's going to be a long fight. Interesting too about the Greens. Oh, by the way, I think some of these others in the exit poll are very likely Northern Ireland.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Where
some Sinn Féin, some DUP, the Sinn Féin won't take their seat.
I'm just trying to think, what's the party? There's a party that won't stand in Northern Ireland. Is it the Conservatives or Labour, or isn't there one of the parties that won't stand? One of the UK-wide parties that...
Well, Sinn Féin won't take their seats, that I know.
Yeah, abstain.
But I don't know about... Linda will tell you something through your earphone in a minute. In the meantime, it's the South Shields show.
Okay, I think Linda was just saying, not you, Linda, our other Linda was saying that it's the Conservatives that don't...
They don't stand because the Unionist parties are there.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
So the latest result is from South Shields. It's a Labour hold. We don't have the turnout or the majority. We can work the majority out with my arithmetic skills.
It might take a while.
There is a very interesting score in here for South Shields. Carry on.
No, honestly,
reading it upside
I think
down.
we should take shots. Yes, honestly, it doesn't have to be all...
There's more fun with you reading it, Brian.
So Labour are on 15,122. The Reform Party are second with 8,469. Greens are on 5,433, which is respectable.
Interesting.
That's the interesting one.
Conservatives fourth on 4,128. There's an independent candidate on 2,270, which again I would say is respectable, coming ahead of the Lib Dems on 1,402.
Yes,
the Labour hold.
Another horrific result for the Tories.
Yeah. Good turnout.
Admittedly, they never expected to win that seat because they weren't winning it even in 2019 when they were winning all sorts of stuff that they weren't
North again,
expecting
isn't it?
But, fourth place behind the Greens, not great.
No, and I mean the Greens, I think, again, I wasn't able to hear Ben very well, but he said Patrick Harvey was quite upbeat about what the Greens were doing in England. I mean, Bristol certainly is looking very confident there.
And we have another result.
Do you want to do it or shall I do it?
I think you should go for it, yeah. Absolutely.
All right, because this is different from the norm. And it actually, I'm not sure all the figures. Oh, I know, and it's just the commas in the wrong place. This is Harrogate and Knaresborough, so we're getting into slightly posh Northern England, and I don't know who.
Slightly.
It sounds like the sort of seat that the Tories might
Yorkshire,
have held,
yeah.
but I'm not entirely convinced. Anyway, the Lib Dems have taken it with 23,976. The Tories were second with 15,738. Reform got 5,679. Labour got 4,153, and others 2,518. So a good 8,000 majority there for the Lib Dems. Now, the Lib Dems in certain seats were just targeting the Tories, and this is one that they've either got or they've held on to. And we can do a wee bit of digging into that if we weren't just concentrating on Scotland. But there we are.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, William. And yeah, I used to live not far from there. Knaresborough is lovely. Harrogate, no, it's definitely posh.
Harrogate's nice, yeah.
Nice tea shop, isn't it, or something?
Betty's.
In Harrogate, yes. And they've got the Royal Horticultural Society gardens.
Yeah, and the Harrogate summer show, where you get your livestock judged and your honey and your jams and stuff like that. If you win a prize at that, then that's major.
Is it?
That's, yeah, absolutely. It's like a real gold
I will
seal.
do a little research into what happened with that in terms of whether it's a gain, because that sounds like classic Tory territory.
I would say so. And yet, I can see them voting Lib Dem as a kind of alternative now and again.
Yeah, well, I think that was Conservative. I'm just looking at
The Guardian, our saviour here.
Yeah, it looks like the Conservatives are down 1 in the results.
Yep.
So
there you go.
I wonder if everybody else at home is doing the same as what you're doing.
Here's
just
another
on
thing.
Your
14 minutes ago, John Curtis says turnout is on course to be one of the lowest in post-war history. So it's not just Scotland.
No, it's everywhere.
Which, in a sense, is quite reassuring, but nevertheless, it's not great news.
No.
Yeah. Again, I'm just thinking about Keir Starmer saying that when a Conservative MP from the Cabinet, I think, said that Labour was definitely going to win, and then Labour says you just don't want people to turn out. What about Mundell? We want to go back to Mundell? It's up to you.
Mr. Mundell.
I would think if the Tories hold on to any single seat in Scotland, if it's down to 1, this would be the seat. Because he's got through
He's
so
got
many
the incumbency
times
factor.
when nobody else.
A big incumbency.
In 2015, when the SNP won all but 3 seats, this was one of the 3.
Yeah, and he's represented roughly that area since 1999, because he came into the Scottish Parliament with me in 1999. So before he went to Westminster, so that's 25 years he's been representing that seat, or it's changed, but incumbency at that level is quite powerful.
Okay, do you know, this is great because with you two here, I don't need any of my notes. So you've
have
both
you heard
said
my record of predictions on Broadcasting Scotland on any topic? It's rubbish.
So incumbency is important, you say, and you mentioned his 2015 victory, which you're right, Mundell but he only retained that seat by 798 votes, and the SNP were very close behind. Emma Harper was like
she was a formidable candidate.
Yes, right, like really close. Now the candidate is David Mundell for the Conservatives. Daniel Coleman for Labour, not a name that I recognise. Drummond Begg for Liberal Democrats. David Kirkwood for Reform UK. Scottish Greens have Dominic Ashmole. That name rings a slight bell.
That name rings a bell.
SNP Kim Marshall. Others include Gareth Kirk of the Scottish Family, and the incumbent, as you say, is David Mundell.
I think about the SNP this time round. A lot of new folk contesting constituencies for the first time. So many incumbency benefits, such as they might have been, are gone. That's another thing just to throw into the mix of the results for the whole night.
Do you know, I'm just looking at something online about who's losing and who's winning seats. So it's actually Labour are up one and Conservatives are down one. So Labour have taken one from the Conservatives. Harrogate for the Lib Dems must have been Lib Dem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wrong about all that Tory horticultural stuff. See, I told you my record was rubbish.
And just for the record, Betty's the bread was nice, but I wouldn't really. People would queue. There would be queues outside, and I would go in. I would think, and I would think it's not really worth waiting for. Not really. It's very nice, but no. Anyway.
Where did you go instead, Brian?
Went for a walk or something. I don't know.
To his flask.
I probably had. So whenever I think about Fluffy Mundell, if I can call him that, then
that's how we knew him.
Okay.
It's because of his hair. His fluffy hair.
It's probably actionable, but never mind.
I'm being told.
I didn't mind it.
I'm being told not to call him that, so I don't mean to be unkind. So, but whenever I think of him, then the next thought that usually pops into my head straight away is Alistair Jack. It's like
who is now Sir Alistair Jack as of the dissolution honours list.
But didn't they hold that back?
Yes,
they did.
They turned it down before,
and they didn't make it a peerage either. So obviously not totally flavour of the month, is he?
So he apparently he was not apparently he was offered a peerage, and he declined it because it would have meant a by-election that the Tories would probably have lost, and they think they did a backroom deal whereby it's like, well, you'll get it, don't worry.
Aye, well,
it's
he did.
coming.
He did. He got a knighthood. Yeah. I think that's right. Please check.
It's just the first step, though.
I don't know all the differences between peerages and knighthoods and stuff like that. I really have no clue. But so Dumfries and Galloway was his seat. The boundaries have changed. Labour won the seat in 2005 and kept it in 2010. Then in 2015 they lost it to the SNP. And then in 2017 the SNP lost it to Alistair Jack for the Tories, and he was one of the 12 new Tory MPs in Scotland at that time as a result. And then in 2019 Jack held the seat. We've now got Tracy Little for the SNP and Reformer standing. Again, before the exit poll, I've got SNP slight favourites to gain from the Tories. But I suppose my question to you now is, it was Labour from 2005 to 2010. Is it going to go back to Labour after the exit poll?
I think if it were in any severe danger of doing so, they would be the favourites, because there's clearly a uniformish swing going on.
And if Reform takes them.
Yeah. So... But all of these are, I mean, you would think that the SNP were in line to make some gains in seats where they were up against the Tories, and particularly where Tories were incumbents. We can't be sure about that, given what we've seen, until we actually start getting proper results.
The exit poll would suggest no.
Also, a whole bunch of new candidates, so there's no incumbency, and
yeah.
we don't know how the campaign has gone.
No, we don't know how they've been performing in the campaign trail. Well, I'm going to leave the constituencies, and I've been making a note of thoughts ever since I was told that I was going to be here. So let me see if I can find. If I could spell thoughts.
Is that how you've got it down there? Thoughts, the thoughts of Brian.
Yeah, these are my thoughts. So
it's like the life of Brian, only it's the internal life.
For many years after the life of Brian, and when I was young and I would be travelling a lot and pre-Brexit and stuff, and everywhere I went, if somebody, talking to, making new friends and somebody, what's your name? And I would say Brian, they would all go, oh, Monty Python. And I was like, yeah.
You're just a naughty boy.
But how about, again, please suggest anything that you'd like to talk about, but what about Gamblegate? Some people would be calling it Gamble Shambles. I'd probably just call it corruption.
Low-level corruption. If people had insider knowledge and they used it, which it looks like they probably did, it just strikes me. It's almost like the caricature of Tories making money out of everything.
Absolutely, and people have said, should MPs be banned from making bets and all the rest of it? I actually despair, because I think it's ethically wrong, and. No, there should be more ethics involved if you have the privilege to be in the position of being an elected member, your ethics should be saying things to you like, no, we should.
We live in a world where sportsmen have great restrictions on gambling, quite rightly. Are politicians below the level of sportsmen? Maybe they are.
I just don't understand why they think it's acceptable.
I'm conscious that we're kind of getting away from Scotland and everything, but I'm going to put on the table the Tory MP Philip Davies. And you've both got excellent recall, but you're just looking at me. No,
one's he?
I'm trying not to look panicked. Go on.
So he's married to Esther McVeigh.
Oh, right. That's how I remember him.
The previous Minister for Common Sense.
Uh-huh.
But he's an MP, he's a Tory MP, and he put an £8,000 bet on himself to lose.
Oh, is that him? I didn't realise he was Esther McVeigh's man.
I mean,
that's really unethical.
If you put a bet on yourself to win, perhaps that's a sign of confidence.
Yeah.
If you put a bet on yourself to lose, okay, that's, what sort of... Now,
that's no commitment to your party.
Take a bet on the Tories, because the way he ran that campaign from the moment he announced it in the rain to everything else.
I mean, I would be absolutely outraged if I heard that any SNP candidate had put a bet on themselves to lose.
Yeah.
So I suppose then I'm wondering, what if he loses? He's put an £8,000 bet on himself. I don't know if the bet still stands or whether it's been stamped on or by his bosses.
Well, it couldn't
or whatever,
be if he put it on. I mean, what could they do? If these people are ruthless enough that would profit from that, it's not going to cancel it. He's going to take the money and run.
It's not against the rules. That's what they'll say, and they'll be right. What needs to change is the rules.
So which industry?
How do you change them?
Which industry do you think he's a long-time supporter of?
The gambling industry.
Yeah.
Oh,
obviously.
Oh my. Okay.
He's been accused of placing an £8,000 bet he would lose his seat. I've just repeated myself. In Shipley, he was caught betting against himself in his marginal seat. £8,000 on losing his 6,242 majority. He says it's nobody's business.
They're ruthless, these people. They're charlatans, complete and utter charlatans.
It should just become an item of misconduct to be doing that.
And again, I said, you don't need me or my notes because you mentioned sportsmen, and I've got a note saying there's a worldwide ban on footballers betting on football anywhere in the world. So footballers are held to a higher standard than MPs. And of course, there is things about, we've heard in the past, I suppose, about footballers taking money and then, what's the expression? Then they miss the goal.
Match.
Yeah, they throw the match, that's it, yeah.
But I heard now.
Which is why there's
what Tory MP was it on? He was on some discussion programme that I heard on the radio. David Davis, he's Tory, isn't he?
Yes.
Aye. It was
two
him.
of them, but yeah.
Aye. And he was saying you couldn't possibly make it against the rules. He didn't mention ethics, I have to say, or morals. I kept waiting for that, but no, you couldn't make it against the rules. That would be ridiculous. And somebody said, for sports people, and he said, oh, that's different, they can throw the match. And I thought, these guys made a pretty good job of throwing an election, so actually it's not that different.
Absolutely. And
you could do something to deliberately throw the election that people would say, I couldn't possibly vote for that person.
Or you could bet on a thing happening that you then make happen. And
yes.
like, for example, sports people wouldn't necessarily bet on losing the game. They'd bet on there being a penalty in the first half, and then they just make sure they kick somebody. That kind of thing. A sending off, so just make sure they hit somebody.
But they're relying on Douglas Ross paying attention and looking in the right direction and that, aren't they?
If he's on that, David, he's not doing one of his other jobs. He might have fewer jobs, we don't know.
Okay, so again, conscious that we're sort of not talking about Scottish issues. So there was no promise to protect Scotland from the same private sector takeover in the NHS as in I'm not phrasing this very well. There was no promise to protect Scotland from an NHS private sector takeover as there is in England in the Scottish Labour Manifesto. 0.2% of the NHS budget in Scotland was redirected to the private sector versus 7% redirected to the private sector in England. I don't know if you've heard about these things called physician associates.
Yes.
Yeah, there's 143 in Scotland, whereas there's 3,215 in England. They were meant to help with admin, but now it's a 2 years master's degree, versus a doctor's degree is 5 years. These physician assistants are unregulated, they don't have any official standards, often seen as a clinician. They often substitute striking doctors in England, and they're now taking over doctors' roles, backed by Wes Streeting. I don't know.
I think, now, I don't know all the detail of this, but we have to start from the basis of GP surgeries and things are run very different in Scotland and through different contracts than they are south of the border. I think the use of physician associates, is it? I think they're mostly in GP surgeries, and I think it's mostly about part of the practice, like my own practice, expanding so it's not always a GP, you see. So, if you go for blood tests, or you do this, or you do that. Practice nurses do some things, and I understand these people do others. I heard, that's not to say I don't think they should be regulated. I think that's a different issue. I think regulation's absolutely fine. Nurses are regulated, let's face it, and others. But I also think there's discussion going on at the moment about how to regulate, and regulation of medics and everyone else is a UK-wide thing. That's one of the things that's reserved under the Scotland Act. Why do I know these strange facts?
Because
why do we all know strange facts?
It was your job for many years.
So I think the situation is a bit different.
I think also there is room for being clever about how you run a service with a limited budget, and the things that Linda's mentioned, plus obviously pharmacists getting involved in prescriptions, etc., etc. That's sensible, and physician associates in Scotland will fit into that picture. Not quite sure how it works in England with the hugely greater number. That doesn't sound like an organised strategic thing. That sounds more like a blanket thing.
When I was trying to find out about it, it was an impression. I can't say any more than that, but the impression was there was a lot of people saying, you think you were seen by a doctor, but you weren't. So it sounds like it's not always made clear that I've only been training for 2 years instead of 5. And I think there's been instances of WhatsApp messages have been leaked where one of these physician associates is dealing with a patient and they don't know what's wrong with the patient, and they're WhatsApping a colleague, and it's a really serious heart failure or something, and they're not spotting it. But
it's certainly true to say that I have never been dealt with in the health service by anybody whose status I was unaware of.
Getting some great shots of the arena in Glasgow, by the way. But just sticking on that, so Scottish Labour, staying with this issue, Anna Sarwar said that a Labour government in Westminster would not give the Scottish government complete control over levelling up funding, despite a pledge in Labour's UK manifesto. So, sorry, this is separate to the NHS one. But, William, I see you're clutching some bits of paper.
Yeah, all right. Yes, we have Nuneaton and Stroud. They're both Labour gains, and I presume from the Tories, because the Conservatives are second in each case.
This is interesting. Can I just stop you there? Because this has been a real bugbear of mine when I've been preparing for tonight. This constituency names where there's like 3 place names all linked with and if you're not careful, it sounds like you're talking about 3 different places, but it's one constituency. You've got 2 constituencies. Stroud. Yes. And
one's in Gloucestershire, one's in where's Nuneaton? Halfway down. And here comes another one.
Here comes another. Oh
because
my goodness.
We're getting into that part of the night where they come flying through. It's Darlington, another Labour gain.
Still no Scottish seats yet. But
and this is interesting for Linda. I don't know why. She was about to tell us.
Do you want me to go first?
Go on, you go first.
Okay, I need to change my
spec. Shots. Let's take shots. Honestly, I'm well up for that.
Okay, Darlington. This is interesting. Labour gain. I'm going to start at the bottom.
Okay.
The Liberals got 1735. The Greens got 2847. Reform 6,852. Conservatives 14,323 and Labour 16,621. So Labour are 2,300 above the Conservatives, and Reform got almost 7,000.
Sounds like an instance, and we'd have to see if there's anybody significant in that losing their seat. But if Conservatives held it with a reasonable majority, and they lost some of that to Reform,
Yeah.
it looks like. And it could be similar here, because in each of these cases too, Labour's in first place and the Tories are in second place, and they're both Labour gains, so I'm assuming the gain is from the Tories without checking. Nuneaton, Labour have got 15,216, the Tories 11,737, Reform 9,056, so there's a combined Reform coin that's higher than Labour. Green 2894 and the Lib Dems 1340. Noticeably, in all of these, also there looks that there's a wee element of tactical voting, and the Libs are just shrinking away to not very much at all.
It was Conservative.
Stroud in Gloucestershire, Labour, this is quite a big majority actually. Labour 25,630. Then you've got the Conservatives 14,219. Reform 6,329. Then the Libs on 2,913. An Independent with 261. And a Volt, whatever Volt is, now we'll research that if you like, 163. So again, here the Tories and Reform together got 20,500. So even then there would have been a 5,000 plus majority. But as it stands, it's an 11,400 majority for Labour. And since that's a gain, that's a big gain.
I've got some breaking news.
Good.
What's that?
You'll have it as well, Brian, no doubt. But if you want me to say it, I shall.
Yeah, please.
Go on,
A
go on.
recount in Basildon and Billericay between the Tories and Reform.
Which
This could be the Reform's first seat.
Yeah. There's about 20 votes in it, it says.
okay, and that reminds me of something which is somewhere in my notes, where I think it was John Swinney said that because it's going to be, obviously it's before we knew about the exit poll, because it's going to be so tight in a lot of the seats in Scotland, he thought there might be a lot of recounts.
Yeah,
It's
he
possible.
did say that. Yeah.
Because it could be down to literally a handful of
We
votes.
could
I
be
think
here
we touched on
literally all
that.
night.
Yeah. I've got a back
Sorry to be a
shift
spreader
tomorrow.
of bad news. Meanwhile, Douglas Ross has admitted tonight is, quote, historically bad, with no shying away from that at all. There will be a huge amount of reflection on the campaign and also, clearly, the last few years. He doesn't comment on his own seat, I might add. He's commenting on the general thing, but you just never know.
Is he kind of like blaming his colleagues in England? Or have I read
No,
that wrong?
not at this point. I mean, I'm struggling to just get this idea in my head of Douglas Ross being reflective, but he's going to do the reflection. Let's put it that way. Who knows what he'll come up with?
Can you do reflection if when he looks in a mirror? He
Okay, now we're doing the vampire joke, aren't we? Can't do that.
Sorry.
That's actionable.
So I should want another thought. Another one of my thoughts.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, well, Anas Savar said a Labour government in Westminster would not give this Scottish government complete control over levelling up funding. This kind of touches on what you were saying earlier on, and that's despite a pledge in Labour's UK manifesto. Savar said Labour would take a partnership approach to allocating money from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which replaced the European structural funds lost to Brexit. Maybe just like branch out. I was building a list of things that maybe should have featured more in the campaign than haven't. Brexit's definitely on there.
This is a guy that goes on about local democracy and hammers the SNP for centralisation. You know, he's always going on about centralising, you know. Decisions should be devolved down to those that are making it. And councils should make decisions and all the rest of it. And he's saying that they'll work in partnership with London to jointly make decisions. Really?
Yeah, and You've reminded me of Lord Foulkes, who said that when the problem happened with the postal votes and the like, he
Oh, what
said
did he say?
he said it was exacerbated in Scotland because the SNP had centralised the post office.
What?
Or something. Yeah, I think I've
Sorry,
done him
did he say
justice.
post office? Because actually postal votes are the responsibility of the Royal Mail, not the post
He
office.
probably did say Royal
Oh,
Mail.
just checking. Never know
No,
with
I'm the one that probably
George Fuchs.
got them wrong there.
But they what?
Yeah, and I think so when the Royal Mail were blamed, I think they checked and they have no backlogs in postal votes.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find a.
Are there more results coming in?
Yeah, they're going to start really spilling in now. It's
Yeah.
going to just be a
Labour hold,
comment
yeah.
on everything kind of thing. Yeah, the European structural funds, if I'm not mistaken, came to Scotland and Scotland decided how we
Yes.
spent them.
Yes.
So
Yes,
that's a
absolutely.
change right there. On top of which, of course,
Yeah.
the levelling up funds are nothing like the same magnitude of
No.
money. That's the reality of what we face under the constraints.
I wonder when we'll get the first Scottish result. This is getting frustrating.
That's just after 2:00. So
Yeah,
I-
we'd expected about 1:30, I think.
yeah.
Rutherglen is the first one as expected. Fun fact, Rutherglen was my home constituency from my year of birth.
Oh, wow.
I was brought up, I was actually in the same class as the son of the then Labour MP Gregor Mackenzie, and it was pretty solidly Labour until more recently, when of course it's oscillated and...
Well, it went to Margaret Ferrier, won it in
it did.
2015. She lost it to Labour in 2017.
That's right.
She won it back in 2019. And then there was...
Mr.
Michael
Shanks. But it's separated off now, the Hamilton bit, and it's just really
Big
Rutherglen
boundary
and
change.
Cambuslang and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, big boundary.
Yeah,
So it's-
Katie Loudon was the candidate in the by-election.
And she's again.
She was excellent. She was a great candidate.
She's a councillor, right?
Yes, in South Lanarkshire, yeah.
Tempted to talk about Nigel Farage, but it's in relation to the SNP. Douglas Ross said that what Farage risks doing is letting the SNP in through the back door. There's not a single opinion poll that has the Reform Party anywhere close to winning a seat anywhere in Scotland, but they can help the SNP get in.
Straight into the SNP again.
Obsession
Yeah,
with the SNP.
absolutely.
That needs to, I mean, just for mental health reasons within their heads, that needs to stop.
Well, also, I think it's interesting to note that shows that for Douglas Ross that, or for the Scottish Tories, the SNP are worse than Reform.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So, he doesn't seem to have an intrinsic problem with Farage or
No.
with Reform. It seems his worry with them is that they'll let the SNP in.
Well, why don't they do a deal with Reform like they're doing with everybody else to keep the
Right, as
SNP
well.
out?
Well, I thought it was called democracy, but first past the post, as you say. I mean, well, what do you think about that? I mean, so we've got proportional representation in Scotland, and so with that, isn't there more chance of Reform and characters like Farage being successful in Holyrood in 2026 because we're not first past the post? It is.
Oh, yeah, it's far
If
easier
if
to get a
enough
seat
people
in
vote for them,
Holyrood.
yes.
Yeah,
But they don't get runaway majorities. It actually reflects how people voted, so they have to work within
well,
the
that's
overall
right.
parameters.
And, and if they stand on the lists and get elected in the list, that's the what we have. That is the democracy that we
a
have
couple of interesting
that
Labour
allows that to happen.
gains.
So,
Okay, and so just before we leave Farage and the SNP and Douglas Ross, Farage said that he couldn't come to Scotland because he wouldn't be safe here.
Well, he did
He
have
did say
to hide
that,
away
yeah.
one time, didn't he?
well, no, he just got publicity out of it. That's what.
Yeah.
And he's.
There's a
Same with
better
him.
quality of
He just
milkshake down in
didn't. He
England
just
anyway.
didn't want to be bothered coming here.
Same with the milkshake in Clacton, I guess. So two results again from England. One of them in the north, the other one I'm not sure. Knowsley, that sounds like the south to me.
It's
I don't know.
Birmingham roundabout.
Is
so-
it
Is it?
Birmingham?
I hope it is, because that would be terrible if it weren't.
Labour gain in Knowsley, 24,243. Reform came second on 5,924. So again, that's almost a 20,000 majority for Labour there. Greens came next with 2,772. Conservatives fourth on 1,496. Lib Dems came fifth on 1,232, and 380 for other parties. And then in my old stomping ground, Leeds, Weston, Pudsey, I'm going to do what you did, Linda. I'm going to go from the bottom up. And the WRP.
Who's that?
Workers' Revolutionary
Of
Party.
course.
Ah,
He's still around.
Socialists, they got 633. Next up was the Lib Dems on 1,743. They were trumped by the Greens on 3,794. The Reform Party came next with 6,281. Conservative second on 6,584. And Labour gain 18,976. So, yeah, we're just having to
Knowsley's
go
in
with
the
this until we get-
northwest, and I'm not sure it's a Labour gain, because I think Labour won it last time. The thing that interested me about it was the Tories were nowhere, so who did they gain it from? Because it wasn't Reform. So I think that's probably actually a Labour hold. I may be wrong though, because boundary changes. Maybe it's
Yes.
technically not.
I'm looking
here
for
yet.
maybe some more interesting Scottish seats. How about Berwickshire? Have we done Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk?
Nope.
No, so no boundary changes, mostly rural. Had a strong Lib Dem presence since the 1960s, well, Liberal Party presence since the 1960s. Former Liberal leader David Steele represented them from 65 to 97. Historically, Tory has been the main challenger to the seat, and they currently hold the equivalent Holyrood seat. Looking for something a bit juicier. At the SNAP 2017 election, I think we're getting ready to go to Douglas and Aberdeen. Let's go to Douglas and Aberdeen. Hello, Douglas. Over to you. What's the news?
Hello again from Aberdeen. There really is no news. The progress is slow, but it's clearly very close because every party is being very tight-lipped. You can perhaps see over my shoulder, that's the counting for Aberdeen North, which is Kirsty Blackman's seat. How close it is that none of the candidates are making any predictions. It's always sources. So Labour sources are saying it's very close between their candidate and Kirsty Blackman in Aberdeen North. I've had a quick look at the tables. I would say that the piles for Kirsty Blackman are slightly higher, but I haven't seen all of them and I can't really make a judgment on that. The first turnout figure came through, and that was for Aberdeenshire West and Kincardineshire, where the turnout was 67.29%. Now, this is one of the tightest marginals in Scotland, with Andrew Bowie winning at the last election with a majority of 1.6%. Again, sources rather than Andrew Bowie himself saying the confidence of the Conservatives are confident, although equally speaking to Glenn Reynolds and the SNP team, they are also quietly confident. So I think that one is clearly on a knife edge, and that's one that we're not going to get the result until well into the morning, after 5 o'clock. The first results will come through for Aberdeen North and Aberdeen South. They will be close together about 3:15, 3:30. And Aberdeen South, where the SNP parliamentary leader in Westminster, Stephen Flynn, is notionally defending the seat, although the boundaries have changed and it's gobbled up a fair bit of the old Aberdeen North constituency. Again, sources are saying it's close.
Thank you, Douglas. Have you had any conversations with anybody about whether they think Reform is going to manage to get a seat in Scotland?
I'm sorry, have I had any conversations about?
Have you had any conversations with anybody to ask if they think that Reform is going to be successful and get a seat in Scotland?
No, it doesn't look likely. Certainly in Kincardine, West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, there was about 10 to 15 coming out of each box for Reform.
And what about recounts? We've been hearing that they think that in Scotland a lot of the seats are going to be so close, like maybe literally down to a handful of votes. So the SNP think that there might be a lot of recounts down the line. Any idea about that?
Well, it's too early to talk about recounts in the northeast yet because they haven't got close to the first result. But judging by the comments of the parties, it will be very close. So it would be unsurprising if there are not a recount or two. You can probably see that procession going past me with applause. That's a group of Labour Party activists and candidates. And again, over my shoulder, that large group of people there are nearly all, in fact, are all Labour Party supporters, activists, and former SNPs coming to support. And the Labour Party is in terms of numbers, the best represented at the count and looking very happy at the moment.
Thank you, Douglas. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention? I'm conscious that you might be wanting to try and get some interviews lined up, but before you go, is there anything else that you might want to say?
No, I'll be trying to interview people as soon as I can and as soon as they become available. But it's a very subdued atmosphere here generally. But I suppose it's because there's still a lot of counting to go.
I think that's a great idea that you've got about looking at the size of the piles in front of the people that are doing the counting. So I would, very clever.
Well, I'll be keeping an eye on those piles, and as soon as I have anything else from Aberdeen, I will be back with you.
That's great. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay, thank you.
Later.
Bye for now.
Bye.
That turnout figure of 67%, the comparative in 2019 was 73.4, just for the record. Aberdeenshire, West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine.
What about Stephen Flynn, Linda? I heard reports that he might lose his seat, but that was early on in the campaign.
Yeah, I certainly hope not. I mean, I think it's really interesting that, that we're hearing how subdued things are, and certainly looking on the screen there, it looked really quiet. Excuse me. I think of counts as being a hive of activity because you've got all these activists from all the parties round trying to do ballot box sampling and folk running about here, there, and everywhere. That looked hugely quiet. I don't know what's going on there, really interesting.
In terms of subdued atmosphere, I mean, they always question, since if we are beginning to see a pattern of lower turnouts, and if Sir John Curtis is saying that throughout the whole picture it's a record low turnout, does that benefit any party in particular? Don't know. Or does it benefit any of us, since probably better if citizens are engaged in a democracy. But
I'd rather they were engaged, that's for sure.
And I just wonder if it hasn't been maybe an unintended consequence of the Tories' obvious strategy of trying to sicken everybody about the whole idea of politics and to make it harder to do with the voter ID and just the
Just
general
a result of all of that.
distancing.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
a thought in passing.
I think it's a thought worth thinking. But back to Stephen. I don't know is the answer. I don't know. I've been so tied up in campaigning in East Kilbride for Grant Costello that I've not really got a huge awareness of what's been happening elsewhere in the country.
You're doing great in things like
Well,
the
that's what I was
debates
going to
and
say to you. We
interviews
actually
and-
came across, when we were cold canvassing rather than, doing get out the vote and stuff. Actually, quite a few folks say to me, "Aye, that fella you've got in Westminster does pretty well,
He's made an impression
He certainly
outside the
has.
party and
Yes,
including in
yes.
England. And
Uh-huh.
if he would, he wouldn't get anything like the exposure if they turn out to be the fifth party or even the fourth party.
Well, yes.
But nevertheless, he's got respect.
He's a doughty fighter. Yeah.
And if he does lose a seat, I would hope that they could find something for him as soon as possible up here. And, he's got the potential to be a leader at some stage
Yeah.
if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, even including in England, would really miss his contributions to PMQs
He's
if the
very
SNP don't
Yeah.
They will.
stay the third party, including James O'Brien. It's like he fought.
On LBC?
Yeah, so on every Wednesday they cover PMQs live, and more than once I've heard O'Brien, when they come back to it, to talk about what was said, he'll say the most interesting question was Flynn. I really like what Flynn had to say. I like the cut of his jib, stuff like that. So yeah, he has made an impact even south of the border. And I've noticed that when he does stand up for PMQs, the House seems to go silent. People do.
Yes.
Other MPs of all parties listen.
Yeah. That's always a good thing.
And he developed that technique of being able to spear both Labour and the Tories with a single question because their policies were more or less identical.
Absolutely.
So we've got another result has
I
come
have
in.
no idea where it
this
is.
one.
Yeah.
This is it says Leon Atherton. I think it's Leon Atherton probably. Labour have taken it, 19,971. Reform, second again, 11,090. The Conservatives have got 6,483. The Greens, 1,653. And other, no Lib Dem presence as such, maybe it's just hidden another, 1,973. So the pattern continues. By the way, that Pudsey result was Rachel Reeves getting in.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a great surprise, but hey.
Yeah,
She'll
Labour
have the
gain.
purse strings most likely. Tightly.
They've got another few coming in. Labour gains. Yeah.
So
Yeah, the English ones are going to be more than we can read out at one go. We'll have to go
Oh, here's a
exclusively.
Welsh. I found a Welsh one.
excellent.
Labour gains Vale of Glamorgan from the Conservative.
Very possible that there will be a Tory wipeout in Wales, I think.
Yeah, it'll be good if we do get Hugh Marshall back on. If he's still awake, Hugh, if you're listening.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm tempted to keep it Scottish.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm hearing Aberdeenshire North and Murray East turn out 54.7, and there was a second one at 63, which I think was Gordon and Buchan. I don't know what the comparatives are, but they're no better than we've been seeing. And I think we're beginning to look at potentially somewhere in the 60s for an overall turnout.
Low to mid 60s.
Could be, but
Yeah.
early days.
So I'm hesitating because I was going to go back to Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk. But we've got another probably English result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fed up with these. I wish they'd hurry up with the
No.
Scottish one.
Why is there so many of them?
Another one where Conservatives and Reform combined would have beat Labour.
Yeah.
Swindon North.
We don't. Yes, this one has a turnout of 60%. Swindon North. Labour 17,930, Conservatives 13,827, Reform 7,557, then down to Greens 2,366, Lib Dems 2,086, and Independent 260. Who's ready, apparently, according to. Oh, so you know.
Well,
that.
see, just
You
before
didn't
we say that,
messages
Reform's
before,
just won their first seat.
Lee Anderson, 30p Lee.
Anderson.
Is one. Ashfield, that's not the one in Glasgow, is it? No.
No. No. That was just a club. That was.
Oh, yeah.
You're showing your age. Glenn Daly in the Ashfield Club. Oh, my goodness.
There you go. So we're going to go back to our colleague Douglas in Aberdeen.
It's Hugh, I think.
Oh, so I'm so sorry. We're going back to Hugh Marshall in Wales.
Croeso, bore da.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Morning.
So I don't know if you've been listening there. We just heard about the first Labour gain in the Dale of Glamorgan in Wales.
Yeah, so there's two seats have been declared. So Vale of Glamorgan, which was Alan Cairns, who was former minister. He was Secretary of State for Wales for a time, and that was taken by Labour. And it's one of those seats that Labour have found it difficult to win in the past. But it does look like the Reform vote there gifted that one to Labour. But also Bridgend has announced. So Bridgend is one of the newly, because obviously we've gone from 40 down to 32, so they've rejigged some of the seats. And Bridgend was Conservative at the last election, and that's gone Labour as well. So Chris Elmore, who was the MP for Ogmore, his seat disappeared. And he then moved to stand in Bridgend. So they've won those two seats. But I've just been looking at S4C's coverage. So it looks in Caerfyrddin, Carmarthen, one of the new seats, Anne Davis, who's standing for Plaid there. She did have a smile on her face and was saying that the vote was holding up well there. So some confidence there, but too early to call. They're still counting the votes. And Ben Lake in Ceredigion was looking positive. But it does sound in Ynys Môn, Anglesey, Virginia Crosby, the Conservative there, she won't be doing any, she's told the media she's not doing any interviews. So it sounds like she's lost that. So whether that goes to Plaid or Labour is too early to call. So still waiting for seats to come through, but they'll start coming through in the next hour or so. But yeah, no, it's interesting. But Reform are doing well in the ones that have been sort of announced. And I think that's going to be something sort of common across Wales. It's interesting in Wales where traditional Labour voting areas that have never voted Conservative, especially the old coal mining areas, for obvious reasons, have never voted Conservative and never would vote Conservative. Reform appears in those areas to be finding people who were Labour voters who may have had more right-wing views, and they're finding a home with Reform. So those Reform votes will be coming from Labour, because in many of those seats, Labour were 70-80% of the vote. But the one thing that's come from Wales so far is the turnouts. One of the turnouts is 43%. Quite a few of them are under 50%. Turnout in 2019 across the board was 66%, but it looks as though it's going to be, sort of struggling to get into the high 50s. So turnout is a surprise to me. On social media, everybody was saying, "Oh, I've never seen anything so busy," but it doesn't appear to have to come to anything yet.
So Hugh, I'm presuming that you did vote yesterday, and we were talking about our experiences in the polling stations. Two of us found they were quiet. Mine very quiet. We're talking about turnout now as well. So, what was it like when you voted where you are?
Yeah, because like I said, the turnout here. So I'm in the new constituency, Rhondda and Ogmore. And the turnout is under 50%. So I voted very early, around sort of 8 o'clock-ish, and there was a couple of people there. It wasn't that busy. My wife voted later this evening, but the staff there were saying that it had been busier than they were expecting. It does look as though across the board that the turnout has been quite low. So I don't know what the turnout figures are like in Scotland, but it appears here that Conservatives staying at home, Starmer's message not resonating, and also people just thinking it's a foregone conclusion that Labour are going to win. Reform doing well, but potentially not getting that many people out if the turnout is low. So yeah, it's an interesting mixed bag.
So do you think that the reason for the low turnouts is because people have thought that there's no point in voting because Labour's definitely going to win, or do you think it's voter apathy?
I don't know, I think it is apathy, because I think when you look at just looking at the UK numbers, turnout does look low across the board, and we've discussed this on Broadcast Scotland previously, that there's people want change. People have they've literally had a guts full of what has clearly an incompetent, bordering on, I choose my words carefully, corrupt Conservative government. They've had enough of that, and I think people wanting change, Labour of offering that change, but I don't see the enthusiasm for Starmer. That when you think about in previous elections, and when you look at the votes, from what I see, Reform looks to be taking away 2/3 to 3/4 of Conservative votes, and Labour are gaining 1/3 or a quarter of those Tory votes. So it makes you think that Labour could have been far more progressive with their policy things. But I can see why they were playing safe. It was just ultra cautious. But I would be surprised with the turnout numbers, that Starmer will be elected with a massive majority, but with fewer votes than Corbyn received back in 2017. So that's going to be an interesting one. But just for the sake of my viewers in Wales, because we're sharing this stream now, how are things going in Scotland?
Well, we haven't any results yet. We have suspicions, and turnout figures probably slightly higher than you've been reporting in Wales, but nevertheless down. And of course, Sir John Curtis has said that it's looking to be overall as low as it's been ever. So that's interesting. We're also seeing in the northeast of England, examples potentially of reform gaining some ground with what would have been traditional Labour voters who are just a bit pissed off with things. And that's a parallel. So that's an interesting one too, I think.
But I'm surprised, because I think, is it Rutherglen is the first one you're expecting?
Yeah, no, haven't had it yet. We're expecting lots of recounts in Scotland. That's the truth of it.
Yeah, no, and I would imagine that's going to be, because it's some of the counts. It does look as though, just from a Welsh perspective as well, it looks like they're quite slow, because we were hoping by sort of 3:03, but it looks like it's going to be 4:04 nearer to that point. But yeah, interesting. So I will try and join you later on once we've actually got some results.
Yeah, that would be great. We'd look forward to that, absolutely.
Yeah, speak to you later.
Okay, see you later.
We have the Ashfield result. Ha ha ha. You want to do it? It's
Okay.
Lee Anderson, the first Reform UK winner.
Incredible. Yeah, Ashfield Reform, 17,062, came first. Labour beaten into second place with 11,553. And independent, I think it's a single independent, 6,276. Conservatives coming fourth on 3,271. The Greens on 1,100, but ahead of the Lib Dems on 619. I don't have turnout, I'm afraid, but yeah, 30p Lee.
To be fair, I think Lee Anderson has been re-elected, although technically it's again
Yeah.
because he got thrown out.
Well, he was Labour, then
Then
Tory,
Tory,
and
then-
now.
He's been round the houses, but he was the incumbent. So
Obviously, a man of no principle.
there you are.
Yeah.
But technically, they're first properly elected.
It looks like
Indeed.
Farage is going to. Do you know, it's something that just struck me earlier. We were talking earlier about independent candidates.
Mhm.
And what about Corbyn? He's standing as an independent.
Islington North.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting to see how he does.
Word on the street, he'll do quite well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when Diane Abbott was left in limbo as to whether she was going to be allowed back in to the party, and people were saying if she was to go independent, that she would probably beat
Yeah,
Starmer
yeah.
as well. And I kind of hoped that she would. But
Yeah,
she
but-
waited and she was patient, and
Yeah.
eventually she was let back in. So she's standing for Labour.
Of course, Scotland has one independent candidate that might be interesting to watch, which is Angus Brendan McNeill,
Yes.
who is, he's now got an SNP opponent, and that's going to be problematic. But he's in a seat. It's the one I don't want to pronounce because it's Gaelic.
Comrade Ireland.
That one. Because that has had a history of incumbents who've built up a strong personal
Yes.
following,
Yes.
including Donald Stewart in the
Yeah.
early days.
Way back.
And
yeah.
then a Labour guy for a little while, and then Angus Brendan McNeill since probably 2010, 25? 25, I think.
2005.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, interesting to see how much that holds up. Because it's always possible he's one of the others.
There's another potential independence vote being split.
Yes.
So I've got Helen and Yar, which is not
Helen
very.
and Yard. Just say it
Helen
very
and Yar,
quickly. I know. I hate to hear people mangling names
Do you know,
that I can't pronounce.
I mangle it as well. I tried very hard and I've just not got the linguistics
No, me
to
neither.
do. Let's just say Western Isles.
Okay.
And then we'll not make so much of a
That's
fool
what
of ourselves.
That's what it means, isn't it? Yeah. So it's got no boundary changes, and again, pre-exit poll, I've got it down as a Labour slight favourite to gain
Well,
from.
they've got a great
independent
candidate.
previous
Torquil
SNP.
Crichton, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's an excellent candidate.
I used to hate him when he was a journalist. Always a very vinegary approach.
Yeah, but do you know what? He's a local lad who's done real well and has built up a formidable reputation as a journalist.
If he does
And,
get the seat, he
very
won't
good candidate.
give it up without a fight.
Having said that, Donny Munro got beat. Remember there?
Yes,
Years-
it
years
can
ago.
happen.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Can I go back to a Scottish seat? I think we started to talk about it and then we got distracted by maybe an English
We're
result
not
or
going back to
something.
Mr. Mandela, are we?
No,
we
we've
finished
not.
with
No.
him.
No.
Oh, it was Roxburgh, yeah.
Well, that
David
one as
Steele's
well.
old
No,
seat,
there's a-
effectively.
Yes.
There's another one, so that we did start on East Renfrewshire. I don't think we got to. I remember we said Sandesh Gilhani's standing,
Yeah.
and it's Kirsten Oswald's SNP, and Blair McDougall for Labour. And we just mentioned Blair McDougall's name, and then we changed topics. So
Well, yeah, that
That's-
was not a bad thing.
That's what he does to conversations. It's like a superpower.
yeah, and this was the one that's its affluent, large Jewish population,
Yeah.
won by
Yeah.
Jim Murphy in '97. Kirsten Oswald took it from him in 2015 SNP landslide. Blair McDougall, any thoughts you want to share on him standing for Labour?
On him or the fact he's doing it. But remember,
Who is he? Maybe tell folks at home.
well, he was the guy that led the Better Together campaign in 2014. Quite vitriolic against the SNP. Him and Jim Murphy became a bit of a double act round about that time. And their other crony, Tom Harris, joined. Oh, they were all at it. Tom Harris is very much a Tory now. Right.
Very much.
Oh, my goodness, right for the Daily Mail. Who won? Who took it in 2017? We
Scott-
lost it in 2017. Kirsten won it back in 2009.
You're absolutely right.
It wasn't by any chance Joe Swinson, was it? Was
No,
that's
no,
Dunbartonshire.
she was Dunbartonshire.
All right.
So 2017 was Theresa May's snap election.
Uh-huh.
You're right, it returned to Tory for the first time in 20 years
Uh-huh.
before Kirsten won it back, and I have not made a note of who won it to the Tories.
It'll come back because it was a Tory for years. It was a man was it Young? No. There was a very controversial character was the Tory there for many, many, many years. He was a guy that swung an axe above his head in the park or something. Oh.
Did he rip up the...
Was he
SNP
called Alan
manifesto?
Stewart or something?
Yes. I don't know if it was Alan Stewart. He's the guy in the pantomimes.
Yes,
Maybe he was an Alan Stewart as well.
It was Andy Stewart. Anyway,
Maybe it was Alan Stewart, but he'd been there for years. 2017, I can't remember who it was in Kirsten's back, but Blair McDougall. Well,
this could really be a three-way split. Gauhani is quite prominent because he's constantly criticising the NHS.
He's such a little narky fellow.
And it's the sort of constituency where Tories tend to do quite well, even if things are going badly for them. Blair McDougall reinvigorates the spirit of Jim Murphy, and Kirsten Oswald is the great survivor or returner. It could go any way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and she's well thought of, Kirsten.
Yeah, we've got a Scottish result close to coming in, but we're just before it does appear, so in Stainway, East Renfrewshire, it strikes me, you said it could be a three-way, strikes me it's very crowded. You've got Sandesh Gauhani for the Tories, Blair McDougall for Labour, Kirsten Oswald for SNP, Scottish Greens are standing, Reform UK is standing, Scottish Family Party are standing. Labour's slight favourite to gain from SNP.
Slight favourite, did you say?
That's what I've got
really?
here.
Oh,
but
that's
again,
interesting.
It's because there's so much white noise.
Yeah.
It's probably right though.
Was considered the safest Tory seat in Scotland until 1997.
Oh, hang on, something's happening with Alan Brown.
While we're waiting for the official bit of paper, instead of just words in our ears, how about an Edinburgh seat? Edinburgh North.
Edinburgh North and Leith.
Labour have taken Kilmarnock apparently.
Oh, sugar Ollie.
I'd prefer it if we could get it on paper before we start to talk about it, if you don't mind me.
Fair enough. I'm just triggered by it.
But Edinburgh North and Leith.
That's Deirdre Brock's.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And urban, affluent, left-leaning constituency has the highest proportion of residents living in tenements and flats of any parliamentary constituency in the UK. But I'm sure they're very nice flats.
No, they're not all. No, it's I know Deirdre's constituency. There are affluent areas and very up and coming areas because Leith became, sort of revival area. But there's also some harsh living in that constituency.
I don't think there's going to be any constituency that's entirely
No.
one way or the other.
So it's, in fact, I got a wee message from Deirdre the other day to say that, there did seem to be a division between areas, and she was finding it really, really hard.
Okay. If she is unlucky and if she is one of the ones that we lose, I'll certainly miss her exchanges with Penny Mordaunt in Westminster, but I think if I remember rightly, there's a good chance that she's not going to survive either, Penny Mordaunt.
Bit of luck. Oh no, it depends who takes over. I shouldn't say that. It might be the Reform, that's worse.
But they seem to have a love-hate relationship or something like that.
Oh, I don't think there's any love there.
Half of that is possibly true.
Yeah. I don't know. Is there anything that you came in thinking, I'm really looking forward to talking about ... and it hasn't come up yet?
Well, before I heard the exit poll, I was looking forward to coming in and talking about a really good night, but that's not going to happen, I don't think.
Sorry.
So, we just have to talk about where Scotland goes next.
Yeah, and this Kilmarnock result
that I can't talk about, but it's coming in.
Yeah, as we speak. So, what about...
dear.
I was going to say Jacob Rees-Mogg, but no, this is...
Yeah.
You go, Brian.
You want it? You can have it.
You do it,
Why
Brian.
me? Why me?
Why? You're the host. You get to read the first one.
Okay, so Labour have won Kilmarnock with 19,065 votes. Without further ado, SNP are second on
Oh dear.
13,936. Conservatives are next, 3,527, followed by Reform on very closely on 3,472. Green on 1,237 and the Lib Dems on just 850. That's about 6,000, well, 5,000, over 5,000 majority for Labour.
That was where Alan Brown was the candidate for SNP, and who's taken it for Labour?
So let me get my printed list for Kilmarnock, which tells me. Has it changed its name? That's a shame because Alan Brown's, I think, incredible Scottish accent. Loved
Will be
hearing
missed.
that, yeah, in Westminster, absolutely. Let's see what I can rustle
Yeah,
up.
I'm sad about that. That's more of a move to Labour than I certainly would have thought would have happened in Kilmarnock.
Kilmarnock and Loudon, I've got down no boundary changes, SNP slight favourite to hold. So,
Yeah.
Well, they lost it by a significant margin.
Yes, not good at all.
so Kilmarnock and Loudon. Conservatives, Gordon Cowie. Labour, Lillian Jones. Lib Dems, Edward Thornley. None of these names that I recognise yet. Reform UK, William Thompson. Scottish Greens, Bex Glen. There's Stephen McNamara, an independent, and Alan Brown, incumbent.
Yeah.
I don't have very much else on that.
Reform,
I'm afraid.
interestingly, got just under what the Tories got.
Yeah, I thought that
They
was
what did they get?
They were good for 3,472.
not much between them.
Too many.
Conservatives on 3,500 and odds, Reform on 3,400 and odds. So does that mean that Reform's taken from both Labour and Conservatives again, or
It
just
means they're not doing nothing in
just
Scotland.
Labour?
Yeah, I'm very sad to hear that.
And that could have an effect elsewhere. But yeah, that's the loss of a good one. And there will be potentially several losses of good ones, I think.
And coming in ahead of the Greens and the Lib Dems,
Yeah.
Reform fourth after Conservatives. Well, what would you like?
Oh, sorry, it's,
I know,
it's
we
an
put another
English
heading.
one, but it's an
Okay, yeah,
important
yeah,
one, I
please.
think. George
yes.
Galloway has lost to Labour in Rochdale.
Very good.
I was
He
just
is-
about to say that myself.
Oh, right.
It's fine, though.
We should have done it.
I've stopped-
we could
I've
have
stopped-
said it in unison.
No, I've stopped giving out
Very
results in
interesting.
case they're coming
No, I
through
knew
the
that
door
one
next.
doesn't. No,
But,
it doesn't matter
yes.
to us particularly. But that's an interesting one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
so-
continues to be good in by-elections and not in
Yeah,
general
yeah.
elections, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did have something on Galloway. Let me see if I can rustle it up. I searched for Rochdale. So my just going off the top of my head, he struck me when he won Rochdale. He just proved that he's just not reliable. You know, he chooses a seat. He kind of
He rides a wave.
bombasts it.
Yeah.
Wins spectacularly, and then he disappears. It seems to do that time and time again. Did it in Bradford?
His sort of politics lends itself to by-elections because the whole focus is on that seat. When it's not that,
Claims that
seem
he's
to
going
work
to
for him.
speak up for people that have got no voice, and then doesn't give them any voice. Am I being unfair on
I
the
don't
man?
know. I don't know because I don't really listen to him anymore. And I think actually, he's great at the rhetoric. You know, whatever anyone thinks of George Galloway,
absolutely.
remember that time he went to the
States.
States.
And
He
Oh,
was
yeah. Tour de
absolutely
Orchestra.
brilliant. He really was. But sitting cheering him on.
was it the
But
Senate
he's
or a Senate? Or
It was a committee.
yeah.
Yeah.
hearing.
And it was about the Iraq. Wasn't it about the Iraq War? And
And he was absolutely brilliant. But there's other times where I've come across him where haven't liked his delivery. It's all seemed just too much
What,
sometimes.
empty
But,
rhetoric, maybe? Or?
well, no, I
Well,
don't know
yeah.
if it's all empty, but there's just something about him that I find disturbing.
His predictive abilities are on a par with mine. When he won the by-election, he talked about a shifting of the tectonic plates. Well, they just shifted back.
So I found a note that I've got about Galloway and Rochdale. It's just a single question. It said, does George Galloway represent a threat to the Labour Party after he won Rochdale on a large swing from Labour?
And the answer is no,
No.
he doesn't.
Well, there we go. What about another potential Portillo moment? What about Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Oh, let's hope he goes.
What's that, Chichester or something?
Well, I keep-
North East Somerset and
You know,
Hannam.
I keep saying let's hope, and then I think not if it's Reform that win, because I don't want them there. So, you know,
Careful what you wish for, kind of
yes,
thing.
yes,
So, Linda, you have a
I
fresh
do.
batch of...
I
We're
have.
deep in suburbia.
Well, this is a place that I used to visit a lot because I had a friend lived there. Probably the only SNP voter that ever lived in Surbiton.
Is that a real place?
Yes, it's a real place.
Surbiton. It's Surbiton. Kingston and Surbiton. I presume it's a hold for the Lib Dems. The figures, Lib Dems, 25,870. Conservatives, 8,635. Labour, 6,561. Reform, 4,787. The Greens, 3,009. And somebody called Kirk.
No, but the Kingston Independent something group.
Yes.
Royalist.
1,177.
Yeah.
So we have been handed through an update on seats. Interesting.
No,
it's not.
That's the.
Cancel that result.
Okay.
Have another look at it though. Yes.
Say something.
Yes.
Something.
I'm just taking it.
I think it's been perhaps, it's just the number.
It's a slightly mistyped version of the exit poll because it's missed out the SNP and shifted up the Greens other.
Okay.
So it doesn't.
I don't think we're supposed to have it. I think it's been picked
Okay,
up.
it's a
tick
draft.
that one.
It's a
You can
draft.
tick that one.
It's
Yeah.
a draft. Yeah, it's fine.
Absolutely.
So Jacob Rees-Mogg is. You got another result.
Oh, Kingston and Surbiton, by the way, was Ed Davey, if anybody's interested.
Oh, right. That's well, yeah.
So yes, it was a hold.
No, it's just I'm just seeing a wee report that says Grant Shapps looks to have lost his seat. It's not given any.
Have his other identities lost their seats as well? Oh,
Yes.
There's too much of an
It
injury.
looks
Green or
like a
something
Labour
like that.
gain.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Yeah.
North East Somerset and Hannam. It's a new constituency with boundary changes. Takes on a big swathe that heads towards Bristol. Reform's vote is increasing, but most seem to be voting Lib Dem or Labour. I don't know.
I think this is the wishful
Struggling
thinking area, but it is something that would constitute a Portillo moment were he to lose his seat. It's this, you would home in on his loser's cringy acceptance of defeat speech time and time again, and I very much doubt that Jacob Rees-Mogg will then make a career out of wearing opal fruit coloured suits and
He
going
doesn't
on
need
trains.
to. He just needs to sit and gather the interest in his money.
Yeah.
He'll end up in the Lords or something. They maybe call him Lord Snooty.
Yeah.
Would suit.
Lord Snooty of the Beano. There you are.
Yeah.
When I think about him, if I try to keep it, relating to what we're doing now, I did have quite a long list of things that didn't really come up in the campaign, Brexit being one of them. And when I think of Brexit, very often, his the image of his face is going to probably pop into my head next. What about that then? Topics that didn't make it into the campaign: Gaza, Palestine, Ukraine. Yeah, Brexit.
Yeah, Brexit.
But also just things like housing and social
Well,
care.
Labour tried to have a go at housing in Scotland. on their sort of let's hammer the SNP devolved issue stuff. It didn't seem to get an awful lot of traction, but they did try that one. Big style. Yeah.
I felt that particularly in Scotland, they were protected by the media, this is, on topics such as Gaza. And I do know also that in one of the hustings in Perth and Kinross, which was held in Scone, Gaza was actively discouraged from being a topic to be raised.
Why?
I don't know. Well, I do know, because it would have caused too much discomfort, and it would have been
Who actively discouraged
the
it?
chairperson.
Oh!
Yes. So you don't argue with the chair, do you? But surely it's foreign policy. Surely
Yes,
it's germane
it's
to a Westminster election.
yes.
Sure, it's a lot more germane than some of the Scottish stuff that was being talked about. But as you say, it didn't come up.
So,
Do you know, we didn't have any hustings in East Kilbride. That was another thing about this election that I found quite unusual. We didn't have any hustings. There was a small one in Straven, organised by a climate action group,
Yeah.
a climate hustings. But in the whole town of East Kilbride, not one husting.
so we've got an interview with an Alba candidate that we can go to now. Okay, so it's any minute now. So I've got my list of topics. So it's Ben. Sorry, what was it? Nick Jury for Alba. While we're waiting to go to Ben in Glasgow with Nick Jury for Alba, my list of topics not even mentioned.
We have a result.
Oh.
You want a result?
Yeah.
This is Clyde Bank, and again, it's a Labour gain. Labour have got 19,312 over the SNP. We've got 13,302. Again, an interesting reform showing 2,770. Greens 1,496. Conservatives 1,474. Vote squeezed, one would imagine. Lib Dems 839, also vote squeezed. Turnout 57%, the majority 6,010. These are reasonably solid majorities, these first two. Now, what I don't know off the top of my head is who the defeated candidate was and who the winner is.
I think that's
Martin Doherty Hughes.
Oh,
maybe no.
Let me see if I can find
See if
something.
the Oracle can tell us.
Oh, it's absolutely not that. I'm not user online. I'm not. My list of Amy
Callaghan.
Oh, it's Amy Callaghan. Sorry, I got that wrong.
Which is a shame.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry to Martin Doherty Hughes. We'll talk about him
Martin,
again
let's
later.
cross our fingers for you, Martin.
yeah, excellent spectacles.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that things are not looking good in North Lanarkshire.
Yes, we're certainly. Let's go to Ben in the Emirates Stadium, and he is joined by Nick Dury for Alba. So over to you, Ben.
Candidate Nick Dury. So Nick, what do you think a good night would look for tonight for the Alba party?
Well, we're a new party. We're only a couple of years old, and this is a type of electoral system, first past the post, that tends to squeeze small parties. So registering on the ballot paper is very important, and we were standing for two reasons. One, to put independence back on the ballot paper. Tonight is likely to be a very difficult night for the SNP precisely because they walked away from independence, and when a national party walks away from the independence question, they tend to do very badly. So we're standing to put independence on the ballot paper, but also as a platform for our campaign in 2026, which is really important for us. That's obviously the proportional system in the Scottish Parliament. The Scottish Parliament is the fulcrum of Scottish politics, not Westminster. And what we're saying is that while the referendum route may be closed off by Sir Keir, who looks likely to be the next Prime Minister, that's not the only way we can secure our national independence. We can do so through the ballot box at every election. If we can gain 50% plus one in the majority of seats, that is a mandate for independence. So we will be standing in 2026 aiming to garner 15% of the vote on a proportional system that doesn't squeeze the small parties but lifts them up. A proportional system to gain 20 to 24 seats to be the strong left arm of an independence government. The other reason for standing tonight was that we wanted to put working people's agenda back on the political discourse. That's why my campaign's focused on things like council housing, bringing council housing back to Glasgow, why we've talked about nationalising the Wheatley Group, this stock transfer monster that has metastasised into the nation's largest landlord, and why we want to tackle damp and mould with the Damp and Mould Task Force and an elected housing regulator. So it's about the local issues as well for us, and making sure that we register and give people an opportunity to vote for independence, not stay at home or vote for the Unionist Labour Party.
So I guess just to pick up on the point you made about the Scottish National Party, how does your position differ? Could you just lay out like what Alba's position differs to them in terms of getting independence? Like, what is your strategy, which is not their strategy?
Well, they took independence off the ballot paper, actually saying this election is not about independence. Of course it's about independence. What they said is they will wait 5 years before asking Sir Keir for a democratic effect if they win a plurality of the seats in Scotland. Now, Sir Keir, as we can see, is off to a generational landslide. He doesn't have to care, and he has pre-answered that question. No, just as Rishi Sunak drowning like a wet rat pre-answered before. So we know that the independence through a referendum route is off the cards, even if we call it a democratic effect, as they started to do. And I think what we see in terms of the low turnout, in fact, in these elections, historic low turnout, in fact, is Scottish nationalists staying at home, voting with their feet because independence wasn't being put on the ballot paper. We've tried to make the argument that we're putting independence on the ballot paper. That's why we're building up to 2026. This, for us, is the start of a 2-year campaign for our national independence.
So do you think if the exit polls are correct and the SNP's vote declines significantly, do you think tonight you're going to see a lot of those voters shift to Alba? Are you confident about that?
Yes. Yes, very confident. I think what you're seeing here is not so much independence, a verdict on independence. I think what you're seeing is a verdict on the SNP's failed 10 years in government since Alex Salmond left the leadership of the SNP.
So just lastly, in terms of seats, do you think there's been a couple of defections from the SNP to Alba? So in light of that, do you think it's likely Alba will be competitive in any constituency in the first past the post system?
Well, as I say, we are a new party. We are still building the momentum. But for us, we were standing in this election to start the gun on the 2026 elections. We're aiming for 15% of the vote. We're not aiming to win an overall majority. We're aiming for 15% of the vote in 2026 on the list system, which will give us 20 to 24 MSPs and enable us to be the strong left arm of an independence government that takes us to independence.
All right, thanks for that, Nick.
Hey, thanks, Ben.
Back to studio.
Thank you, Ben. That was really interesting. So Nick Dury for Alba there. One of the things that he said was that Scottish nationalists stayed at home. Scottish nationalist voters stayed at home. I think that's a fair assessment.
It's a possible assessment right now, but if we were looking at a lower turnout and certainly majorities that are reasonably significant being turned into majorities the other way. And it was always going to be a problem, given just some of the feelings in the country, to get the core SNP vote out. So yes, that is a part of it. But it's only part of it because there is, throughout the UK, a swing to Labour. And Labour were selling the idea that to get rid of the Tories, which is what many, many people want to do, you had to vote Labour in Scotland. Absolute untruth, but that's the way they played it, and I think a lot of people bought it as well. So both of these things go together, I think. So I don't totally agree with him, but he has a point.
Is that the same thing as voter apathy, or is it people actively making a decision not to vote?
Well, I think all parties would probably be affected by voter apathy.
But is that the same as actively saying, I'm not apathetic, I'm actually following this, but I'm not going to vote? Because I think that's what he was implying. He said
I didn't hear him.
SNP voters stayed at home.
I don't know is the answer to that. I think we need to see a lot more figures before we see that. I certainly wasn't finding that hugely when I was, our folk went. But then are they going to say that to you when you hit the doors,
Some people don't want to upset you.
Well, that's right. Yeah. But I mean, I was going round today, as were others, and saying, have you been to vote? Have you been to vote? And most people were saying yes, or, I'm going. Whether they did or not, it's a different thing.
You also said that that the SNP were only to blame for doing badly because they had walked away from independence.
Well, they could sod off with
Which
that
goes back
nonsense
to
as
you-
far as I'm
you
concerned.
made
I've got
that
no
point-
time for it.
You made that point very strongly earlier.
Sorry
in-
for being
in
so
the evening.
rude, but that's just how I feel about it. You know, I know too many people who fought all their lives for independence for the bland statement that the parties walked away from independence. That's just...
I think I would just like to see a rapprochement between both sides and others, so we are once again a united unit. Because if we're not that, we're not going to get anywhere with it.
Well,
This is the wake-up call tonight.
Yeah. He also said that the referendum route has been closed off by Keir Starmer, but there are other routes. And he said that more or less that this is now the start of a 2-year campaign for 2026.
I'm interested.
And the PR system in Holyrood, sorry.
Yeah, no...
He said he hopes they're going to get 24 seats at Holyrood.
Well, you know, it's democracy. They'll stand and we'll see what happens. If, let's hope that we've got more of an understanding towards what we're all trying to gain by the time that comes round. But, I hear people saying there's other routes, and nobody ever actually seems to define what the other routes are. I hear talk about, all the talk about the Act of Union, blah, 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 blah. I'm not convinced that that's viable, because when you look at what happens internationally now and what the international community expects through the UN and everything else, it is a vote of the people wishing to be independent. And so I'm not convinced that there are these other routes that are not... That's not to say I don't believe my own party has made mistakes along the way. Of course we have. But nobody's got what you would call a silver bullet to achieve independence.
I think there's absolutely no route that does not first involve establishing the will of the Scottish people with regard to independence. If you can establish that, let's say, 60 or 70% even of the Scottish people want independence and
consistently
can't get it, even though they've expressed that wish, then
you go to
the
UN.
other routes may become important, but I am slightly sceptical about those routes being exercised by anybody other than the Scottish government of the time.
Yes.
I think if a group, and we're talking maybe Salvo Stroke Liberation, say, go to the UN and say, we're a whole bunch of people and we're not getting what we want, maybe if you had established 60% or so, or that kind of figure, were in favour, you might get somewhere, but it's going to sound better coming from the government. If you've got 50%, forget it. That's what we need to do. We need to actually be telling people a narrative that inspires them and makes them think there's hope. Because right now, one of the features of tonight is going to turn out that we don't really have any hope. We've voted for somebody that says change. We don't know what that change is. We don't know what their ability to create the change is. And people are still going to be depressed 12 months from now, 24 months from now. We need to say, we can break out of this. There's something we can do to change this. Get behind us. And if there are difficulties along the way, they're problems to be fixed. They're not reasons for not doing it. And we have to do that hard work, all of us, together.
Yeah.
And so, while we're on Alba and we're waiting for the more Scottish results to come in, I read a report somewhere that Alex Salmond isn't standing in this general election because he's keeping his powder dry for Holyrood.
Yeah.
So again, is that again the campaign had started before now? Or
I suspect that's what Alec is doing. Because politically it would make sense.
It would make great sense.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to take an awful lot for Alex Salmond to win a seat in a first past the post election, I would
Exactly.
suspect.
Yeah.
And for him to lose it is not going to help him. And I remember when the Rutherglen and Hamilton West by-election was happening, there was, why don't Alba just stand Alex Salmond? And that's why. Because he might well have lost it and he can't afford to. In a Holyrood situation, perhaps on the list or otherwise, he could easily get in. Yes, and it would make sense for him to do it at that point, but not before.
But you know, it's interesting. I never felt Alec was comfortable in Holyrood when he was there. He was comfortable in government. He was absolutely comfortable in government. Of course he was. But, you know, when you think back to, he got elected in 1999 to Holyrood. He left in 2001 and went back to Westminster. And I just never felt he was comfortable there. He came back, you know, wonderfully and took over government in 2007. The idea of Alec, this stage in his life, going back to being a backbencher in Holyrood, I just don't know.
Well, he
how
would be
that
the leader
go.
of the Alba group, one would think, taking that accolade
Yeah.
from Ash Regan. But yeah, not the easiest thing, but
No.
so one of the seats that we were talking about earlier on, East Renfrewshire, Labour, it's coming. Labour have taken that. So what was considered this?
Paisley and
Oh,
Renfrewshire.
Paisley and Renfrewshire South. I'm sorry, I misheard. This is why I'd like to see bits of paper rather than have to.
Here's another English result where we're waiting for the details of
So, forgive me. The Scottish seat that Labour have just taken was
Paisley and
Paisley.
Renfrewshire South, I believe.
No. Oh, I missed that. What?
Working on that right now.
So
Oh.
it's not a seat that we've talked about before.
No,
is
wait
it?
a minute.
So would that
I must have gone to the loo at the wrong time if
No,
I
it's
missed another
literally
result.
just
You
come into
are-
our earpieces.
You're now in the part of the show where everything will just come in at a
Because
rapid
I
rate.
can't hear anything. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. So is that Mary Black?
It was,
Previous-
I think.
And now we all go quiet while we.
Oh, they're all
Okay.
studying now.
So Paisley and Renfrewshire North.
Gavin Newland's seat.
Paisley and
it's
Renfrewshire
Gavin's.
South. I'm sorry. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. So
Fine.
yes, that was Mary Black's seat.
Oh.
She's not standing, is she? This
No,
time?
so I
No.
don't know who was standing.
So this time for SNP, it's
Oh, it was the
Jacqueline
councillor.
Cameron.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got Alec Leishman for the Tories, Joanna Baxter for Labour, Jack Clark for the Lib Dems, Jim McElroy for Reform, Athol Bond for Scottish Greens, two independents, Paul Mack and Mark Turnbull of the Freedom Alliance.
Yeah. Joanna Baxter is a fairly well-kent figure in Labour circles and would have been a difficult opponent. Jacqueline Cameron, I'm not sure where she stood previously, if at all, and therefore it's one
She's a
of those.
councillor.
She was a councillor. It's one of those tricky ones, isn't it? Where
Yeah, and
relative newbie at this level.
I've got the there were boundary changes, and before the exit poll, it was even then it was Labour's slight favourite to gain from
Yeah.
the SNP.
Let's see what the figures were. Will I do these
Yeah,
ones?
please go
Right.
on. Yes.
The majority is 6,527, which is bang on with all the other majorities that we're seeing beginning to come in. Labour got 19,583. The SNP were second, 13,056. Reform third, 2,956. So they're getting that kind of figure in the seats, each of the seats so far. The Tories were down at 2,219, the Greens 1,724, and the Lib Dems 1,315. Turnout 56%, but fairly comprehensive
So, Linda, do you think is that because they lost a popular incumbent in Paisley?
I don't know. It's a big majority. You know, I mean, Mary was very popular.
Yeah.
She chose to stand down.
For mental health reasons as much as anything else, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
I think she
have
was
no
severely cheesed off.
She wasn't
with
happy,
Westminster.
but whether that
She
was
talked about
more
it being a
than
toxic workplace.
Yes.
and
yeah,
things
but
like
whether that, I mean, whether that amounts
We-
to mental health issues or whether she's just decided she
We
wanted
were-
to leave, I have no idea.
We were just talking about
Uh,
a few minutes ago Clyde Bank, which doesn't actually exist.
No, it's Western Bartonshire.
Is it that or is it Midden Bartonshire?
Western Bartonshire.
Western Bartonshire.
Yeah. So, would Mary have held it? I'm not convinced when you're talking 6,500. You know, you can be, as we talked about before, the personal vote is actually can't stand. Look, Alex Salmond lost his seat in 2019. You know, there's very few people have a personal vote unless it's an election straight after they've been very badly done by, or something like that, or perhaps Jeremy Corbyn will pull it off. But no, I don't particularly think Mary would have held it by the force of
Okay.
so I don't think she need feel bad about having decided that, you know, at her age, this wasn't a career for life and that she would move on to something else.
Okay, I'm scanning, looking for another Scottish seat that we can talk about. How about Dundee Central?
Go
Which
on.
one's that?
Safest seat in Scotland. Has been described
Is that
as
the one that was Stuart Hosey's that Stephen Gethens is standing on?
Chris Law.
No.
Was that Chris Law's?
Law.
Right.
So SNP's majority over Labour in 2019 was more than 15,000. It's a 31% gap. I don't know why my notes have then gone on to talk about. First past the post system rewards SNP when they are ahead nationally, as they were in 2019. It punishes them when they're close to Labour or a little behind, or in this case tonight, maybe perhaps quite a bit behind. So even in Dundee Central, an SNP victory can't be taken for granted. Labour would capture the SNP's safest seat if they're as little as 5 points ahead across Scotland. Dundee is a straightforward battle between SNP and Labour, but it's problematic as Labour's vote in Scotland has doubled since the last general election.
I think it's difficult to be actually sure at any seat right now, with the results now beginning to come in, and particularly if it's a fight between the SNP and Labour. As I think to one extent or another, all the seats that we've seen in Scotland so far have been. So that's the uncomfortable reality, and I just wonder where are the seats the SNP are going to win, and I'm wondering if they're the ones where actually their main opposition is the Conservatives, but it's too early to say that.
Well, despite what my notes were saying there, I do have it down as SNP slight favourites to hold. I mean, again, before the exit poll and everything, but certainly Chris Law, he's got a good profile, hasn't he? He seems to be well liked, and
Yeah.
so we'll see. Who else do we have? We've done Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, haven't we?
But the other Dundee one, I don't know if it's called Dundee though, Brian, because they changed all the names.
Yeah.
And sometimes they put the adjective before the noun, and all sorts of stuff. This is Welwyn Hatfield.
And can I just say Grant Shapps has lost his seat?
Yes, you
As
can say
predicted
that.
by-
Are we allowed
by
to say
some.
that? That's a Portillo moment.
Yes.
It may even be Welwyn Hatfield that's the seat,
I'm
is it?
just having a wee look. Welwyn Hatfield, yes.
Yes, I thought as much. Yes, turnout 64% for that one. The new majority for the Labour candidate is 3,799. Labour got 19,877. Oops. Okay, we'll come back to Welwyn Hatfield. I just want to say, because we've been confusing people slightly, the seat that we thought was Amy Callaghan's seat was actually West Dunbartonshire, which is Martin Doherty Hughes'
Oh gosh,
seat.
so there you go.
You were right.
I was right for
You
the
were
start.
right.
And that is a Labour majority of 6,010. So I'm afraid it's goodbye to Martin Doherty Hughes.
That's
Amy
very
Callaghan,
sad.
we don't know yet. So I just thought and that's the one that says Clyde Bank, which may well have been a name at some point, but isn't.
It was,
now.
yes.
Declaration coming in Aberdeen, apparently.
Oh, right.
There's not really much point in glorying in Grant Shapps any longer.
Blackman is elected to serve as a member of the Aberdeen North. Officer to all of the team at the count and the team at all of the polling stations today, and to the police who made sure this all advanced. And thank you very much to all of my fellow candidates for the campaign. Most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Aberdeen North for putting their trust in me once again. Your well-being is and will be my top priority over the next 5 years. I know that your priorities are about the cost of living. I know that you're struggling now in ways that you maybe haven't ever before, and I will do everything that I can to make it easier and to try and get the minimum income guarantee that the SNP has got in our manifesto. I know that you feel strongly about the issue of migration. I know that you believe migration is a good thing for Aberdeen, and we will do everything that we can to convince the government in the Westminster Parliament that we need a unique migration system for Scotland that allows us to see the benefits that all of us see with immigration. And I know that you care deeply about getting a just transition. We will push the UK government to match the Scottish Government's £500 million for just transition. We will do everything that we can to protect jobs and to ensure that we can take advantage of the renewables bonanza. I'll be speaking up for folk in Aberdeen. I'll be speaking up for people in Scotland. I've just got a couple more thanks to offer. I'd like to thank my office team, ably led by Faye, and I would like to thank my campaign team, led by Miranda. And lastly, I'd like to thank my favourite Aberdonians, my bairns, Harris and Rebecca, and my husband Luke. Without them, without their support, and without their posies, I could not have done this for the last few years, and I expect to be getting plenty of posies from them over the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Kirsty Blackman in Aberdeen North. The boundaries changed there. As of the 2019 general election, this was considered the safest SNP seat because it had the largest SNP vote share and a relative majority. Kirsty's been the SNP MP since 2015. Prior to that, it was mostly Labour seat. But even here, and with the exit poll, I've got it down as SNP likely to hold. So maybe sometimes the exit poll is going to be wrong, I suppose. Is what I'm there.
No, if the exit poll is saying SNP will get 10 seats, if that's the safest seat, they'll probably get it.
Yeah. So I've just started to make a list of SNP losses and gains, wins. So with Kirsty Blackman in Aberdeen North, Martin Doherty Hughes, could you remind me of his seat?
West Dunbartonshire.
West Dunbartonshire. And who else have we?
We've also got the...
Alan Brown.
Yeah, Kilmarnock and Loudon was the Alan Brown seat. Lothian East has just come in, and I am checking the candidates before I see it. But you might be aware of it as the seat that Kenny McCaskill was in and vacated because he moved across to Alloa and Grangemouth.
So it was an SNP win, and then Kenny McCaskill went
Yes.
to Alaba.
So eventually, once I've gone through all the Glasgows, we'll get to Lothian East, and indeed the H's and the I's and the J's.
Douglas Alexander that was a
But
candidate there.
yes,
for Labour.
this is what I suspect, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure of it. But here we are, and it's, yes, Douglas Alexander. Douglas Alexander was the Labour candidate, and he won Lothian East with 23,555 votes, beating into second place the SNP, who was Lynn Jardine, with 10,290. The Conservative, Scott Hamilton, with 5,335. Reform, Robert Davis, with 3,039. The Lib Dem, Duncan Dunlop, with 2,649. And the Green, Shona McIntosh, with 2,477. Turnout 63%. These turnouts aren't quite as bad as I feared, but that's a thumping majority, which no doubt Douglas Alexander will think he totally deserves as a former Foreign Secretary and all that sort of grandeur. 13,265.
I've heard people say that if he were to win, and he has, that he would be shooed into, for certain, into a high profile position of office, office of state.
That's highly likely, and we're not even talking Secretary of State for Scotland. We're talking probably one of the top jobs. Yes, he was the golden boy, and he is again.
Very much so.
Interesting. So I don't know, while we're waiting for the next Scottish result, my list of topics that didn't get mentioned in the campaign, I'm going to have another attempt at that. Top on my list, there's two things that didn't really get a mention. One is Scotland and the other one is Wales. And Linda's showing me...
Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat, say Tory support.
There you go.
You never get to get onto your topics, Brian.
That's okay.
We've been
They're
horrible
just
to
filler.
you.
No, not at all. They're just filler, really.
I did see an earlier piece of text where they were talking about who's going to be the next leader after Rishi, and they thought maybe Penny. Maybe not. In
It's
for a
not
penny,
around
out
yet.
for a
Looks
pound.
close, but who do you think will be their next leader?
We've got to
Does
allow-
it matter?
We've got to allow ourselves some schadenfreude in this otherwise
I know.
quite disappointing night. So Penny Mordaunt, who, to my mind, anything she said suggests she loathes Scotland with a passion and thinks we're
Seemed to,
inadequate.
yeah.
So, gone. Brilliant. Grant Shapps, man of mystery, gone.
There's a
More
wheel of
to
them
come.
gone, but they're not. Oh, here we are. Something again.
So that's the Glasgow count, and see now it's getting into the conveyor belt part of the evening.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Tory party, Linda, and you were asking who's going to be the leader. So if the exit poll is right and the Conservatives get 131, does that mean that they've avoided complete and utter disaster? People were saying that this is going to be annihilation and they're going to split up and go into all the different factions. Do you think there will still be a Tory party?
I have no idea, nor do I care.
Okay, fair enough.
It depends what level of disaster is acceptable to them. They would bite your hand off for 131 right now. I'm pretty sure.
William, you've got more results, yeah?
Kirsty, well, this is one we know about already. Aberdeen North, which Kirsty Blackman, we saw her victory speech. She's got a majority there, 1,760. She beat Labour into second place. She got 14,533. Labour got 12,773. And the Tories 5,881. Reform, solid 3,000 in every seat, 3,781. Lib Dems 2,583. And Greens 1,275. Turnout 55%, not so great, but
better than most.
And we have. Sorry, they're always coming to me in the middle now. Do you want? You can have this one if you like.
Or Linda.
Or Linda can. How about?
I'm really sad about this one because this was Kirsten Oswald's seat, and I really rate that lady. I'm afraid it's gone Labour, the aforementioned
Blair.
Better Together fellow,
Got it
by
right.
quite a margin. Labour 21,935, SNP 13,514, Conservatives 8,494, Reform 2,360, Greens 1,510, and Lib Dems 1,150. Turnout was 68%, so that's been almost an 8,500 majority. Labour.
And a pretty decent turnout by today's standards.
68%.
68%. We don't know how the others in there did, so we don't know how Colette Walker did, but presumably it was sort of three-figure sort of area.
Minimal,
what about Sandesh Gilhani? Isn't
He
he
got
standing?
gubbed.
What did he get?
8,494.
And Blair McDougall came second, yeah.
Blair McDougall
Blair
came
McDougall
first.
came first.
Majority of 8,421. So sad for.
Oh, sorry, Kirsten Oswald. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm still
Yeah,
thinking of Kirsty
and you
Blackman.
know, but
Sorry.
it's interesting. We were talking about earlier about how that, with not a lot of changes, had been a solid Conservative seat for years and years and years, and there they are, way down there.
And just to let you know that we can now see the results coming in on the bottom of the screen. Mostly still not declared at the moment.
Oh, we're doing the alphabetical thing, aren't we?
So,
there's the Aberdeen North thing, which we've already spoken about.
There's East Wren.
And East Wren.
See if there's any more interesting news.
I did have a question forming in the mists of my brain, and it's gone now.
Oh, there's not. Yeah, no, it's fine.
No?
No, I read something wrong there. Yeah, it's all right.
On it.
Okay, let's have another stab. Okay, topics not mentioned by many during the campaign. Scotland, Wales, education, mental health, social care, homelessness, housing, poverty, sewage and waterways. I mean, bigger problem in England than it is here. Climate change. Really not, you know. I've got foreign policy. We mentioned Palestine and Gaza. But I'm thinking also the US and NATO. These are all subjects that will define the term of the next Westminster Parliament, I've written. And
But
yet,
they didn't get a proper airing.
No. And a lot of them are, I mean, education. You know, it's like it's bread and butter stuff, isn't it? All we really got was, well, change. Brexit. That was in a question in one of the big debates, one of the big leadership debates. Gambling, welfare to work and disability, and bankrupt councils, all featured in that same debate. Is it the fault of the broadcasters that they haven't got a format that is willing to include these things, or is it the fault of the politicians because their manifestos, or when they answer questions from journalists, they don't talk about these things?
A little bit of both. The broadcasters need to be a bit tougher with the politicians and more even-handed as well, because the broadcasters all too often seem to be going for their own narrative, which they're not really entitled to impose. They need to look out the window and tell you if it's raining, basically. And these are all major topics, which certainly some of them, certainly the foreign policy ones, will feature largely in the American election, you can be sure.
So we're looking at the arrival of Anas Sarwar in Glasgow at the count. We can just about make him out talking to cameras in his face. I can imagine what he's saying. You've got more liberty to say things like this than me, but I can't resist. Do you think he's going to be completely unbearable now after tonight?
I've got another result.
Very possibly.
So you got another result.
This is a sad one.
A sad one for
Linda,
me.
yeah?
A very, very sad one. My old patch, East Kilbride, with the addition of Straven and other villages roundabout. So it's been. Now this is the one, just to remind everybody, where it was SNP by one turncoat called Lisa Cameron, who jumped ship and joined the Tories when she didn't get her own way and none of the activists would work for her. And so we didn't have the benefit of incumbency. And we had an absolutely cracking candidate in local lad Grant Costello, but I shall read you the result. Labour 22,682, SNP 13,625, Conservatives 3,547, Reform 3,377. And again, they've beaten the Greens on 1,811 and the Lib Dems 1,074. So it was a turnout of 61%. And the majority for Labour was 9,000.
And the new MP is called Joni Reid.
Joni Reid, who is the granddaughter of the late Jimmy Reid.
Really?
Yes. And Joni, I understand, was born in Glasgow, but she has lived in London for a long time and was a London councillor, I understand.
She's one of the imported Labour candidates, perhaps.
Well, she's a Glasgow lass, but she has been down there a long time as a Labour candidate. She came up and has been living in East Kilbride for a couple of months or so.
So,
My
commiserations.
Yeah, absolutely. She seems like a nice enough lassie. No, what else?
Yeah.
So it was Grant Costello for the SNP in
Yes.
East Kilbride and Straven.
Yes.
Reform.
Grant used to be the chair of the Youth Parliament for many years, and it was under his tenure that the Youth Parliament forced us all to agree to, well, we agreed with it already, but it ran a fabulous campaign for votes for and also they ran a fabulous campaign about same-sex marriage. So the Youth Parliament was a force to be reckoned with under Grant's tenure, so we were lucky to have it.
Well, I had it down as a likely Labour gain from SNP.
Oh yeah, it has been right from the start. Yeah.
So
It was a Miss Cameron, largely.
would you ever consider, so John Swinney sort of stepped back and became a backbencher and now he's First Minister. Would you ever think about standing in your East Kilbride again?
No, absolutely not.
Any capacity?
John is a
no?
good bit younger than me. Thank you very much, Brian. He's not even at retirement age yet. I'm past it.
You're Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden's like you're a wee
You know,
lassie.
one of my things in politics was leave before people start saying, what the heck are they doing still there? And I'm glad I did that. I mean, Joe Biden, that's what we're all saying. What the heck's he doing?
Indeed.
I never wanted to be that. Public deserved more than that.
Is there time to maybe talk for a wee bit about the campaign in the US? Is that too
I think
wide
we're
of the
about to
mark?
be swamped by incoming, but
We'll just keep interrupting you as we have.
also I have an English news flash for what it's worth, which is that Jeremy Corbyn has been re-elected, thrashing his Labour opponent by something of the order of 7,500 votes.
I am glad to hear that.
So,
Yes.
yeah, I'm not sorry about that.
I'm
But,
glad to hear that.
you know,
You know, he'll be a strong voice. Jeremy's, can I say I know Jeremy?
All right.
Well, I don't know him hugely well, but I have travelled with Jeremy, let's say, and I'll leave that to everybody's imagination.
Get him on the phone.
No,
No?
not that close, I'm afraid.
Okay.
hey Jess, I have another road trip.
I always thought, you know, when Jeremy became leader of the Labour Party, I thought it was a bad idea. Because how can somebody who's been oppositionist, even in his own benches all these years, become leader? But what I will say, he is a sincere man with profoundly held beliefs, and I respect that in anyone.
Maybe, can you help clear something up that I've heard said about Jeremy Corbyn? So Rory Stewart, the ex-Tory MP, on his podcast.
Back in Aberdeen.
I, Angela Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Graham Craig, Scottish Family Party, promoting traditional values, 423. Stephen Flynn, Scottish National Party, SNP, 15,213. Jeff Hugel, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,921. Guy Ingerson, Scottish Greens, 1,609. Akir Malik, Scottish Labour Party, 11,400. Michael Pearce, Reform UK, 3,199. John Wheeler, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 11,300. Ballot papers rejected, 178. Total votes, 46,523. And I declare that Stephen Flynn is elected to serve in the United as a member of the Aberdeen South constituency. Ballot papers rejected, vote of official mark 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 22. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 2. Not marked or employed for uncertainty, 154, making a total of 178. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And I wish to begin in the customary fashion by thanking all of the staff present here tonight for allowing democracy to take place. It is a powerful thing, something we should all cherish, and as people in this room have delivered it. There's of course one man in particular, Mr. Stephen Dongworth, who is getting married soon. I'd like to pay particular testament to, which I know will come as great delight to him as his face goes over the red back over there. Look, to the people of Aberdeen South, thank you once again for putting your faith in me to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is the privilege of a lifetime, and I will continue to do my best to serve each and every one of you to the best of my ability. I'm only here because of the people behind me. My election agent, Douglas Daniel, my wife, Lynn, my 2 young sons, who are tucked up behind me. I hope I've done them all proud. To the wider Scottish electorate, to the wider UK audience, it is quite clear to all of us the Scottish National Party is having a difficult night. We are experiencing something that we have not experienced for quite some time. We are going to be beat in Scotland. We are going to be beat well. So now is the time where we must learn, we must listen. We must listen to what the people of Scotland have told us. But when you are knocked down, you have to get back up. And when you get back up, you must be willing to inspire, you must be bold in your action, and you must be committed to the values which you hold dear. My colleagues and I, who are returned to Westminster, continue to put Scotland's interests first, to serve the people of Scotland, and hopefully regain the trust that has been lost at this election. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so that's a good win for the SNP. They've still got Flynn as leader.
Stephen Flynn, I think without him right now, they would struggle. He's needed in that Parliament for them. So that is a good win. And of course, that's the second win in Aberdeen. So they seem to have done quite well up there. And he also addressed the global situation with the SNP, and that's the right thing to be doing right now, because it's really think what you're doing next time and consider what you've been told by the electorate.
So for Aberdeen South, I've got the boundaries were changed, and in the 10 years between 2010 and 2019, there were 4 MPs from 3 different parties represented that seat. And notably, since 1964, no candidate has ever managed to secure an absolute majority. That's 50% of the vote or more. So it's always been a mixed bag, I suppose. Yes. And maybe would never have been certain that he would win.
No, I guess it wasn't. But he's a quality candidate, and so he's held off both Labour and the Tories. Interestingly, they didn't get the tactical voting right if they were going to do that, because he got his majority of 3,758 He's on 15,213. Labour 11,455 and Conservative 11,300. Reform again 3,199 it is.
Sizable.
Lib Dems 2,921 and the Greens 1,609. 60% turnout. That's Aberdeen South, as we've just seen. I'm not sure if we've. Yes, I don't think we have mentioned Midlothian yet.
No.
Midlothian is Owen Thompson's old seat, and unfortunately that one has gone to Labour as well, with a majority of 8,167. That's a considerable swing. Possibly even 20% plus swing, I think. So Labour 21,480, that's Owen Thompson. Sorry, that's not Owen Thompson, it's Kirsty McNeil. Owen Thompson, SNP, 13,313. Reform, Stefan Garbowski, 3,276. Conservative, Keith Coburn, 3,248. Reform beat the Tories. Lib Dems, which is, I can't find it, Ross Laird, 2,589. And the Scottish Libertarian Party, Daniel Fraser, 259.
So
garbling a lot of that, but that's what it was.
That's fine. But so going back to Mr. Flynn, so
Yes.
Linda, his acceptance speech, he said, he acknowledged that the SNP had a difficult time. He used the words hope. Talks about if you've been knocked down and you get back up, and when you get back up, you inspire, you be bold, and you used the word values. He used the word values recently. I think when he was on the group of women on BBC with the chat.
What, Loose Women?
Loose Women.
He was on that, was he?
Yes, and
Gosh.
they were challenging him on independence, but also in the SNP wanting to get back into the EU. And why would you want to leave one union to go into another, especially when populism's on the rise? And Flynn said, well, what you do is when you're up against populism, then you challenge them and you show them your values.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I just wanted to ask you what you thought of Stephen's performance and maybe his speech as well. I don't know. You know him, I'm guessing?
I don't know Stephen hugely well, no. Another part of the country, and again, much, much younger, a different generation coming in. I wasn't able to make out much of his speech there,
Yeah.
Brian, but, I've heard him so often now, of course I have. And, he's a fairly young man who's inspiring. And that's what we need. And he's quite right. It's what we've talked about before. If you have a core of belief, hope, you get back up and you never stop. And if you add values to that, and that's one thing that I really appreciate about my own party, certainly from the time I have joined it, I have felt broadly in alignment with the values of the SNP. There's been the odd thing here and there that I haven't particularly agreed with. I'm talking about policy-wise. I'm not talking about things that policy-wise, but nothing that's a red line issue for me. So I've always been very happy with the values we've espoused, and Stephen's the same. And you just keep going. I was on a radio programme. One of these women phone in chat shows things. It was very late at night. Just me, the usual, the token Scot, And I can't remember who the presenter was, and he eventually said, John Swinney's going to declare independence if you get the majority of seats. And I said, no, that's not what he said. He said, so that means then if you don't get a majority, you'll give up an independence. I thought, they just don't get it.
Yeah.
Where are the values that say you're in politics for something you believe in, not because you happen to want to be in politics? And that's what the vast majority of those who stand for election for the SNP.
Yeah, I heard John Swinney being given the same argument by Kay
right.
Adams.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
She
the
should
other
know
day.
better.
And she said if you're
She
standing,
does. She just doesn't exercise
Yeah.
better.
yeah. So and she was in Loose Women as well, that time with Stephen Flynn. But um, she told John Swinney, or said to John Swinney, so if you're campaigning on independence and you lose in this general election, does that mean that you'll accept and stop? And the answer was
I wonder if that's a
no.
BBC line that went out to them all.
Absolutely. Very likely. Very likely.
Yes. So what? And you want to go back to the second
We're talking about
seat, Midlothian.
Midlothian. Yeah, that's the loss of Owen Thompson there. Again, taken by Labour with a fairly significant majority, and this really is looking like the pattern for the night. And we're beginning to see the context in which the exit poll was framed. So it's looking like the exit poll was not going to be far wrong, if it's wrong at all, with regard to the SNP.
And yeah, I have it down as a likely Labour gain from SNP.
Well,
But likely rather than landslide.
yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. At the moment where Labour are beating the SNP, they're typically not just squeezing past them. It's not like these are marginals. So the Labour line that you need to vote for them to get rid of the Tories has been bought by large swathes of the Scottish electorate, at least in the Central Belt, which is what we feared, I think. Because, one, it's false, and two, the change ain't coming, in my view.
There must be another couple due.
Yeah.
So are you up for another seat to talk about it?
Yeah.
What about Coatbridge and Bells Hill? Have we done that one yet?
One of the North Lanarkshire ones, there's 4 seats being discussed in... Discussed? What am I talking about? 4 seats being won or lost, being decided in Motherwell. I presume it's the Civic Centre. I have had wee notes from activists here and there that things are not looking good. So Coatbridge and Bells Hill is one of them. Cumbernaul's another. Motherwell and Carluke. I can't remember. Airdrie. It'll be Airdrie.
That sounds plausible.
Wishaw. It'll be Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke.
Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke. So that's Marion Fellows. Airdrie is Anum Kazar. Coatbridge and Bells Hill is Stephen Bonner.
Correct.
And of course Cumbernauld, and I don't know if it's Cumbernauld and Kilsyth or if it's just Cumbernauld, whatever it is Stuart MacDonald.
For Coatbridge and Bells Hill, I've got it was new boundaries. It consistently returned Labour MPs from 1935 and right up until 2015. Again, when the SNP gained, the Hidder landslide event. They gained it from Scottish Labour on an unprecedented 30% swing. Then, since 2015, the seats changed hands several times. Labour unseated the SNP in 2017, then it swung back to the SNP in 2019. Yeah. So the pattern at the moment seems to go from Labour SNP, Labour SNP.
Yeah, which doesn't look hopeful.
So the Stephen Bonner is the Reform UK are standing, but not Alba. And I've got likely gain from SNP.
Well, from what we're hearing coming in, that's looking likely.
We shall see. And we have to wonder where those 10 seats are actually coming from and whether it might actually be a smaller figure. I don't wish to be Mr. Doom and Gloom from that perspective. But some of the forecasts out there are beginning to sound a wee bit. See, I've got my contacts too.
Very good.
But we shall see. Let's not be premature.
I hope Dundee's okay.
I kind of hope Perth and Rosshire's okay.
Yeah. And how many seats is your sort of pat?
We've got, it's kind of shrunk by about one, because we've got Perth and Kinrossshire and then Angus and Perthshire Glens, which has taken over sort of the northern bit. So it's Pete Wishart and Dave Dugan from an SNP perspective. But more to the point, It's Luke Graham for the Tories in Perth and Kinrossshire.
He's a name I know.
Aye. Well, he was my MP for a couple of years between
that's why I know the
2017
name.
and 2019. A man of Swindon, but he's puts himself about a bit, and a very slick candidate and a tricky one. Dave Duggan in the Angus and Perthshire Glens constituency is up against Stephen Kerr. I think we all have a vision of as a kind of bulldozer figure, don't we? So that's an interesting one, because actually, whereas in Perth and Kinrossshire we have got an independent for independence that could theoretically affect the SNP vote, although we don't have a Green or an Alba candidate, in Dave Duggan's old constituency, or rather it's not his old constituency because it's a completely new put together one, but in the constituency where Dave Duggan is standing, I don't believe there is any other pro-independent candidate. I mean, there is an independent candidate who is Dan Pena, the millionaire businessman who lives in a castle and writes the most astonishing anti-SNP tracts. Seriously, Gov, yes.
I've got Angus and Perthshire Glens down as a likely SNP hold.
Yeah, I think the locals think the same.
Okay.
Whether that's right or not. It's a huge seat, so it's actually, I mean, it's very difficult to do any comparisons with it, because it now starts in Blairgowrie, I think, or maybe even further to the west, and it goes all the way across to Montrose. I mean, it's just a weird seat. This is another case where you build this massive constituency on the basis of let's divide up the population.
Yeah.
I'm just intrigued about Gilhanney and now Stephen Kerr, MSP, standing for the Tory party to become an MP. And forgive me, but just because you were an MSP, I don't mean to pry or anything like that, but I'm just thinking about I'm just thinking about the mindset that if you're an MSP, you've got maybe you don't have constituents, but you've got a good job. You're working in as a politician. I mean, did you ever consider, like, when you were an MSP, of switching to Westminster?
No, I had absolutely no interest whatsoever being in Westminster.
Why do you think these Tories do? Douglas Ross.
Why do they want to?
Yeah.
Because they believe that we've got a wee penny halfpenny parliament, and that the place to be is the Palace of Westminster. And that's where, it's not that different from when, with the royals, when James VI went down to London and never ever came back, and the aristocracy all looked to London, moved to London, looked to London for preferment. These people look to London. So for them, Scottish Parliament is a stepping stone. And they just don't rate it at all. And I think there has been an active move by the Scottish Tories. It started in 2016. It's been worse since 2021, a lot worse. I think it's been a move to dumb down the Scottish Parliament as far as possible, to make it, in the eyes of the population, much lesser than it is or indeed could be. I think there are elements in the Labour Party who do the same. They're not all, I wouldn't say all, but I think that there's there, because that's where they see where the big boys are.
That thing about dumbing down Holyrood, you'll remember better than me, but maybe explain or tell us something about that time when I think Boris Johnson was PM before he left in disgrace. And there was this thing about Westminster seeking consent from Holyrood, maybe the Internal Market Acts, and even if Holyrood didn't consent, it would still be considered consent. Did I dream that?
No, it's in the legislation. It's in the legislation. It's basically, well, we'll ask them, but see if they say no, we'll still go ahead and do it. And they have that right. And that's what they're all about. It's a constant erosion.
So we've got a new forecast.
This is a BBC forecast, and it's radically different from the exit poll. Not in a good way for the SNP, I have to say, but radically different. Also not that good for Reform.
Okay, so there are 25 other parties going to get a seat. 4 seats for Reform, according to the BBC. The SNP coming on 6. And with the Lib Dems on 56, this is obviously UK-wide, Conservatives 154 and Labour on 405. The exit poll was Labour 410 against BBC's 405, Conservative 131 for the exit poll rather than 154 for the BBC poll for the Conservative. I'm not making this very clearly. I'm a Lib Dem 61 on the first exit poll, 56 on the second exit poll, SNP on 10, and for the first one's now on 6.
So clearly from that, some of the seats that the exit poll thought would go to Reform are actually going to the Tories. Labour's doing slightly less well. It's an interesting one. I've got 2 more results from Scotland. I'm going to do this one because it is Perth and Kinrossshire, where I live and where I voted this morning. And Pete Wishart has held on to it for the SNP with a majority of 4,127. Turnout is 65%, which I know it compares to 74.5% last time. Luke Graham, the Conservative, got 14,801. The Labour candidate, who shockingly his name escapes me and I'm going to have to look him up. He got 9,018. Yes, just talk amongst yourselves for a moment and glory in this.
I'm really glad Pete's held on, and that's a good.
Well, that's now 7 times Pete Wishart has won.
He's the longest standing
by far,
SNP MP.
By far, and that will be the case
that's,
for
4,000
of
a
while.
majority.
It's 4,127 the majority, and I will get to the page that says Perth and Kinross sooner or later. Just get through all the Paisleys first.
Perth and Kinross, Tory was Luke Graham.
Yes, that I knew.
Labour is Graham Cox.
Graham Cox. The Lib Dem, you can tell me who that was, 3,681.
That was to Amanda Clark for the Lib Dems.
Reform, who I think is Ms. McDade.
Yes, Helen McDade.
2,970. Yeah. And the Independent Sally Hughes got 679, which isn't bad.
There was no Green candidate.
No Green, no Alba.
Oh. I'm surprised there wasn't a Green in Perth and Kinross.
There was, and then they pulled out. I don't know why. And the same is true of Perthshire and the Angus Glens. Rather less good news about Falkirk, from sort of the independence perspective. Ewan Steinbank of Labour have taken that from Tony Giuliano.
Well,
for
no,
the
Tony wasn't the incumbent. The incumbent retired. That was Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny. Johnny McNally.
Johnny McNally. Right.
Not
he didn't take it from him. Tony didn't get it.
He's taken our seat.
Yeah.
And Tony didn't get it.
And then we get the usual stuff. Conservative 3,576. Reform 3,000 again.
Communist Party of Britain, 146. Sheila Thompson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 582. Jonathan Walmsley, Reform UK, 2,272. And I declare that Maureen Barr is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament. I'd also like to thank all the staff who worked in the polling stations across Glasgow today. And can I take this opportunity to thank the other candidates who stood for the election. It was a very thought contest focused on the future of our country. I particularly want to thank Anne Bolton for her hard work over the years, and I truly wish her well. I also want to thank my campaign team, my fantastic elected agent, Thomas Ryan, and all the party members and the constituents who joined your campaign to lead a new movement for change. Lastly, but most importantly, I'd like to thank my family, my husband Jim, my daughter Jenny, and my sister Kathy, and my two oldest granddaughters, who everyone else, sorry, my daughter and my sister Kathy, everyone else for their love, support and encouragement. I could not have done this without you. This result makes it clear that people across Glasgow, Scotland and the UK have voted for change. And my message to my community is that as your member of Parliament, I will deliver that for you. Glasgow North East is not just any other constituency for me, it's my home and has been my entire life. It's where I grew up, settled down, brought up my family, and now have the honour of representing on the floor of the House of Commons. The idea of a working class woman like me could ever achieve a thing is only possible in our Labour Party. From the party floor to the Palace of Westminster, I promise I will never forget my community and the trust you have put in me. The message from Glasgow tonight is clear. After 14 years of chaos from the Tories and 17 years of incompetence from the SNP, Glaswegians have spoken in the strongest possible voice this evening by sending a strong team of Labour MPs to be at the heart of our new Labour government. The task before us wouldn't be easy, but the trust put in us wouldn't be forgotten. Now, it is up to us to get to work and deliver for the people of Glasgow. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, I'm Sheldon. Brian has left us for the time being, so I will be continuing on with the rest of the morning. So, to you guys, what do you think about Labour's win in Glasgow?
Well, it's not surprising,
No, it's
given
not
what's happened the
surprising.
rest of
Sorry.
the evening, and
No.
it's very similar in what we've seen to the others. It's a majority of, I think, something like 4,600.
4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4.5, 600.
So we're getting solid Labour majorities where Labour has been beating the SNP, and in this case, Anne McLaughlin is the candidate that hasn't made it. Reform again, getting either 2,000 or 3,000. So there's a solid wee block of votes going to Reform, and it simply suggests that the Scottish electorate has taken on board the message that you need to vote Labour to get rid of the Tories, something which I think is nonsense, because you can easily vote for the SNP and get rid of the Tories. But there was the secondary thing. I do think, for whatever reason, the electorate wanted to punish the SNP also, and this they have largely achieved tonight. It's becoming fairly evident.
So do you think then that maybe some SNP voters lent their support to Labour just for this election, or?
I think that's perfectly possible. Yeah. I don't necessarily. I mean, I think we have to be honest and say there's a lot of SNP voters who vote SNP because they've seen what they believe to be good governance in Scotland. So not all SNP voters believe in independence. So I would suspect that would be more likely to be the ones that would switch to Labour in this election than people who had independence as their priority.
I suspect that if any independent supporters have lent the vote to Labour, and I'm sure there will be some despite what Linda has said, they will come to regret it, because I think that actually Labour will be less willing to give ground on independence than even the Tories were. Labour still have this memory of Scotland as their kind of fiefdom, held in Westminster with a great number of Labour MPs. And they think this is a reversion to the norm and that they will want to keep it in place. And they will certainly not want to countenance Scotland engaging in any self-determination. So the independence movement needs to react to this, and it needs to be very careful about how it reacts to this, and it needs to react with energy and a bit of intelligence.
So, what do you think?
I think that's just a crowd scene.
Yeah. What do you think the SNP needs to do then in the next couple of years to sway the minds of the Scottish people in time for the Holyrood election?
I think we have to be bolder. I say that as a member of the SNP. I think we have to be bolder. I think we became a bit tired in government. I mean, it's been 17 years. I think we became a bit too managerial. We haven't blown our own trumpets enough about some of the good things we have done. There have been a couple of mistakes as well. I don't think that can be denied. After 17 years in government, there's always going to be that. I think there's things we could have done better. One of the things I think we fell into the trap of over-promising and then not being able to deliver for different reasons, not always of our own making. I think there has to be a bit of a radical rethink and a bit more boldness about saying what we have done and what others have not done. Yeah.
And I think it's also incumbent on the rest of the Yes movement, which has an interest in pursuing independence, try to be a bit more united. Many people, even in the independence movement, and it breaks my heart to say this, wanted to give the SNP a kicking. They've had the kicking now, that's been administered. So now let's give them space to heal, and let's bring them along with us, and let's do this together, because it's important that we get on with the fundamental job.
Do you think that this results mean that there's more space now for other independence parties to start taking up some of the vote share that the SNP have been monopolising?
But who? I mean, the other independence parties that have stood have done nothing in this. admittedly first past the post election.
I think what has to be realised by the other independence parties and indeed supporters that are out there is that the best vehicle we have to achieve independence in the foreseeable future is the SNP. And I don't think it can be denied. And I think what William says is right. The SNP has to be forthcoming to speak more to the other independence parties. But they also have to recognise that they have to stop, or some of them have to stop the rhetoric which says the SNP is not interested in independence. And we all have to say, look, there's a bigger picture here. Can we stop this squabbling?
I think the rest of the independence movement has to move from being antagonists towards the SNP, which all too often they have been, to being critical friends. I think it's important still to be a critical friend. Yeah. But we are in a common project together, and nothing we have done in the last few years has really advanced that project, and we are running out of time because an anti-independence majority in Holyrood in 2026 is, for this phase of the whole project, game over. That puts it back by 10 to 20 years.
And I'll say something else that may well sound quite brutal, but I absolutely mean this, and I mean it to my own party as well as the other parties. Independence is the big picture here. So can some of you just drop your own personal projects about what's really, really important for you? Don't compromise your principles, but drop your own personal projects which say, if the SNP don't do that, well, I'm not going to vote for them. Because if you really believe in independence, it comes first.
Back to Glasgow for another one.
Two people I can't thank today because they're not here are my mum and dad. My mum was a ferociously proud Scottish woman from the north east of Scotland. My dad was a Tyneside. He gave me my first socialist experience of People's March for Jobs in 1981. I'd like to thank Jill, my wife, and my two children for their patience and great support during this election campaign, although they tell me that the cooking at home has improved since I've been out of the board possessions. I never do, and they have given me perfect happiness. I thank all of the voters of Glasgow East who have put their trust in me to keep their MP. It's my duty and honour as an MP to represent each and every resident of Glasgow East. I will work in the interests of each and every resident to be a voice and representative of the wonderful community of Glasgow East Parliament. Many people have voted Scottish Labour for the first time in many years of this election. I will do everything I can to repay your trust in Scottish Labour, and I will do everything that I can to deliver the trust that people have put in Scottish Labour. Finally, I would like to mention our leader, Anna Starr. I know how incredibly hard Anna has worked to return the Scottish Labour Party to the service of all of the people of Scotland and Glasgow. And I know that each and every one of us in the Scottish Labour Party will continue to work tirelessly to win the trust of the people of Scotland, so that Scotland can have the change it desperately needs with a government in Edinburgh in 2026. Next year is Glasgow's 850th birthday, and we at Scottish Labour love Glasgow. We are determined to ensure that its best days are ahead. It is time for change in Glasgow, and we are determined to deliver that change. Thank you, everyone.
Right. So, just quickly, would like to bring you the fact that the Lib Dems have taken Mid Dunbartonshire, and the SNP's Alan Smith lost Stirling to Labour's Chris Kane. Also, before we continue, I would like to read you out the results for Dundee Central. Chris Law takes the win with the SNP having 15,544 votes. Labour in second with 14,869. The Liberal Democrats with 2,402. Reform UK at 2,363. The Conservatives at 1,569. And Alba at 813. So, another Labour win in Glasgow.
Yeah. Sorry to lose David Linden. He was a great advocate for folks, David, and a very, very hard worker.
Yes.
Yeah, so
yes.
That's a
he's
shame.
always made an impression. So, but this is what happens when you can't beat the swing. And,
well, that's right.
And Mid Dunbartonshire, we announced Amy Callaghan earlier in error, but now that's for real. She's been surpassed by Lorna Dougal of the Labour Party. And yes, Alan Smith has gone from Stirling and Strathallan, as it's, I think, now called, and Labour's Chris Kane has taken that seat. So that's, at the moment, 4 seats for the SNP.
You know, sorry I interrupted you. I didn't mean to.
The 2 Aberdeen seats, Kirsty Blackman and Stephen Flynn, Pete Wishart in Perth and Kinrossshire, and now Chris Law in Dundee Central.
Yeah.
The BBC forecast now is for the SNP to win just 6 seats rather than the 10 that was stated in the exit poll. So whether or not that's true, we don't know, but they're basing it now on more information. I would just comment, having talked about people eating their hats about exit polls earlier, that in other respects, this has been one of the least accurate exit polls in recent years. They overstated Labour by what seems like 5, assuming the BBC figures are true, and they understated the Conservatives and they overstated Reform by considerable amounts. But maybe that's something to do with tactical voting and it being difficult really to fit that into that pattern.
I was going to say, like, this election, there's a lot of different facets going on. For example, in Scotland, it has one of the largest boundary changes. In like almost all seats have a boundary change. You know, how has that affected the outcome of these results, do you think?
Well, you know, when the SNP did the sort of crunching the numbers, looking at the changes, some constituencies it disadvantaged us, and some constituencies we thought it advantaged us. Quite clearly hasn't. But, you know, I think one thing we can all take from this, and this is a hard lesson for the SNP. I mean, this is brutal sitting here, having to listen to this come in, both in terms because it's my party, but also for the independence movement and the work that's going to need to be done. One thing we should absolutely learn is that you cannot, you absolutely cannot take the electorate for granted. I don't think we particularly did. Maybe in some elements we have. That's what happens when you in power, perceived to be in power. But I remember back in 2015, it was the first general election after the referendum. And it was actually my partner, Duncan, said to me when we were at the count and we got great results were happening all over the country. It was the time that was at the 58, 59, 57 varieties. He said, you know what? We've taken Labour, unassailable Labour majorities and we've turned them into the SNP unassailable majorities. But we should never actually believe they're unassailable. And tonight proves that. Absolutely proves it.
This is like the flip side of 2015.
Yes.
So there needs to be a reset for sure. And, you know, how soon that can be, because obviously there's a point where you just have to absorb what's happened and before you go into immediately reacting. But there needs to be a good reaction, both from the SNP in terms of how it connects with the people and how it regains the trust of the people, but also, as I've said on many occasions now, the independence movement needs to take this on for a bit. While the SNP are healing, the Yes movement needs to say unequivocally, independence is not dead. This is still the will of half the people. We want to sell it to more. We want to make more people believe that that's the way forward. And it's not dead. And Labour might try and strangle it now because they will have a big majority. They will feel they have the authority to do it. They don't.
We're going live to Glasgow now.
Oh dear. Here we go.
Scottish Trade Unionists and Socialist Coalition, 473. And I declare that Gordon McKee is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow South constituency.
Thank you very much. Can I start by thanking the returning officer and our fantastic team, thousands of people here tonight to count and across the city who have made our democratic exercise possible over the last 24 or so hours. In 2016, I was an organiser of the Labour Party at a count on the other side of town in Greyhead. And as happened in many results in 2016, the opposition ballots were piling up against us. I was obviously looking particularly glum, because a quick and a yellow gazette came over to console me. He told me that the result then was a mixture of many factors, including many outside of my control. I was very grateful for that sympathy and for those kind words. And I say to Stuart that while this result will no doubt be disappointing, it is part of a natural trend, and you shouldn't take it as a reflection on his character or diligent hard work on behalf of the constituency for a long time. I'd also like to thank Stuart for a contest and my fellow candidates for a contest that have been fought with respect for each other at every moment. And while this result may not be reflecting my individual opponents, it is a reflection on a great desire for change among the people of Glasgow South. Later this morning, the country is going to wake up with a Labour government. 100 years on from the election of the first Labour government in 1924, the people of Glasgow have helped to elect a Labour government once again. We will make this a country with secure employment, good pay and properly functioning public services, and I will work diligently and relentlessly on behalf of the many communities that make up this wonderful constituency. But before I finish, there are a few thank yous that I would like to make. First of all, to my amazing campaign team, made up of dozens of volunteers who have given countless hours in the wind and in the rain, and that's just today alone. I am so grateful for everybody who has helped make this victory possible. I may be biased, but I really do think I have the best campaign team in the country. I couldn't have asked for a better election agent, so I'd like to thank Jane Carson for all of your incredible work. This result simply would not be possible without you. Thank you to my family, Mum, Dad and Brother Mark, without whom I literally would not be here. And finally, can I thank the people of Glasgow South. I will work day and night to repay your trust. It is the honour and privilege of my life to serve as your Member of Parliament. Thank you.
So, again, looking not so good for the SNP tonight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sad again. Another Glasgow seat goes. Stuart MacDonald, who, again, a really hard-working chap who I've become very fond of over the years that he's been serving his constituency in Westminster. But, you know, as I said earlier, being an elected member is a temporary job.
Okay, we're turning to Aberdeen now, I think.
Oh, good.
We're going to...
I would suggest that any surgery or any lessons that you talked about being learned in the victory speech would need to start sooner rather than later. Like within phase, I would suggest, unless somehow, those projections are pessimistic. I don't think they are.
Yeah, in politics you're always operating to a time scale, but the Scottish Parliament election is 2 years away. We need to make sure that we get our house in order and we do it quickly, we do it effectively. And as part of that process, everyone's going to have to willing to be honest and open and frank in internal discussions and try and point a right direction going forward. There is some things that have obviously been out of our control, like I said, in terms of the desire to get rid of the Tories. Out of number 10, we can't control the fact that the public know that the Labour Party can deliver that particular element of change. But it's not good enough or acceptable for us to pretend to the public. That's the reason why we've suffered tonight. So we'll all come together over the days to come and have those conversations and take things forward.
And will you be able to celebrate? Will you be able to enjoy your win?
To be honest with you, I think I'm doing the press until 9 o'clock this morning, and then I'm going to go to my bed, and I think my kids are coming back from my grandparents. So
I've got to get back.
That sounds like an even tougher gig than the one I've got. So no, I'll celebrate in due course. I'll take my team out for a well-earned drink, and then it's straight back to work. We've got a job to do. Politics doesn't stop. We'll never diminish the people that are unfortunate enough to represent them.
What's the deal on that trust of the Scottish people? What do you think it was that ultimately broke that trust and
Well, as I said, I don't think it's fair. It's not to try and pinpoint things at 5 o'clock in the morning, having obviously been away for 24 hours. But it's quite clear when you lose an election, you have done something wrong. And trust in politics is at a very low end. It's very rare to see a pile of papers that have been scribbled on, let's say, by members of the public to such a scale as we've seen tonight, and then turnout anecdotally certainly an update was down as well. And that's a reflection on all of us. And within that in Westminster, we've obviously seen the rise of the right wing of the BNP in a different shade. And going back to Westminster, we now need to be willing to stand up to that, the threat that poses, whilst also doing the Labour Party. Right, I'm flagging here, so
no, thank you very much.
Adele, you want to?
Right, all the day.
Thank you. Well done.
I think we're back now. Before we continue, just going to read out some results. Edinburgh South is held by Ian Murray, Labour, with 24,976. The Conservatives got 4,001. SNP 7,725. Alba 454. Reform 1,845. Liberal Democrats 2,746. The Greens 4,270.
Yeah, and just for people to catch up on the Glasgow South result, if they missed the figures, I'll just read the Labour and SNP ones. It was Labour 17,696, and the SNP, Stuart MacDonald, it was 13,542. So with a turnout of 60%, the majority for Labour's, is it Gordon McNee? Mr. McNee?
Mr. McNee.
Mr. McNee. It was a majority of 4,154.
Turnout seemed to be coming up in the sort of early part of the 60s.
Yeah,
mostly,
as you predicted earlier.
which is kind of 6 to 10% down on last year. But this is a UK-wide issue, not just Scotland being on its holidays when Westminster inconveniently called the election, but John Curtis has said that it was on course to be the lowest turnout in certainly recent recorded memories.
Yeah.
So, bit of disaffection with politics going on, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Not that anybody in the Labour Party is going to feel any of that effect right now, because they're all going to be cock-a-hoop and possibly quite insufferable for some time to come. But we must meet them robustly.
Yeah.
Do you think these results are going to put more pressure on some form of reform to our electoral system, maybe a proportional representation?
No, unfortunately not. It doesn't suit the two main parties.
That was the chorus. I absolutely agree with Linda on that. It's not in their interest. They know that sooner or later they'll get a big majority because the other party will mess up. And when they want absolute control. I remember back in 1983 when Mrs. Thatcher won 143 seat majority. I think they were speaking to Francis Pym about, because Labour and the SDP had got a decent percentage each. It's just the amount was halved because they shared it. And he said, well, the first past the post gives us strong government. Well, okay, Gov, but so does dictatorship. It's not ideal. It doesn't express the will of the people. And I think it's actually quite important that the will of the people is expressed. Now, of course, maybe in England they don't have quite the same idea about the will of the people because the people aren't sovereign in England the way that we believe they are in Scotland. But there will be no pressure for it. I'm sorry to say.
In 2011, they had the chance and none of them took it seriously. Actively campaigned against it.
So do you think then that we should welcome tactical voting as a part of our general elections in the future?
Well, tactical voting only goes so far. I mean, I don't actually think the results we're hearing in Scotland tonight are tactical voting. It's more about an onslaught of misinformation and misunderstanding.
Total rejected votes in the Glasgow West constituency was 186. I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. James Stewart Alder, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,316. John Cormack, Scottish Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 310. Patricia Ferguson, Scottish Labour Party, 18,000. Catherine Hannett, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 1,720. Carol Monaghan, Scottish National Party, 12,175. Leon Muir, Reform UK, 2,098. Nick Whale, Scottish Greens, 3,662. And I declare that Patricia Ferguson is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for Glasgow West constituency. Officer, thank you very much, and thank you and your staff for the professional way in which they have managed the election throughout what has been an exceptionally long day. Thank you also to Police Scotland for ensuring the safe and secure conduct of the election. And I want to thank all of the candidates who stood in Glasgow West for taking part in this democratic process. I particularly want to thank Carol Monaghan for her service to the communities of Glasgow North West as their MP. And when politicians lose elections, their salary is so hectic. So I'd like to offer sincere thanks to Council. It's probably not normal when making plans for your colleagues, but I'm afraid Gordon McKee's just wrong. I, of course, let's celebrate Paul Cruikshank and they all have my sincere thanks and gratitude. They have, like every other actor, has fought miles and thousands of doors to take their message to the voters across Glasgow West. In this rather long list of thanks, I particularly want to thank the people of Glasgow West, and I pledge that I will work tirelessly in their interests. I will be a voice for all of the communities I now serve, and I will be a visible presence in those communities. I know that many people voted Labour for the first time today, or perhaps came back to us for the first time, and I promise them that I will do my very best to deliver the change they voted for. This election is a vote for the change our country so desperately needs. Our government, our Labour government, will deliver economic stability, cheaper bills courtesy of GB Energy, we will cut waiting lists for the NHS, we will deliver a new deal for working people, create jobs and opportunities for young people, and we will maximise Scotland's influence at Westminster. Across the country, it's clear that people want change, and across Glasgow, it's no different. I really look forward to working with all my colleagues to make that change a reality for all the citizens of Glasgow. But this election, of course, is just the beginning. We as the Labour Party will continue to put trust in Scotland, and with my friend Anne Sarwell at the helm, Scotland will, in 2 years' time, have the opportunity to vote to finish the job. So once again, thanks to everyone who voted in Glasgow West. Now the work begins.
Thank you. So before we continue, I would like to say that Labour have gained the Airdrie and Shotts and Shotts constituency. Also, Farage has won Clacton, and Carla Denyer has taken Bristol Central.
Oh, a bit of good news at last.
Apparently, yeah, Bristol Central.
And Rishi Sunak has also managed to hold on to his seat.
Dear.
No Prime Minister has ever lost his seat, or their seat, I should say. Rishi Sunak was in with a chance of losing it at one point, but I think it's not been quite as bad for the Tories as initially folk thought, although it is actually pretty close to their worst result ever, and they need to be thinking about that. Sad in Airdrie and Shotts to see Anam Kaisar defeated.
Yeah.
That's and it's another Labour name I don't know, Kenneth Stevenson, who's won that, and of course we've just seen Carol Monaghan losing in Glasgow West to the much travelled, I think is the terminology, isn't it? Patricia Ferguson, because she's done Holyrood.
She's been Holyrood.
Now she's doing Westminster. Where next? Outer space, I don't know.
One thing that I feel is missing from all parties is the big characters. Like with the SNP, whether you loathed them or loved them, Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond were big characters. They put their mark on the party. You know, you had the same with Boris Johnson, Jeremy Corbyn. Again, you may not have liked him much, but he put his mark on the party. The same with, are we missing some strong politicians to lead?
That's an interesting point. Sometimes strong politicians develop. That's the first thing. Boris Johnson, I would separate out from the rest because the man is an absolute charlatan. And yes, he is great at rousing the rabble with ancient Greek poetry and things like that, and whatever techniques he uses. But I would set him aside from that a little bit. Farage, I think, is positively dangerous. So you've got to be a bit careful about big characters. What you do need are strong and inspiring characters in a good way. I think Stephen Flynn has the potential to develop into that. And I think we saw some of that tonight in the way he accepted both his own victory in his seat in Aberdeenshire and the overall picture where he was speaking to that. He's going down now to Westminster to lead a much reduced, I presume he'll still be the leader, a much reduced set of MPs. We don't know what that final number will be. The BBC is saying six. Maybe it's between 6 and 10. And that's going to be a much harder gig for him. But he's gained the respect, not just of people up here, but of many English voters for the way he's put the case across. And that's what we need more of.
So what impact then will being put into fourth position have, or even
impact.
less, on the SNP's ability to communicate with the rest of the country?
A big impact, because they will lose the vast majority of their staff, who are a great resource. They will lose the money that comes from being opposite, up there as opposition. 2015, there was the chief opposition in Scotland. Now, let me get this right. We had 50 odd, 59, 57.
2015, we had 56.
56, was it?
And the
and
Lib
then
Dems
it went
were much
down,
reduced.
Much reduced. So we got good allowances, short money, they call it, named after some lord or somebody.
Yes, it's not that you're short of it, it's actually his name.
It's the money that the opposition get done by a formula. So that will be lost, but also there will be fewer committee places. There will be many fewer questions coming from the SNP, and there won't be that slot at Prime Minister's questions that Stephen has done such a good job with.
Having said all of that, if you're looking for a way forward, it remains the case that an admittedly much more together and forceful Yes movement in 2014 conducted a campaign at the same time as there were 6 pro-independence MPs in Westminster.
That's absolutely right, yes.
So,
and what was actually the blip for the SNP has been 2015 to 19, let's face it. Because, the most we ever had before that was 11.
That's right.
Back in the 70s.
That's right.
So we have to steadily rebuild and sustain.
Frankly, I don't want them to be fighting another Westminster election again.
No, I don't want us to have any MPs at Westminster.
Seats Labour were really hoping to take was the Edinburgh North and Leith seat.
Yes,
and I just heard that that has been lost from Deirdre. Is that her name?
Oh dear,
So,
Deirdre.
Yeah.
Deirdre Brock.
So it sounds like Labour has got that, and from my understanding, that was one of the highest vote shares for the SNP. So to lose that to Labour must be a significant shift.
Absolutely.
This is absolutely the flip side of 2015. The big swings that you saw in 2015, you're now seeing in the other direction. That's not to say it's an inevitable thing, it just happens to be.
We're about to go back to Glasgow.
Another one. This will be Alison Thurles, won't it?
I hereby give notice of the result of the Glasgow South West constituency. Turnout in the South Glasgow South West constituency was 51.98%. Total rejected votes in the Glasgow South West constituency was 127. I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Suria Ahmed, Scottish Labour Party, 15,532. John Malley, Scottish Greens, 2,727. Paul McGann, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 958. Moran McLean, Reform UK, 2,236. Tony Posey, Labour Party, Yes to Scottish Independence, 542. Maman Rashid, Scottish Conservative Unionist, 1,387. Chris Stevens, Scottish National Party, 12,267. And I declare that Zubair Ahmed is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member for the Glasgow South West constituency.
Returning officer, let me start by thanking you and your staff for the efficient and professional manner ensures the integrity of our democratic system that we all hold so dear, and for that we are all grateful. To my fellow candidates, I extend my heartfelt thanks for engaging in a campaign with intent, respectful and good-natured. In particular, I want to pay tribute to the outgoing MP, Chris. Chris, you have served Glasgow South West with a quiet motive over the last 9 years, and I know your advocacy on behalf of constituents here has not gone unnoticed or unappreciated, and that we all thank you for your service. To the people of Glasgow South West, thank you. Your trust in me and in the Labour Party is deeply, deeply humbling. Over the last 20 years, many of you have been my family, my friends, and my patients. Now, I have the deep privilege to be your representative to Parliament. This is the greatest honour you could have bestowed upon me as a son of Glasgow. Please know that whether you vote today for Labour for the first time, whether you vote Labour every time, or indeed you have never voted Labour ever, I want you all to know I'm here for you, I'm ready to serve, and I will be by your side, especially when I feel like no one else is. This victory tonight would not have been possible without the tremendous efforts of my team, who have come to fondly call Team GSW. To my MSPs, to my councillors, to the Labour staff, and of course to my activists, you have been the light that has guided me here. You have worked tirelessly in the pursuit of a society we all want to see, sometimes very little recognition or reward. But know that you carry democracy upon your shoulders. Thank you to you, and thank you to activists all over this country for all that you do. At the heart of that team force is my family, my wife and children. They have carried the weight of me being a candidate, not only through this election, but for the last 16 months since I was selected. Thank you for your love, your support, your understanding, and your sacrifice. And to my mum and dad, who pressed upon me the value of hard work right from the very start, from our home not too far from here, in a governmental tenement. I hope you recognise my election here tonight is your success. To my dad in his 80s, you're here tonight. You got here in a black cab to drive around the city. I am so blessed to have you as my living model compass. But friends, the message from tonight's results is clear. The people demand change. They expect a government grown up who will heal our divided country, who will grow our economy, who will ensure we feel secure in work and at home. And I want to have confidence to face into the future, knowing that better days are on their way. Glasgow South West, as your MP, I will take your voices, your experiences, and your aspirations to the heart of our Labour government, led by our next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. You deserve nothing less. But to fully free ourselves from the division, from stagnation, from self-serving government here in Glasgow and Scotland, we know this is just the beginning. Under Anna Farber's leadership, our work to fix our country has only just begun. So hear me now. This is the start of us paving the way for more change in Hollywood 2026. So let's continue on this journey of change together. Thank you very much.
Question. Right. So before we continue, I just want to bring you an update on Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor's seat. He's managed to keep hold of that with 891 votes, so a 1.6% majority. And
I'm sure we're all
also
delighted.
Labour has apparently taken Edinburgh South West.
Oh.
Which is
And
Joanna
so-
Cherry's old seat.
Oh dear.
And the person who took it is Scott Arthur, who was, I remember as being a bit of a pain on Twitter, local councillor. And
Oh,
he is
really?
now an MP. And alas, the SNP has lost Joanna Cherry. Some will not be sorry, others will be very sorry.
I wonder what the figures were. We'll find that
We'll
out
get
shortly.
them, no doubt, sooner or later. Oh, the BBC now forecasting 8 for the SNP.
Oh.
And have Labour back up to... You see, John Curtis is getting more and closer to being all right again. But anyway, we'll just see. It seems still they disagree between the Conservatives and Reform, what the breakdown of that is, because the BBC still have Reform as winning only 4, whereas John Curtis had them as winning 13. That's very close to the difference between these two forecasts.
Because obviously the results of the exit poll are based on the 2019 results and trying to project them onto the data that they've got. How does the fact that Reform or UK or Brexit at the party at the time didn't stand and the changes to the boundary, how is that affecting how these exit poll results might actually play out over the night?
Well, it might. One would say that Reform UK are probably the natural successors to the Brexit Party, etc.
Yeah, and to the Tories in some cases.
And to be fair, that's the only bit that's really out of sync. I mean, the current BBC forecast has now got exactly the same for Labour as the exit poll had, and the Lib Dems are 3 down on what the exit poll said. The SNP are 2 down. And it's just Conservatives and Reform that are sort of currently way out.
How much down are Reform?
Reform are down 9.
Down 9 as many as that.
It makes it feel like they've had defeats. They haven't. They've had their first 4 victories. But yeah.
One of the big stories I think that's come out of this election is both the Liberal Democrats and Labour have had a very good targeted campaign. Like with the vote share that Labour is expected to get, it's about the same as Theresa May had when she lost her majority.
Yeah.
And a lot of this is based on
All
how
right.
it's targeted. And, you know,
That's
again, like,
interesting.
how do you think this has played out, affected parties like the Conservatives and Reform, maybe to some extent even a bit the SNP, in the way they haven't necessarily targeted their seats as well as Labour, who have come... I'll leave some of my more biggest supported areas and focus on marginals.
Well, I tell you, I have been amazed by how much money Labour has spent in Scotland. It's been a lot of money that has been spent. I mean, the number of leaflets that I got through the door, for example, in which was probably a target seat, in fact, was a target seat, amount of billboards, you know, just a lot of money. I know that some of the Tory donors moved over to Labour under Keir Starmer.
Yeah, we heard about some of them in the news.
So they have had a lot to spend. You know, where our expenditure in comparison will be minuscule in the SNP.
Very much so. I mean, the SNP weren't targeting seats because the SNP felt they were in the game for all Scottish seats, as indeed was the case in 2015. And that was a reasonable aspiration for them to have. The main problem they did have, though, was that they had really lost a section of their previous support, and it wasn't quickly coming back, and they weren't able to recover from
So
that.
do you think maybe some hubris played a role in this then? Because
I
maybe
think
if they did
they may have
target a bit
used that.
better...
Did you use that
No,
word?
I didn't use that
Somebody
word.
did. Oh,
it was the other Linda.
The other Linda that the viewers don't hear.
You know, but that has been a speculation. I think she was quoting what had been said by someone else. So, hubris. I don't know if it's so much hubris. Some people would say complacency. I think that we have had troubles. There's absolutely no point in skirting that issue. We've had troubles with the party. I have to say, though, that some of the spin put on our party's troubles has been absolutely ridiculous when you compare it with the troubles that Westminster has had down the road. I mean, we're not talking about public money in the current issue of the SNP. It is donations. This police investigation, now Crown Office investigation, has dragged on for a ridiculous amount of time. And I will never forget the shock at seeing Nicola Sturgeon's garden getting dug up. I never saw Michelle Moan's garden getting dug up. I never saw anybody at Westminster's garden getting dug up. And down there we're talking about lots and lots and lots of public money. So that's a whole different issue. So I think we've suffered from that. I think we've suffered from a media campaign that has dissed the SNP on domestic issues in Scotland when this election hasn't been about domestic issues and issues that the Scottish Parliament deals with. So I think that has happened. But I also think, as I said earlier, that there is an issue of 17 years in government becoming a bit managerial and not being seen as...
We're heading to Glasgow.
Right.
Each candidate was as follows. Naveed Ashkar, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 1,366. Helen Burns, Reform UK, 1,655. Iris Gray, Scottish Greens, 4,233. Next year, Albert Party, heirs to Scottish independence, 572. Daniel John Malley, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,142. Martin Rose, Scottish Labour Party, 14,655. Emily Wheelis, Scottish National Party, 11,116. And I declare that Martin Rose is elected to serve in the United Kingdom Parliament as a member of the Glasgow North constituency.
Returning officer, thank you and your staff, those here at the count, those at polling places, and those behind the scenes for ensuring the smooth running of this election. I would also like to thank my fellow candidates for the way they have run their campaigns. We have certainly disagreed on things, but I hope that collectively we have shown that politics is strengthened by respectful debate and discussion. I would particularly like to pay tribute to Alison Douglas. I have known Alison for a number of years. Our times as Glasgow City Councillors overlapped by a few years, and I won't take a bullet on the six and how long ago that was. Even though we have often disagreed on policy and policies, I recognise her commitment to her role as elected representative, first as a councillor and then as a member of Parliament. Across political differences, we can respect and my election loss, our campaign coordinator Ralph, and the support from Jack and the Scottish Labour staff, and all the Labour team in Glasgow, who for months with our councillors, activists and MSPs have been putting in the work to make this Labour game possible. Most of all, I want to thank the voters of Glasgow North for putting their trust in me to be their Member of Parliament. My promise to all the people of Glasgow North, those who voted for me and those who didn't, is that I will seek to serve you all as your Member of Parliament. The opportunity to serve the people of Glasgow North is a privilege and a responsibility. It is a responsibility that I will endeavour to deliver on for all people and communities of the constituency. We are seeing a vote for change here in Glasgow, in Scotland and across the United Kingdom. Labour is focused on the priorities of working people. We will deliver the economic stability, the cheaper bills for cheap energy, a put an end to waiting time, a new deal for working people, with a pay rise for over 200,000 jobs, jobs and opportunities for young people, and we will maximise Scotland's influence. We are on course for a Labour government led by Keir Starmer, which will have Scotland at its heart. This is an end to the chaos of the last 14 years of Tories. It's time to start to rebuild our country together. I will seek to play my part by getting on with the job you sent me to Westminster to do. Together, we can make change happen. Thank you.
I've just been catching up with what's going on in England as well, and John Ashworth, the part of the Labour shadow cabinet, has lost his seat to an independent.
No,
oh my goodness!
Here's me saying
this brings me to the
in.
question of Palestine and what role the Gaza situation has played in the general election. Do you think so far?
Well, very little, because it was hardly discussed.
Right.
It was something, though, that should have perhaps been cast up to the Labour Party a lot more than it ever was.
Yeah.
And it may well be that this is the reason for Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat. I think he was one of the foremost.
Analysis. It's a
So what seat was it?
Oh, just double check. The seat was.
That's really interesting.
I know it's in Leicester South.
Right.
So
right.
very
and
Muslim
did
predominant.
Did the independents stand on a ticket off?
Yep, and it's
that's interesting.
I know we're also waiting to hear about. I cannot say her name, so I apologise. Siobhan. No,
Siobhan?
Shabana.
Siobhan.
I can't remember her name. The Birmingham Justice Secretary. Sorry, just let me quickly go through. It will tell me somewhere here.
Not Suella.
Sorry, I'm just really bad.
The suspense.
I'll get back to that bit. But basically, there are a few in the Midlands of independents standing for pro-Palestine.
Oh, right, I
and
didn't know
so,
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with this shock with John Ashworth, I was just wondering how much it is feeding into the.
What it demonstrates is if there is an independent with a really big story to tell, even in a general election, that person can get elected. And the only previous example I can recall of that is Martin Bell, the man in the white suit.
The man in the white suit, yes.
Usually I would expect independents to do better in by-elections, simply because in by-elections, the whole focus on the media is on you and not on anything else.
That's
and that
right,
makes it easier to shine. But, that has demonstrated what can be done if you've got a cause that touches people's hearts.
Well, yeah.
Also,
But that's a shocker for Ashworth, isn't it? My goodness.
Gutted Jonathan Ashworth must be.
Absolutely. All
His
these
whole
pals
party's
are
doing
all
brilliant.
going.
He's not.
And just quickly, Jacob Rees-Mogg has also lost his seat.
Now
No, don't celebrate. We hear
Sorry,
who's lost
sorry.
it too.
I think it was Labour. Just got a quick.
Oh, that's good then.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I should be a
And
little bit more.
Penny Mordaunt as well.
Oh, we
So-
knew about
about
Penny
her,
Mordaunt.
yeah.
No friend to Scotland, so that's
No.
just fine with me. Jacob
So,
Rees-Mogg, no friend to the
Rees-Mogg.
human race. So,
He's a horror.
I can't feel
absolute horror.
exultant tonight, but
Yeah.
I feel a little glow of something. Let's put it that way. I feel at some level, not everything that's happened tonight's been rubbish.
Yeah.
Is this change or is this reverting back to 2010 when it was
Aha.
the Labour, SNP, Labour, Liberal Democrats, and Conservatives as the three main parties?
It's not great. Well, there's no great change at Westminster because, as we've come back to as a recurrent theme, the whole system at Westminster doesn't really allow change. The whole system at Westminster allows things to just ping pong between the same establishment parties. And it's, that's why I'm so delighted when I hear the likes of a Green getting elected, because it's so fresh, So, no, that doesn't allow for change. And they all work within the same little establishment bubble that is the City of London and that is Westminster.
Yeah.
And until we're independent, we won't see change.
There is an argument to say that in pure terms of the Westminster Parliament, it is kind of back to 2010. Of course, 2010, that would be before the 2010 election, which had the hung Parliament. Kind of back to that. But Scotland is not in the same place as it was in 2010. And that's a significant... I mean, we may have six... we may have more than six. We've certainly got single figures MPs, perhaps, the way we did then. But the whole mood of Scotland has changed. The independence campaign of 2014 changed everything. It just didn't have its effect immediately. And it ain't going away anytime soon. We just have to channel that now. And we have to be determined about it. I'm sorry, I could come out with a
Do you
sort
think
of
then
wish
that
list.
maybe the pandemic and the living crisis has also
it's
had a
had a
change
huge
on the
impact.
mindset of the Scottish people
Oh, yeah.
towards independence itself?
Well, I don't think
No, not towards
necessarily towards
independence.
independence.
Not towards independence.
I think for those who believe in independence, that round about the 50%, as we've been saying, that stays. It's the people who are undecided. If you're undecided in something and times are hard, you fear change and you're more likely to revert to the status quo. The expression, better the devil you know than that you don't. And I think that's a big part of it. So, the pandemic has... Cost of living crisis is a huge part. People are having a really miserable time. And that's hard. They've not got time to be thinking about anything beyond getting their families through hard.
And certainly from the point of view of campaigning for independence, we need to link that to what they're going through. We need to make it part of that conversation. We need to make it part of the potential answer for them. Otherwise, they'll quite rightly say, well, actually, we'll just deal with our problems. Thank you very much. So things have moved on. Things have changed, even if the numbers have reverted back to 2010 levels. This is, I think, a crossroads moment. We see what happens next.
Yeah.
And what about things like reform? Do you see reform sort of taking over from the Conservatives in Scotland, or do you see Scotland wanting to reject it completely?
I hope not. Well, the Conservative Party in Scotland, I can see, and I can only see that through the lens of Scottish Parliament. I'm not there anymore. It is very different from the Conservative Party that came into Scottish Parliament in 1999. The Conservatives campaigned against devolution, but then when in 1999 they took their seats in the Scottish Parliament, they were very upfront, under David McCletch, who was the leader at that time, in saying, we got beat, that's democracy, and we should work to make this the best it can be. That sustained through Annabel Goldie. I'm not saying they were all great folk, but there was a recognition of the democratic process and there was a pride in their parliament in Scotland. That started to change with Ruth Davidson. And it's under Douglas Ross, it's just like no time at all for the Scottish Parliament. Let's dumb down the institution, let's badmouth the institution, let's make it allied to the SNP, and everything's bad. So it's a very, very changed party. So I have to say, whereas at the time where the BNP looked as if they might be in the up in Scotland, and there was never any thought in my mind that the Conservative Party could have had any truck with them at all. Here we are, and I don't know whether the current so-called Scottish Conservative Party will be happy to deal with reform. They may well be, for all I know.
The big question that we haven't answered yet is exactly how will the Conservatives end up doing in Scotland? Because a lot of the seats that they might have thought they were contenders in are the ones that haven't yet declared.
Yeah.
So they could have no MPs, they could have one MP, or maybe somewhere between where they've been and
we haven't had Douglas Ross's result yet.
I think they have been affected to an extent by the reform vote, which has tended to be between 2003 and a bit thousand, which is actually fairly solid, but nothing like it was doing in England.
No.
There is a possibility, if the Conservatives go into absolute meltdown, and possibly they won't go into quite such severe meltdown in three figures as they would have done if they'd been reduced to double digits. But if the Conservatives went into meltdown, I can see a number of people moving across to reform, and perhaps people who've been defeated, such as Jacob Rees-Mogg. Would he go across to reform? Maybe he would. And that could be
some
the
of
big
them have
replacement.
openly talked about it, that there should be a merger. You know, and don't forget, in Scotland, we're going to have a leadership contest in the Tories.
Yes.
That comes next.
And in terms of what happens with the Conservatives and what happens with reform, it would be just the time for somebody like Farage just to say, right, let's rapproche the Conservative Party. Oh, and by the way, I'll be leader. And there might be a vacancy. So that's all to play for. Now, I think that if that's the way England went, that should alienate Scotland further, because I don't think Scotland is nearly as far along that road. But it only becomes something that's advantageous to us if we use it to say, look at what they're doing, look at what they're becoming. This is what we don't want to become. Let's get out of here. And then we tell the story of how we can make things better by having all the levers in our own hands. Something we haven't done successfully yet. We haven't told that story in the way I think we could and should.
One of the big things that the SNP were trying to get people to go out and vote for was the idea of getting rid of the Tories completely out of Scotland. Do you think they've done that?
Perhaps.
They possibly have. And they took a lot of flack for the way they said it. I mean, it's a perfectly realistic ambition to say, these people are absolutely terrible. We want to unelect the lot of them. It was actually taken as going a bit further than that, which I think was a wrong interpretation. But it's a legitimate aspiration to get rid of the Tories in Scotland. It's just that the SNP didn't get across the message, or at least nobody was listening to it if they did, that this could be done perfectly well by just electing the existing SNP MPs. And also taking on the Tories in those areas where they had it.
Mixed feelings about that whole message.
Wales is expected to have all Tory seats gone, so it's meant to be between just Plaid Cymru and Scottish Labour. So what do you think the difference then is between the Scottish people and the Welsh people?
Well, there's not, because back in 1997. You won't remember that.
I was a baby, definitely.
No, Sheldon. Back in 1997, neither Wales nor Scotland had any Tory. In that election, we kicked them all out.
And so, that could be the case again for all we know.
I mean, Wales and Scotland are similar in that regard.
But as to the differing states of Wales and Scotland, I would say the difference between the two at the minute is my feeling is that the independence movement in Wales, although it's further behind in the public reckoning, they're a more complete unit. They are more united than I think our independence movement in Scotland is. And that's what we have to recapture.
They're probably around about where we were back pre our referendum.
Yeah, not far off that, I would have said. Yeah.
Are you hopeful that a devolution deal can be made under a new Labour government, or
no? Because ultimately, devolution is power retained. That's a cliche, perhaps, but it's true, and it's certainly panned out that way over the last 5 years, where Westminster has seen fit to step in and stop things, and whether or not you agreed with those things, the principle is. This is not something that we should countenance happening.
And not only stop things, they have also imposed things, and they have taken powers back.
Doesn't that go to what you said not long ago about the Conservatives never actually being supportive of devolution? So the Conservatives not really paying attention to the rules of devolution. Maybe it would be different under Labour.
Labour haven't complained. Labour haven't complained.
I am not going to absolutely promise it, but I think you might be quite amazed by some of the things that Labour do with devolution in terms of what they fund, how they fund it, and how they put chains on what the powers of the Scottish Parliament currently are.
Let's not forget that it was a Conservative government that agreed to Section 30 for a referendum.
Yes, back in the day when they thought they would easily win it.
Yeah, but they still agreed to it. Labour never will.
However, I suppose one could say that if they start saying independence is dead, maybe we could con them into agreeing to it again. No, maybe not.
So, what discussions then should Stephen Flynn be having with Keir Starmer for the next 5 years in office?
It wouldn't be Stephen Flynn. If Stephen's still the leader of the Westminster Group, it wouldn't be. Stephen will have discussions. He'll be putting the boot in every opportunity possible. But it's an intergovernmental.
It'll be John Swinney.
Yeah.
Or, I assume that John Swinney's position is not under threat because he was in the job for 10 days or so before this was announced. And, in terms of the polls, I think he improved things from where they had been. The result doesn't seem to have followed, but we still don't know what we've got a fair idea now what the percentage votes are because some of these majorities are fairly significant. But I think it will be John Swinney for a little while. And let's just hope that some sort of relationship can be formed, because the one thing we could say is that no decent relationship was ever formed between any SNP First Minister and the Tories. It just never worked out.
Well, no, I
or you think Salmond and Cameron?
Salmond and Cameron went okay. It was actually more notice was taken of the Scottish Parliament under Cameron. Right. That sounds weird to say, but I remember quite clearly. I was involved I was part of the first Scottish government and had to deal with the intergovernmental meetings, joint ministerial committees that they had. And they were shambolic under Labour because they didn't treat them seriously.
Okay.
But part of that was because it had been Labour in Holyrood and Labour in London, right? And they were just totally shocked at the idea that folk like me started turning up and demanding not to be under any other business, but to actually be a joint partner in the meetings. Yes. So that was an ongoing thing. I wasn't in government when Cameron came into power, but I was told by colleagues that actually they were better to deal with. And it was under Cameron that we had one of the Holyrood committees that I was on, can't remember what we called it, that was about improving things.
Okay, fair enough.
But then of course Boris came along.
Well, before that, I don't
Theresa May
I don't
and
think
then
Nicola
Boris.
Sturgeon and Theresa May got along particularly well. So that was the start.
But but Cameron was only good up until he couldn't humour us anymore when they nearly lost the referendum. That's the big difference. You get humoured along and everybody's very nice to you. until you become a real threat. And then it goes, oh my goodness, no.
Watch out, Wales, this is you next.
Absolutely. Look what happened to Catalonia.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, on that note.
So, I don't know if anyone's even still watching. So, yeah.
So, do you think that there is any possibility that Labour and the SNP can work on a new deal that would be better for the Scottish people?
Well, it'd be lovely if they could, but I don't think so.
John Swinney will certainly try, because, that's John. John's nature. He will, do what he has to do if he thinks it will make things better in Scotland. And he's already made that offer to Anna Sarwar and others. But no, I don't think London Labour will play that game at all.
We might yet be surprised. You just never know.
It would be
I am
good
not.
if we were.
I am not optimistic, and I think we should all be preparing for let's get organised and let's get active. That's really what we need. People on the streets on marches saying we want to be independent. We want to do our own thing and show that there's a clamour. The word clamour was once used, I think, by Nicola Sturgeon. It's the right word. We need to be seen to be clamouring for independence. We need to be saying devolution, whatever you do to it, because it's always imperfect, just ain't enough.
Is there maybe an issue with this conversations been of the whole independence and stuff been going on for so long, but the backbone of it has stayed pretty much the same. Nothing, like the whole independence argument hasn't really progressed much. It hasn't developed or changed too much. Like, do you think maybe it needs to reinvent itself, the independence movement?
I think we have to do things, but what I would always remind everybody when they talk about things like that is, when we started the referendum campaign back in 2012, 2011-12, support for independence was in the low 20s. And we're now 50%.
There's a lot, the way we campaign hasn't changed sufficiently to win people over. But the amount of, for example, background information that exists through the work of bodies such as Commonweal,
Believe in Scotland,
the Scottish Independence Library, there is a mountain of information about independence. Now, it's not information you can just hand to people and they go away and vote for independence, because it's too much to take. But what I'm saying is, whereas to a certain extent in 2012 to 14 it was a wing and a prayer, now the work's been done. Now we just have to find a way to marshal all of that and make it mean something in people's minds, hearts and minds, really. Win hearts and minds over to it. We've done the work that demonstrates that we can do this. And that's where we're in a different state to
we've got to make it believable.
Coming back in.
Oops, yes. Is anybody still watching?
So you've got
goodness gracious.
2 years until the next Holyrood election.
Yeah.
What should the SNP be doing to make sure that they get the majority to basically have the mandate they keep asking for independence?
They should listen more to the people, not engage in any sort of legislation that goes against what people want. There have been some unpopular policies. They need to cut those out and focus on the things that will actually change people's lives quickly, and that they're able to put across that they're doing. They need to get the trust of the people back. They also need, the independence movement and the SNP need to get back in touch with one another, so that as a united front we can sort of drive forward together. And I don't want a situation where there's a whole bunch of independent supporters feel they cannot support the one party that is likely to be in a position to get independence. And that's what needs to change. And as Linda has said, it's not just one side's fault both sides have a responsibility to make this work, because this is the project and we're in it together, and if we don't get it right, we will fail.
Yeah, but I think what the SNP itself, the first thing it has to do is have a very honest conversation among ourselves, both at government level and at party membership. And it can't drag on forever like these things often do. It has to be quick, sharp.
You both just echoed what John Swinney was actually saying. I was listening to him just before I came back in, and he said that the SNP have been looking inward too much lately, and they need to start looking outward, and they've got to fix that, he said. But it kind of sounded very much like where you were coming from.
Good. Sensible chap, John.
Let's see what people are saying in the Perth and Kinross Yes Hub. I think on Saturday, I don't think it'll be tomorrow, because by the time I get to the Perth and Kinross Yes Hub tomorrow, I won't be worth the paper I'm written on. So maybe a proper discussion.
I'm not worth the paper I'm written on right now.
Oh, I know.
You've both been incredible. I mean, it's like you took over from me. I got a break. You've both been here all night since the start. So incredible.
7 hours.
Don't count. Just get through. When you go home, then you can just...
Very shortly, I hope.
So,
where are we at, Brian?
Where do we go from here?
Do we have any more results imminent?
No, the SNP are currently on 5 seats, I believe.
Who won the 5th?
I'm not sure.
Come on! I've only got 4.
They've gone up apparently as well. I've got 6 on BBC.
I know that's the forecast. Or is it the forecast?
No, this was the results. They've got 6. I don't know where they've come from yet. But
okay. The ones we know about, and just in case anybody's just tuning in, because they're crazy to be tuning in at this time, we know that we've got Stephen Flynn, Kirsty Blackman, Pete Wishart, and Chris Law. And so we know there's a +2, and maybe the +2 is just coming in on the phone now.
So, the losses include David Linden, Alan Smith, John Nicholson.
Yeah.
Aberdeenshire North and Murray East is imminent for result. So I'm intrigued at these other 2 that we supposedly have.
I think we're going to Aberdeen.
We're going to Aberdeen now.
Press a few buttons.
These 2 seats are a fight between the Conservatives and the SNP, or at least one of them, the Murray one.
Yeah. So in theory, they're more likely to go SNP than where SNP are fighting Labour. That seems to be a pretty fixed pattern for them, and probably why Kirsty Blackman and Stephen Flynn won their seats.
Douglas and...
What would happen then if the SNP were to take these seats and hold the Conservatives out, especially in what used to be Douglas Ross's old seat? It was in Murray, wasn't he?
Well,
Aberdeenshire North and Murray.
In footballing terms, for me, it would be like a consolation goal. I still think the Conservatives will not be wiped out in Scotland, because I have a funny feeling Mundell will cling on no matter what. I would really quite like to lose Douglas Ross, but that's just a personal thing, and one shouldn't be personal. One should be professional and impartial.
Well, they'll still be in Holyrood.
Well, there's a downside to everything, isn't there? Andrew Bowie would be another interesting one to shift.
What seat's that? That's
North as well. He's Aberdeenshire as well, isn't he?
Very possibly. But it doesn't actually look like an announcement is particularly imminent, because the lectern is in.
Yes, they're really, really pale.
So, last count I saw before I came in said that the SNP were down 35 seats, and that Labour had won all the seats previously held by the SNP in the Central Belt.
Yeah.
Find something for Are we? Again, when I glimpsed a UK map, there were still quite a lot of greyed out areas of Scotland. I mean, a lot of them are huge constituencies.
Absolutely. I don't think we don't get to see them till tomorrow, do we?
Lib
Really?
Dems have kept North East 5.
Who have?
The Lib Dems have taken
North East 5. Yeah, that was probably Wendy Chamberlain. She had it before.
Yeah.
It was always going to be a toughie to win. We're quite interesting to see what Stephen Gethins has done, although I don't know what the answer to that is yet, or even if we know. And I still have hopes for Dave Dugan.
We've got 6.
Well,
that's what I heard. Tommy Shepherd's gone. Alison Thulis is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Joanna Cherry, I think I heard you talking
Yeah,
about.
she's
Joanna.
Gone. Tommy's gone.
Carol Monaghan, Stuart MacDonald, John Nicholson, Alan Smith, David Linden. So it's fair to say that major losses for the SNP.
But it still doesn't tell me what we've held.
Okay, Aberdeenshire.
I'm wondering if we're dried up because we've been up all night.
It's quite possible.
It's a clear blue sky outside.
Oh, that's nice to know.
There was an interesting...
the country celebrating no
It's better than the filthy weather for parts of last night.
There was an interesting bit of stage management when Keir Starmer, I was able to hear him do his acceptance speech. Behind him, a wall of young, smiling faces, lots of Union Jacks, but also fairly evenly spread, some saltires and one or two Welsh national flags as well. But just really stage management.
We have an announcement.
Good morning. I, Jim Savage, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Bailey, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,782. Andy Brown, Scottish Labour Party, 3,876. Joe Hart, Reform UK, 5,562. Seamus Logan, Scottish National Party SNP, 13,455. Douglas Gordon Ross, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 12,500. Therefore, I give public notice that Seamus Logan is duly elected as Member of Parliament for Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency. The total number of votes cast for the Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency at UK parliamentary elections on the 4th of July was 38,358. Total number of ballot papers rejected was 170. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank Jim Savage and all his staff here at the Crown Centre and in the various polling stations around the constituency for their work tonight in delivering this election. I also want to thank Scotland for protecting the candidates and ensuring the security of the result. Primarily, I want to thank everyone who voted for me. That's the first thing I want to say. Thank you, everyone, for having the confidence. Trust me as your MP for Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. Thank you. I want also to pay tribute to all of our supporters and activists who delivered this result. But more than anybody else, I want to single out one person, and that's my election agent, Ross Cassie. I regard him as something timeless. Now, some of you may know it's been a very difficult few days. My wife lost her mother just a few days ago.
and this afternoon we'll be putting her to rest. So it's been a very, very difficult time for us as a family, and so after tonight I'll just want to focus on that. But I am so honoured, so privileged to be selected as the MP for this constituency, and I just want to say to people, I promise you I will reward your confidence in me by delivering on the promises that I made to you in the election campaign. And I look forward to joining my colleagues in the SNP in Westminster. Thank you very much,
But it sounds like it's going to be pretty much more of the what Rishi Sunak provided.
Perhaps small change.
Yes, can I just say thank you to everyone, to Linda, to Andrew,
William.
I knew I would do it.
Where's this Andrew under the table?
It's a long time since Brian called me Andrew, and it had to be 20 to 6 in the morning when he did so.
Maybe that's why. And to Hugh Marshall, to everybody in the control room that's been helping tonight as well. So it's to Ben and to Danny.
And Douglas?
Yes, to Douglas and Aberdeen, to Ben and the Emirates. I'm sure there's... yes, to Sheldon. So thank you seriously for your stamina as well as for your input.
It's rapidly flagging, I have to say.
Okay, so let's say thank you to viewers at home as well, and we'll be seeing you tonight, I guess, on Scotland at 7. So thank you and goodbye. Bye.